Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Suit it up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
This isn't just a battleground. It's a canvas where dreams are made. Destinies unfold. It's a symphony of dedication, hard work, and sheer determination.
Now it's time for the decider. Just raining down help.
It's a journey through the dreams, struggles, and triumph of these warriors. Celebration of unstoppable passion and energy. A dream in the past to living it today. This is the era of everyone. This is the dream. This is Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy.
Hello and welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Finals! Powered by Samsung Galaxy. I am your host Kunal Saluja. Noida Indo Stadium के इस अरीना में 3 दिन ड्रामा, इमोशन, एक्शन होगा भरमार क्योंकि सबको चिकन डिनर जो करना है मेरे यार. Come on, give me winner, winner! Winner, winner! Winner, winner! Yes, yes, yes. 3 दिन 16 टीम्स 18 मैचेस और फाइनली 18 फरवरी को हमें मिलेगी BGMI चैंपियन टीम. घूम लो सारा मैप, Severny to military base और Stalba to Primos. Things are not going to be easy, boss. Hardcore action का है वादा क्योंकि इनाम है 1 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा. So everyone, are we ready to welcome top 16? बुलाए top 16 को. आवाज करो बुलाए top 16 को. आवाज करो बुलाए top 16 को. Please welcome the top 16 finalists. One point is all it took to qualify for the finals. But now it is all but a long road ahead. Give it up for Gen X FM Esports!
I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate.
One legend and his three young prodigies are hyped up to cause a big dent on big names. Give it up for Team Forever!
Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
These underdogs are prepared to rewrite the narrative. Give it up for Team iFlex!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever.
These prince of the league stages are looking to dethrone the kings of land. Give it up for Kevin Esports!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears.
The dragons of the arena are back to rain hellfire. Please welcome Hydra Official! three prodigal talent led by their sensei, looking to cause some serious damage. Give it up for Team Revenant!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
Underdogs in every land, but this time it's a fight to cement their identity in Tier A. Give it up for Team WSB Gaming!
Sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes.
The fallen kings reunited to claim the throne. Give it up for Team Entity!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
One comeback stint in the dying moments got them to this stage. From here on, the narrative remains a mystery. Give it up for OR Esports!
Whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
These gladiators turned into gods and are here to dominate the mortals. Put your hands together for God's reign!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes.
step by step, victory by victory. The Tigers are hunting for chickens. Give it up for Gujarat Tigers!
Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
From the forest to the urban jungle, hear the roar. Put your hands together for Orangutan!
Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes.
These knights are always fighting. Please welcome Global Esports!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face.
Silent watchers of the trophy are ready to create some big noise. Put your hands together for Blind Esports!
Whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
The best in the business, back in new colors to reclaim the fame. Please welcome Carnival Gaming!
Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
A name that is the pride of the nation. A team that is feared by the rest. They are IQ Soul!
Tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
Come on, everyone! Make some noise! Okay, so हमें मिल चुके हैं हमारी टॉप 16 टीम्स। अगले 3 दिनों तक हर दिन खेले जाएंगे 6 मैचेस और फाइनली मिलेगा एक BGMI चैंपियन। मुझे ये बताओ कौन सी टीम जीतने वाली है? दिस साइड कौन सी है आपकी फेवरेट? Is it IQ Soul? Or it's the Carnival? Or it's the Blind? आइए सबसे पहले चलते हैं हम खिलाड़ियों के पास। We are going to the players. We are going to the players. This is the team Carnival Omega. How are you, man? Come out. I want you here. The man Omega. Last season तक मेरी आवाज थोड़ी थोड़ी जा रही है। Last season तक IQ Soul पूरा स्क्वाड वहां था, एक अलग हाइट पे लेके गए थे उस टीम को। Do you think these young lads will be able to pull it off जहां आपने उन्हें छोड़ा था?
नाम तो बहुत बड़ा है तो कैरी तो करना चाहिए जैसे हमने किया था एक टाइम तक। और मेरी टीम प्लेयर वही है, बस नाम नया है। परफॉर्मेंस तो ऊपर ही जाएगी।
परफॉर्मेंस तो ऊपर ही जाएगी। कार्निवल ने यहाँ कर दिया। Are you gonna target them specially?
नहीं नहीं, हम सारी टीम को इक्वल ट्रीट करते हैं, ऐसा कुछ स्पेशल नहीं।
अच्छा मुझे एक बात बताओ, आप अपना यहाँ पे प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं, आपके यहाँ पे आपकी टीम की लीड तो आप ही हो, किसका क्या रोल होने वाला है यहाँ पर?
मैं आईजेल हूँ और बाकी तीनों असॉल्टर ही हैं।
क्या क्या?
मैं आईजेल हूँ, बाकी तीन असॉल्टर ही हैं।
बाकी तीनों असॉल्टर ही हैं। चलो यहाँ से पता चल गया, इन्होंने कहा नाम बहुत बड़ा है और हैंडल भी अच्छे से करेंगे। एस पावर माय ब्रदर, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ हाइप ऑन सोशल मीडिया फॉर यू माय फ्रेंड। गिव इट अप फॉर एस पावर। एस पावर, टेल मी समथिंग। इन्होंने जहां छोड़ा था वहां से और ऊपर लेकर जाना है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा है। एक प्रो सीरीज जीत कर आ रहे हो, क्या इरादा है?
कुछ इरादा तो है नहीं, मेहनत करना है। जैसे जैसे चलते आए थे वैसे वैसे चलेंगे और क्या। ऊपर जाएंगे, कोशिश करेंगे ऊपर लेके जाने की, लेकिन देखते हैं जो होगा वो होगा। मेहनत तो जारी रहेगी।
पड़ोसियों को टारगेट करने वाले हो?
वो तो भाई लोग यार अपने, उनको टारगेट क्यों करना? साथ में ही है, कोई बात नहीं। राइवल्स है गेम के अंदर, बाहर देखते जो होगा वो होगा। चिल से ना।
Come on everyone, give it up for S Power. अब हमने यहाँ पर टीम से बात कर ली, चले हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास। जॉनी, Thug and Krat. Tell me, who's your favorite?
Caster Necro, and of course, Sean alongside with me on the panel is going to be my good friend Shai Shanu. Shai Shanu, I'm not going to lie, the vibes are electric. I'm feeling fantastic, and I'm super pumped up. What about you?
I am super energized as well because I've been looking at the arena itself. If you cannot feel electric right now, I don't know what can make you hyped up.
The best part is we've got one of the best views with the audience right next to us, and the audience is sitting just right over there. So you guys know, whenever there's going to be any type of hype moment, the audience is going to go crazy, and that's one of the best things we love. And also speaking about the arena itself, you guys can see the stage right behind us too. in my opinion, it's one of the most beautiful looking stages I've seen so far.
That is true. I mean, it's not the normal generic setups that we normally see on those stages, right? This time the players are basically sitting in their own trenches. And I love the fact that we were discussing that one nade can actually get you 4 frags. It's super fun.
Hey, you know what? Speaking about the frags, we also need to move on forward and look at the prize distribution, because there are going to be a lot of secrets that needs to be broken down. Because you take a look at the overall prize pool, of course, 25 lakhs will be given away to the first standing team. But then you move down to the second spot, you will only get 10 lakhs, and then you move to the third, you get 4, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards. But you need to look at those special prize pool allotments as well. Per finish will grant you 2.5k. So that is going to be insane. That's going to motivate these teams to move on forward and go for a lot of these eliminations.
That is indeed true. I mean, getting lot of those eliminations is always going to be on boards. Plus, we normally see teams going a little bit slow, but we're going to talk about how they approach later. As again, there's one must to note catch in the prize pool. If you get a chicken dinner, you get additional 50,000. But if you get consecutive chicken dinner, you get double the amount. So you're supposed to get 1 lakh for 2 chickens, but you're going to get 2 lakhs. And after that happens, everything will reset. So you'll start back again. If another chicken dinner, that's 50,000 in your pocket. But you get if one more, then again, it's a 2 lakh. That means crazy.
If you get 4 chicken dinners back to back, that's going to be 4 lakhs in your bank account right there. But once again, let's be honest, that might just be a little bit too unrealistic considering we're playing inside a pro lobby. You guys also saw the point system, the basic standard point system, no changes in that regard. 15 points for the chicken dinner. It's going to keep on descending downwards. And of course, per elimination will grant you 1 point.
Yes, that is true. So I really love the fact how we're still sticking with the same point system, because again, chicken dinners are going to be important. But look at the audience out there right now. It's filled with enthusiasm and excitement.
Exactly. The beauty is in the audience, but the beasts are in the arena who will be duking it out. And speaking of the beasts, here's the head-to-head between one of the best teams that the Indian region has to offer. Team IQ Seoul and also Godsreen. You speak of their league ranks. IQ Seoul finished things off on the 3rd spot and Godsreen finished off on the 8th. But in general, we know these two teams, they are the best teams that this region has to offer. And the stats, they speak for itself.
That is indeed true. I mean, yes, we can see in all the stats, it's IQ Seoul who are actually winning against Godsreen. But we know whenever these two Goliaths combine and they collide, it is a must-watch scenario, because it has never happened that one of the teams has come out unscathed. Everyone gets some kind of elimination.
Exactly. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We've got a little bit of video lined up, so let's move on forward and look at that video.
It's going to take a few seconds, I guess.
Interesting. I mean, I guess the video is going to roll up, but trust me when I say this, what's going to roll up in front of your screen, that's going to be interesting. It's understandable, you know, first day of the land, the jitters are, of course, happening, even behind the scenes, on the scenes as well with the players. Trust me when I say this, the players are definitely a little bit nervous. This prize pool over here, some things being tweaked on the fly as well, and especially if you speak about the recent roster changes, even that's really playing with the psyche of these players.
That is indeed true, and since you've already mentioned about the roster changes, I like to mention a team, OR Esports. We had very high expectations for the team, but when they basically qualified,
मारता था और एनिमीज को पता होता था जब ये टीम सामने है तो वो टीम के अंदर एस्पावर है, वो सबसे आगे घुसेगा, उसको पिक ऑफ करो, उसकी टीम ऐसी ही चले जाएगी. लेकिन जब मान्या के अंडर आया मैं, मान्या ने मेरे को चीज सिखाई कि घुस के मारना गेम नहीं होता है, घुस के मारना होता है, लेकिन ऐसे वक्त पे घुसना होता है जब वो गन पावर अपनी टीम को कंट्रीब्यूट करे और तुम्हारा इन गेम जो भी गन स्किल्स है और क्लोज रेंज कॉम्बैट का सेंस है वो टीम पे अच्छा इनपुट दे. तो वो वाले चीज़ की वजह से मान्या मेरे को बहुत बेस्ट लगता है आईजीएल में, और जो हिसाब से चलता है उसका डेडिकेशन जो है, उसका जो ध्यान रहता है गेम पे, बाकी सबसे डिस्ट्रैक्ट नहीं होता, वो चीज़ की वजह से वो ये टीम को वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बनाता है इंडिया की, और वो खुद को बेस्ट आईजीएल बनाता है, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट नहीं.
Exactly. I mean, it seems like he definitely had a lot of choice words about Manya. You know, we asked him, what are your thoughts about Manya? And you guys saw in the video what he exactly said. It's understandable, too. Right now, IQ Seoul is literally one of the best team that is out there. And S-Power being a part of that team, I'm pretty sure it's a pleasure for him. And I also figured out one more thing, and that is that S-Power mentioned it himself. S-Power mentioned it himself. The S before the power actually standed for Seoul. It actually stood for Seoul. But now that he's actually in the Team Seoul itself, For him, it was a dream that was conquered.
That is indeed true. A dream conquered, of course. But on the other side, though, we were also seeing some interview going around on the stage. I mean, a lovely panel out there. They're giving you all the information that you need. But yes, the S standing for Soul, and clearly he's got some immense firepower on the back of it. But also, there are a few other things that we all wanted to talk about, right? Yes, Soul, they were doing phenomenal, but specifically talking about the schedule that we have right upon our screens, we're going to be starting things off on the map of Erangel itself, followed by Miramar and then Erangel. And after that, the last 3 matches will be on Sanhok, Weekendy, Erangel. This is the exact same schedule we had in the group stages, but Necro. This time, the competition is entirely different.
Yeah, I mean, the good old schedule for SPS, right? Nothing really changed up. It's just the basic stuff all over again.
True.
But trust me when I say this time the game style is going to be changing up because, as I mentioned, per elimination will grant you 2.5K, and then also a chicken dinner will grant you 50K. So there's a lot of money up for grabs. Now, you guys might have questioned yourself and you guys saw the prize pool. Oh, the first winning team isn't really getting a lot of money, 25 lakhs. But guys, don't trust me when I say this. The first winning team, if they do get away with a lot of chicken dinners, there will be a lot of money that they will be getting away with.
I mean, the best part about that is imagine if the team who's on the first place gets 10 eliminations. That's already 25,000 extra in their back pocket, along with the 50,000 that they're getting for the chicken dinner itself. That's 75,000.
I know, right?
Yes. Imagine if they get 2 consecutive chicken dinners, just like how WSB was able to do back in the group stages. I mean, they're going to be super rich.
I mean, the fans are here to support their favorite team, be it Seoul, be it whatever team that's currently playing in the booth. But then you also need to speak of the teams that are currently a little bit unknown off all the things. But you know what? In general, with how things are looking like inside of the arena, we also need to move on forward and look at the IRL clips. Exactly what happened over here, how the crowd was looking like. This is how the entire opening ceremony happened. And then, of course, the host came on along, introduced all the teams gradually. Kemen Esports, as I mentioned, some of the unknown teams, Kemen Esports has to be one of those.
And indeed, that's a team that basically topped out in the group stages as well. But on the other side, Carnival Gaming, one of the known teams out there, has got a lot of fan following. And trust me when I say this, ladies and gentlemen, they had one of the highest of the hypes from the audience.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of point to prove.
Exactly. Not just Carnival Gaming, even Aiku Seoul had one of the highest hypes. Godsreen, unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. The crowd wasn't really hyped up. But once again, we know Godsreen, they're really well known inside of the region in the first place. But speaking about the things, as I mentioned, there's quite a lot of these teams that are unknown, that people do not exactly know, that are the underdogs, I'd like to say. Kemen Esports is one of those, but they have astonished all of us with the performance they showcased. Their survival tactics are on point.
That is indeed true. I mean, you're talking about survival tactics. In the starting week, we only saw them entering the circle after the third stage began. And the reason why we know that is because in every single game they did that. But the way they changed gears in those later stages clearly show that they've got some amazing game plans up their mind. But one thing is for sure, that we need to see that from Orangutan, Blind as well. All of these teams have got some solid potential.
Exactly. Blind Esports do the X-Team Insane lineup. All the guys, they look quite focused up. Of course, getting their hands warmed up inside of the lobby. I'm pretty sure soon enough we will be jumping inside of the first game, which will be Erangel. Now, I want to ask your predictions over here, Shai Shanu. Which team do you think is going to be taking the first chicken dinner home? That means 50K, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Whichever team wins the first game, 50K will be going in their pockets.
Okay, that's a pretty tough question that you've asked me, because there are so many teams who could be potential contenders. There's Entity, there's Aiku Seoul, there's Blind, there's also Global Esports, which we have not talked about, and I think so they could be the one.
How can we forget about Ninja Boy? This man was just wrecking havoc. He was steamrolling through the competition. No matter who stood up against him, Ninja Boy would always be there, taking down enemies left, right, and center, and he was unstoppable in the elimination leaderboard too throughout the entire challenge season. But now that we're inside of the challenge finals, once again, everything's going to be reset, including the elimination leaderboard. But in general, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we're going to be jumping inside of the game. Even you guys can let us know, which team do you think will be taking the first 50K home? Will it be Global Esports? Will it be Aiku Seoul? Will it be Kemen Esports? Or will it be Godsreen? On any other teams that you guys think?
Anyone could potentially do that. I think even Gen X FM might be even in that race. I know they're not that well known, but Carnival Gaming, we've been talking about them. We're talking about Goblin as well, how solid this man has been in terms of the performances. I'll be brutally honest, we did not see him in the top 5 leaderboards, but he was definitely there in top 10, and he had some insane clutches in the games.
Without a doubt. I mean, in general, Goblin has been one of those glorious men for Carnival Gaming. In the past, they used to play for Seoul. Of course, a lot of switch-ups happen. It's a whole other story. I don't really want to speak about that. But Goblin, he's been playing with these guys for a long time, including Neo as well.
True.
Even for Carnival Gaming, Neo is supposed to be like the frontliner. He's supposed to be the one to get the entry. He's supposed to be the one that packs a lot of punch, and he actually does the job quite well. But then if you speak about a team like Entity Gaming, that has went through a little bit of tweaks and turns in their entire roster, but now Entity Gaming, they just feel much more better. They feel revamped. They feel like they're here to take it all.
Yes, indeed. And there's another team that we were talking about who had those few roster shuffles, and OR, we even mentioned it in the pre-game segment that
Not a few. OR Esports had major roster changes. Admina was the only man staying in that roster from the previous one.
That is true. And with the addition of Robin, their entire playstyle, they kind of changed. Wherein previously, when Jelly was in OR, we used to see them taking a few extra combats, but at the end of the day, we did see them prioritizing the position. And if we're talking about Robin, he kind of does the same thing, but he adds his own touch in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Jelly in general is one of those IGLs that likes to take things a little bit slow, calm and defensive. He likes to hold a better spot inside of the circle and then maybe think up in the future. That's the type of IGL Jelly is. But if you speak of Robin, he's much more of an aggressive IGL. We've seen OR Esports' change in the tides. We've seen them a little bit more aggressive in the Battleground since this roster change came along. And how can you forget about the young guns? Zap and Pro. These two guys, they pack a lot of punch. All they need is good direction inside of the game.
I love how Drone View is going in for all the players, and they're like, oh, hey, wait a second, where is this wind coming from?
Yeah.
Super fun to watch, and another team that's extremely fun to watch, Revenant Esports.
Without a doubt. I mean, these two guys added inside of the roster, Aquanox and Blaze, especially Blaze with those big guns that he's got. I'm speaking about his biceps, of course.
True.
He is doing a great job. Blaze being one of the support players inside of the team, without a doubt, he has been filling up a lot of shoes quite well. And then you speak of Aquanox, even this guy has been insane inside of the roster. We've seen some glorious moments from them too. But then how can you forget about Blind Esports?
I mean, that's one of the team which had a rough first week. I'll be brutally honest. They had just one day which was kind of okay, or you could say it was decent day for them. But after that, when they changed pace, when they kind of adapted to the entire new setup, that's when they all were shining like anything.
But you know what? Which team that really astonished me in the challenge season? It was WSP.
Oh my god.
The performance they showcased in the later 2 weeks was unmatched. It was unfathomable. I was not able to wrap my head around on what exactly WSP was doing. They were pushing up against some of the best teams inside of the country without even thinking twice, and they were wiping them out too. I still remember that Vikendi push from Raiden and Seraph. They just 2v4 the entirety of God's Ring just like that. And that too, they pushed through a narrow staircase. And they still came out on top in that battle. So that in itself just showcases the amount of confidence and punch even WSB packs. A while ago, we also saw Robin, and I guess he was blushing a little bit. You know, as I mentioned, there's a lot of beauty in the crowd, and the beasts are currently in the battlegrounds, in the arena.
Indeed, true. I still remember when Robin was back in the interview, he also mentioned he was smiling, he was laughing and telling how he was hugging his teammates. He wanted to hug them at that time, only because they were able to pull off that miraculous clutch and get the chicken dinner for OR. And that was the final nail that solidified their entry in the top 16, confirmed the spot. So it's a very happy moment for all of them, because one of the best part about being here is that even the team that's on the 16th position will take 25,000 home, and that's the bare minimum. You can top it off with some extra finishes and extra chicken dinners.
Hey, I mean, you mentioned about the chicken dinners, and I would say 2 back-to-back. That's all I'm going to say. Just like that, you will get 2 lakhs in your pockets. And if you get 4 back-to-back, that's 4 lakhs. That's insane amount of money, but maybe that might just be impossible because all the other teams, they're going to be out for blood, because even per elimination is going to grant you 2.5K.
Now, here's the dilemma, all right? We've seen teams that kind of play slow and steady, that take things in their own way and try to play for possessions, but then there are teams who kind of just go at each other, try to find those teams and those extra fights to find those flushes and finishes. I would love to see when these 2 game styles are going to combine.
I know which teams you're talking about here. I think so. You're mentioning Global Esports You're also mentioning God's Reen,
Yep.
Blind Esports, and then somewhere down the line you might as well be mentioning OR, because even these guys have been looking like they're here, they're out for blood, and they really just want to chew on some flesh. And I feel like today they have much more of a better chance because every elimination will grant them 2.5k, so it gives them all of the reasons to do so.
Yes, and another team that I also wanted to talk about, which we have not touched yet, is it's going to be Team Forever.
Exactly. Team Forever too has been there with those major tweaks. They of course have been performing quite well. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the call out from the producer that the game's about to load up on our screen soon. You guys better lock in your predictions in the chat and let us know which team do you guys think will be the one to come through victorious and lock in that 50k in their pockets. The players are locked in and ready. The plane's about to set in the sky.
Last 6 games for this first day, and we're going to start with the first one itself. It's going to be super fun, super intense. Necro, you've asked me for my prediction. I'm going to ask you, what's your prediction? Who do you think is going to grab that chicken dinner?
First game, I think so. A team that's going to feel much more confident has to be Blind Esports.
All right.
They like to go all guns blazing.
True.
And considering that's their play style, they've got all the reasons to do so as well, considering there's so much money on the line with those elimination points that you can get. And Blind Esports is definitely one of those teams that will try to chase that down. But then you cannot underestimate a team like IQ Seoul 2. You remember in the last week what Seoul was doing? They were just hunting teams down. And that's an understatement. They were actually just chasing them down. Behind them, all the way, just trailing them all across the board.
That is indeed true. Manya giving some important instructions to his teammates. We've got Knuckle, Ronnie, S-Power, and this is the exact lineup that kind of plays hyper-aggressive as well as very disciplined whenever you want it to be. And that's the kind of play style not a lot of teams have. So I really love the adjustments that come in from their side. But here we go. Some good panel out there. Happy people yet again.
The VIPs in the arena, and Genix FM praying to their gods to have a good tournament. The fearless Marathas, somewhere down line, they can feel their nerves shaking.
That is
soon,
indeed true.
Even the game's going to boot up. The first game is always the game that's going to be where a lot of pressure starts to set in.
True.
But when the first game's done, maybe the players might just start to feel in their groove once again.
That is correct. I'm going to agree with you on that point. But there's also a few extra situations, right, where you possibly see certain unexpected visitors. And I'm talking about the drop clashes and also what
there
we
was
just
a drop
saw.
clash on the English
indeed.
test, guys. There was a drop clash, unfortunate. But yeah, soon enough, the game's about to start up. It's about to boot up on our screens. It's going to be an interesting one because I've locked my bets in on Blind Esports. And what team did you go with?
It's a confusing question, but since you asked me to pinpoint one of the teams,
I feel like Carnival can be a solid option too.
Which
I'm
team?
Just putting it out there. Carnival.
It is a solid option, yes, but I still feel Seoul might be the one who can grab it in their bag.
How can we forget about Kemen Esports? They were known for their survival tactics.
True.
And even Kemen Esports have a solid chance
And
to come out on top.
there's one more thing. That was the team that actually got the chicken dinner in the last game.
Yeah, I still remember.
They've got the momentum.
I still remember that chicken dinner being stolen away by Altu from Kemen Esports, where he was all the way in the blue, going for the med strat. Unfortunately, he spots out Blaze from Revenant Esports on just 1 HP, and then he just sprays him down all the way from the far fray. So, yeah, of course, if I was on the receiving end of things, I would have been a little bit pissed, but Blaze, unfortunately, he couldn't really do a lot there. Nothing was in his hands.
That is indeed true. I mean, sometimes those unfortunate situations happen, and since you're already talking about staying out in the blue, I really hope we don't see a lot of heal battles. Not like how the challenge season started, where we had 6 to 7 teams just going in for the heal battles. I really want to see some blazing action.
Exactly. You asked for the blazing action, and soon the game's gonna boot up on the screens too. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game of Erangel will be in front of us, as the match is there, and the plane fly path will be forming too. And the plane fly path starts all the way from military base towards Stalber. It's tilted a little bit to the right side, but I highly doubt it's going to cause any problems for the teams.
It could potentially only for the ones who want to go extreme towards the western areas. That's about it. Maybe you can say we're going to see Orangutan facing some problems because they're both main drop as well as the secondary drop are way too far away. They might get a few extra vehicles, maybe the area that kind of Ash jumps to. for the side of God's Reign. They're not going to have any major problems. It's military base. They'll be jumping there. But I really would be focusing on Pochinki. You know why, Necro? There's going to be Entity and there's going to be Gujarat Tigers. They've got the exact same drop. We have seen them collide previously and it could potentially happen even now.
Indeed it can. I mean, look at the face of the players too, right? Locked in and loaded, yeah.
Ooh,
just looking around as well, still waiting for their drop spot to arrive. Off the bat, you've seen God's Reign, even Orangutan, they like to move towards Fair Pier, so then instantly they just ejected out of that plain flat path. iFlix moving towards Nova Pnoy. You've also got Hydra moving towards Milta Power. Some classic stuff in general. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a news to break out for you guys. And the news is that the match is going to be rehosted. Unfortunately, maybe some technical issues happening. We don't exactly know what the problem is, but the rehost is there.
Unfortunate stuff indeed, but I mean, I can kind of let them know about this action as well that might have happened in the previous one, right? Because I've still got a few extra spoilers where the teams drop, but we're going to keep it out for that. Yes, the match will be rehosted, not going to take a lot of time. It gives us enough time to talk about even more potential drop clashes, since I was already mentioning. I mean, we clearly saw Entity up against Gujarat Titans previously, right? But what's going to happen now? That's going to be the question.
Gujarat Tigers, the lineup that they have chosen is quite an interesting one. You can't say it's sort of like the ex-Newman Gaming lineup, but then even in that, there are a couple of tweaks and changes. And those tweaks so far have been working quite nice. Gujarat Tigers, another one of those aggressive teams that has been doing quite good. You've got a man like MJ, you've got a man like Shadow just IGLing. Shadow just feels like much more of a free bird now.
That is indeed true. I mean, it gives him just that extra bit of leeway to try and go in for those calls, but at the same time, right, we've seen Gujarat Tigers individually perform, but at the same time, some good fans out there being very happy.
Yeah.
At the same time, as a team, they still needed some refining back in the challenge season, and I really hope that they have done that for the finals.
I mean, with how even the crowd is looking like, we're seeing a lot of those banners, right?
True that.
Unfortunately, I'm not exactly able to read it. It's not too clear on the camera. But then you look
That is true.
Look at the VIPs just sitting over there in the VIP session. The players are having a great time from Kemen Esports too. I love the fact that they're enjoying their time over here. Kemen Esports, it's a complete new lineup.
That is true.
We call them the Undergods. And considering it's a complete new lineup, they've made it so far to the Grand Finals itself. That in itself is a massive achievement for these guys.
And in such a great fashion, right? Because you would normally expect the team to potentially qualify at any point between 8th and 16th place. But Kemen just going directly on top, that has been a kind of performance that you rarely see from a lineup that is so new, yet so very well performing. On the other side though, a very experienced player, I'm talking about Always, combined himself with a few youngsters out there and yes, was able to get Team Forever qualify for the top 16. And Necro, let's not forget, it was literally on the last day of qualifiers.
As you mentioned, literally on the last day, that too just barely squeezing themselves inside of the top 16.
True.
Is that really a good sign though? Absolutely
concerning.
not, in my opinion. If you're going to squeeze yourself barely in the top 16 at the last moment, that really makes you doubt yourself. Are you actually that capable of being here? But considering Team Forever, they've got their own long legacy in the past, so we know what they're capable of. We know some improvement can definitely be made on the fly, and we can only hope that they have done so.
Yeah, and there's this one insider information I'm just going to give out, right? And don't share it with anyone. And it was a situation where a couple of players from Team Forever, they had their exams. And that was one of the reasons why they were not being able to concentrate on the game that much. And there's one good educational benefit as well, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you're a pro player, you've got to prioritize the education first. At the same time, if you can manage your games, that's well and good. Because guess what? All they wanted to be was in the LAN. And they are here. So it's going to be fun. And it's going to be a clean start. And that from a new slate. So they've got a good point to prove and an amazing opportunity.
Without a doubt, they've got a solid point to prove. And even Carnival Gaming has a point to prove.
True.
Considering they left Team Seoul because, of course, their performance wasn't exactly looking that great. We wouldn't know what happened behind the scenes. But even Carnival Gaming, they've got a point to prove here. There's a reason why they're over here in the Grand Finals. There's a reason why they have been trying so hard And if they do end up winning this entire LAN, it will be a massive, stark statement being made by Carnival Gaming in the IGC that they have still got it. They are still a champion roster.
Exactly, because we know that they've got that potential. They were the ones who were proving themselves early on in the previous year. But yeah, just as you mentioned, it went down so very slow. There we go, some fans coming in.
I mean, sorry, interesting. There's a lot of banners over there. Soul for the win, Justin. Oh, we see a lot of Soul fans, and then we see one poster of Lala, of course. Clutch God fans in the
You can never
mix
forget
as well.
it. Here we go. Happy people. We've got some global esports support banners too, along with
Yeah.
Hydra officials. I mean,
Hydra officials. I'm glad to see a little bit of support for Hydra
Yeah.
too. That team has had their own tipsy turves. They've had their own path filled with a lot of thick and thins. But Hydra, they've made it finally inside of the top 16 over here.
Yeah, that's pretty solid again. It was not very pretty. It was a roller coaster ride for them. But at the end of the day, if you're at the LAN, that's what matters. Now you've got to perform. You are starting from zero. So yes, you can do anything that you want to do. You had time to prepare the strats. And since we're talking about those few changes that teams might have brought in, there's also AK. He's got some new hairstyle. That's pretty solid onto him.
Without a doubt. I like the fact that Kemen Esports, these are young lads, right?
True.
And considering they're young lads, of course, they're having a lot of fun outside of the game. But they also do quite good inside of the game. They justify those laughs, too. And that's what we like to see. New players just coming in, dominating the scene. Everyone loves the underdog story, right?
Agreed.
And, of course, we're one of the enjoyers, too.
And since you're talking about underdogs, you cannot forget about iFlix.
Of course.
This is a team, yes, people had their own doubts onto them, but I still couldn't forget about the game and the match that was back in the map of Sanhok. Orangutan had 3 players alive, and yes, iFlix had the better position up on the hill. Orangutan made that push, they were able to win, but since we're talking about push, why not let's quickly
move inside of the game. This time, once again, Erangel boots up on the screen as the plane flat path starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Georgia Pool. Now it's starting all the way from the southern side. This time the plane flat path is tilted to the left, and the last time it was tilted to the right. So I guess teams like OG, they're not going to have any struggles. Fairapir is going to be their drop spot, including Godsreen. Even iFlix, they like to move towards Noropnoi. But Hydra, they will have some issues because they want to go towards Milta Power.
That is true. Some pretty solid amount of problems. They might have to drop somewhere down south of Pochinki and in between farm to get some vehicles to move there. It's going to be problematic. But again, it's going to be global esports that will be watching them as well. Oh my goodness, the audience is making so much noise out there. Everyone's hyped up, and I really hope the same thing is going on in the comment section too. Because as the plane moves up ahead, we're seeing WSB moving towards the side of Primos. They're not going to have any problem since, unfortunately, 8-bit is not here, but iFlix, yet again, we see them looting the eastern part of the military base and move towards Novorepnoi. Do not face any kind of major contest. Over towards far north as well, Global Esports, we were talking about them. They should be able to go towards Seveni after getting a few extra vehicles for them. But yes, this is the chance for the players to prove themselves.
For every single person that is currently playing in this game, they've got a lot to prove, of course. But for teams like IQ Seoul, they've already proved themselves in the past, but they would like to prove a little bit more, right?
True.
Just get a couple of more trophies in their hands. And considering the arena looks so beautiful, you might as well try to do that. First circle forms up. Carnival Gaming, they find themselves right in the smack center towards Gatka, so that's good news for them. Hydra, we see a little bit of a switch up coming in their drop location too, just dropping on the fly, a permanent or a temporary drop location for now. Maybe they will be getting their hands on a couple of vehicles and move somewhere else. We don't exactly know what the game plan's going to look like for these guys, but one thing is for sure, that Hydra, this is not going to be a permanent thing for them.
I was hoping to see a drop contest between Gujarat Tigers and Entity. That's just not something that's happening right now. But yeah, even talking about Blind, far on the western edges, off towards the western part of the Everest, I think so it's pretty fine. They should be able to loot that area of hospital. But they've got to be always wary about the teams who are kind of north of them. Genex FM, we've been talking about the team barely making it in the top 16. And by that, I mean by the skin of their teeth. But as long as they're in, that's what matters.
Off the bat, there's a chance we might see a collision, and it's already happened. Altu falls down from Kemen Esports. A big blunder. OR Esports kick things off in a great note. That's going to be 2.5K in their pockets off the bat.
That is indeed true. A lot of noise is being made. AK is being fired, and that's it for Altu. Not the kind of start you would want to see from Kemen Esports, the table toppers. Losing one of their members, and they can't do anything else but move forward with just a 3-man squad. We've been talking about the situation where, yes, Kemen does a very solid job, but whenever it's about LAN, they kind of face those jitters. The LAN nerve is what hits them. But on the other side, though, Orangutan, that's a team where they kind of get a specific buff on the LAN, but still, they've got to make a cross of that second position, right? You remember, Necro? The second place curse?
I do. First games, a lot of teams are actually going to face those jitters. OG might just be one of those too.
True.
Because all that flashback, as you mentioned, that one single point just keeping them away from the major prize pool. And of course, the championship itself. And who wouldn't love to have the championship in their hands? So, blunders were there, but for OG, it's time to recover. And with how they've been performing in the challenge season, it was quite immaculate. Now they need to showcase the same type of strength over here, maybe even a little bit more better, with some more adjustments on the fly. Adaptability is the key to success, and if OG is able to adapt accordingly in the lobby, everything's going to be good in the hood.
They always seem to be pretty solid on the LAN itself. But on the other side, another team that we'll be looking forward to. Yes, of course, Carnival Gaming, a lineup that has got a lot to prove based on the potential that they have. The firepower, immaculate. You talk about Goblin, he can definitely go in for those 2v3s as well, 1v3s. 1v4 is also where we actually saw him shine, and I'm talking way back in the VGMS Season 2 itself, where he pulled it off. And that too when he was in a disadvantage. So that is the kind of performance, a potential that this man has. And it's not just him, it's also Akshat, Omega with some good calls. But again, if we're talking about calls, Necro, I still remember there were quite a few situations where Omega could not get his team to the prime position.
And that's why Carnival Gaming, as I mentioned, they've got a lot to prove.
True.
They need to make a stark statement, because there were a lot of comments being made after the downfall of the past Soul, which is now, of course, Carnival Gaming.
True.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why Soul switched their lineups too. I'm not exactly sure what happened behind the scenes, but just speculations. But once again, with how things were looking like for Carnival Gaming, they definitely have a lot to prove in this land.
Agreed.
And Kemen Esports, in a little bit of a kerfuffle, maybe against the players of OR. This can be an interesting drop collision, because in the past, I still remember it was Godlike going up against OR, and now this time it's Kemen Esports splitting the territory of Yasna Poliana with OR.
Not quite sure if they want to split it or not. That's the main thing. Because X-Pac and Godlike, it just seemed that there's a peace treaty between the players. But this time it just seems that OR were chasing and trying to find the remnants of Kemen to try and pick them off. But they still got a pretty decent amount of loot for themselves and not quite overstepping their territories. And that's what you love to see. And oh my god, that's the kind of split from Global Esports we rarely see, right? Mavi way up north, directly in Zarki, while the rest of his team in Severnis. This 1-3 split is something of a new play style that they're bringing.
Pretty much. I mean, off the bat, we just saw that one single elimination point. I really thought that the 2.5K per elimination can be a motivational factor for these teams to just drop on top of each other and go for the targeting. But I guess no, instead, they want to aim for the bigger picture. And they want to aim for the 50K with the chicken dinner. And somewhere down line, the same thing is also happening with Team Soul.
True.
And we all know if Team Soul's going to be aiming for the chicken dinner too, oh, it's going to be an all-out war in the final few zones.
Specifically talking about stage number 5 zone, where we normally see at least 12 teams alive and all the players trying to go neck to neck and take as many eliminations as possible. But one team that can try and utilize this entire prize pool division to the best of their advantage is going to be WSB for sure. This is a team where whenever they get those chicken dinners, they always score somewhere between 25 to 34 finish points, and total points, not just finish points. So I would really love to see those 15, 17, 18 elimination games from this team.
Without a doubt. I also want to see GT perform a little bit more better.
True.
because they have been looking really promising. Another lineup where a lot of fingers were raised in the past, but as they have moved inside of Gujarat Tigers, we have seen a lot of changes.
Agreed.
Including the playing four, of course, including the playstyle itself. Shadow's addition has been quite valuable to this team. They have been playing really aggressive. Their 4-on-4 fights have been looking insane too. Even as his addition has been looking quite nice. Team Forever stuck out in the open. Zomraj just going for the spray with the 4x, but unfortunately he's not able to deal a lot of damage. That's 2.5k just running away from their hands, and Entity Gaming, they just can't do anything because even they're getting shot at. But Zomraj, he still finds Flock. That can be a crucial knockout and a confirmation too. Flock was out in the open, so he couldn't really do anything. And even OG, they want a little bit of piece of this pie. Even they indulged themselves in the fight.
Yeah, and I love the fact how even God's Reign are coming from down south from that bridge and could potentially try and get a piece of that cake itself. It's only Mafia and I believe Owace remaining for the side of Team Forever, and that is not a good news, not a way you would want to start the day. But for the other teams, you can say even Entity as well as Orangutan, it's a pretty solid news. And even WSB are now moving inside of the same area of cluster down south of Pochinki, just north of the Western Military Base Bridge. And this is a cluster where I feel things could get very chaotic.
I mean, the teams are now starting to close in towards the centric spot. Let's see how long they're going to be able to sustain the positions they've got in the center of the map. Revenue Esports 2 moving in from the Milta side towards the centric spot.
True.
OG, for them, they started things off in Fairpier, so they did not really need to move that much. But soon enough, the more the teams, they keep on stacking up in the center, it will be a big splash of colors, and also a lot of blood will be splashed across the battlegrounds.
Because blood is what these players are after. They want to try and get as many finishes as possible, and we would be seeing that in the finish feed itself. Get those extra chunk of money in their back pockets. I don't even know if their wallet would be enough to fit all of that money in it. But sometimes, I guess you can get a little bit greedy if you really want to go for it. Sometimes it does not hurt. We'll be saying otherwise once that bites them in the back.
iFlix, a late rotation. Almost looking forward to tank the first zone. Interesting. Usually it's God's Reign who try to do that, but considering there was a little bit of a chunk from that military base inside of the safe zone, so God's Reign, they really did not need to tank the damage that much. Even Hydra now starting to move up there. Kemen Esports, considering they took a heavy toll off the bat inside of the game, with just a 3-man squad, even they're taking a lot of time to move up and figure out their pathway.
I really love the rotation coming in from God's Reign themselves, because they've occupied the area where they, if the zone shifts towards north, they could go there. If it shifts south, which it kind of did, they can keep a hold of that position. And going early on from that bridge, it kind of gives them the security of not getting bridge camped by the likes of Team Forever, maybe Orangutan, even Entity if they want to. But this one cluster that we are seeing extremely in the center, just north of that bridge, it's going to be super crucial. And there are, I would still say, some solid amount of covers that you can have. But at the end of the day, this circle, if it takes any kind of hard shift, it's going to get super chaotic, just as you previously mentioned as well.
Oh my god. This circle, it's going to be a menace, my friend.
I know. I know.
We have got a storm brewing up soon. And the circle is ending quite close to the bridge. There's not going to be a lot of booked slots. So that means a lot of teams will just need to settle with whatever they've got and make something out of nothing. Team Forever, even they themselves, up against Carnival Gaming.
It's quite a distance between them, but you would love to see that duel happen. But there we go. We know that Team Forever, they've got that minor hiccup coming in. We'll just have to wait and see. On the other side, though, you were talking about the late rotations, tanking the first blue. Kevin is doing exactly that, and it's the playstyle that we saw from them in the first couple of weeks. Oh.
WSB. Oh, that was way too close. That was way too close, man.
It was.
You know, sometimes The words cannot be pronounced precisely. But yeah, that was indeed way too close. But for Anuj and his teammates, the good part is that they've got a solid position inside of the zone. Once again, it's something that they can definitely rely on, considering they're covering so much of that landmass on top of the hill. They've also got these little bit of dips that they can play around with. But hopefully that does not backfire against them.
True. I mean, in the game as well as in the real life.
Oh, yeah.
Playing in those ditches. You did not get that, but you finally did. I love it. I just love how the stage looks right now, right? My goodness. My goodness. Still playing in the exact same area. But on the other side, though, it just seems that there could potentially be a fight brewing up between Gen X FM as well as Global Esports, because they might be colliding in the area of ruins that's just on a little bit of a north.
Exactly. IQ Soul, they're playing this one quite defensive, huh? I mean, they are breaching inside of the circle. They're playing on those off-centric spots around the edges somewhere. Gen X FM spotting out the player from Global Esports, Ninja Boy. Some shots were taken against him, but Ninja Boy is not an easy opponent to deal with. And of course, Global Esports, they hit back. Beast, the one to kick things off, and Beast, the way he wrapped around all the way in the back line. Gen X FM, it was a field being set up against them, and Gen X FM, they just walked in that trap.
Mavi as well getting another one, and I believe this is going to potentially be the result. Suffering a couple of casualties, and the remaining two players are just going to tuck their tails to run out of the harm's way. Global Esports have won the first contest, and that's how you want them to survive. Not suffering any casualty and already having 5,000 bucks in their back pocket.
5,000 accumulated. Global Esports. Of course, it is one of those heavy-hitting teams, right?
Yep.
They like to chase the elimination points, and once again, now that they have got the reason to do so, that's what Global Esports is going to keep on doing too.
We love it. Always love to see that.
iFlix and Revenant. A chance for a potential collision. Maybe if Mox does spot out the two players from Revenant, it can be an easy knockout. And somewhere down line, Mox is just waiting for them to stand still. Mox has spotted the players. I'm not exactly sure about Revenant Esports, though.
Nah, I don't think so. They've got an idea where Mox is. But the fact how Mox can be such a crazy clutch master for his team, that's something the enemies would have to worry about. And even Madrek, if I remember, he was the guy who was able to get at least a 1v2 clutch for his team and keep them in the competition. They had a slow start, but a solid finish. On the other side, though, where is this circle going to finish? It's going to be a major question. Oh my god, look at the shift, Necro. No way. We're going to see half of the circle in water.
I told you, this circle is just chaos brewing up. If it keeps it moving the same way, the patterns, I imagine, yeah, it's just going to be an absolute all-out war. Just look at the amount of landmass that's not going to be playable.
True. I mean,
almost 70%. There's only 30% up for grabs. And that too, we've got how many teams right now? 16 teams in total. So, once again, 16 teams just trying to fit in such a small leftover land zone. It's too much. That means the silence is about to break into chaos.
Oh, you're talking about chaos, and we're seeing some knocks already happening. Revenant suffering a casualty, and it's right from the team that you mentioned, iFlix. But, it just seems that it might potentially be it for Team Forever. They've already lost Mafia. It's just a waste remaining right now. Things are looking even more dire.
Fierce kicks things off in that fight. iFlix losing out on the first man. Revenant Esports
replying back.
Oh boy, things are not looking too good for any of them. Yeah.
There's OR into the mix here as well, and that is the most insane part. We've still got 16 teams and it's already stage 3 circle, and look at the collisions that will happen right now as OR going for the rush.
Oh, the push comes in. OR Esports, classic aggression from them. The new lineup has been proving themselves quite well, and once again just pushing them close and personal against the lineup of iFlix, where Maverick does not even stand a chance. He gets taken down. Team iFlix on the verge of crashing down just like that. And OR Esports looking for to eliminate this team. They've already gotten 2 elimination points secured. 1 more to go in the name of Moksh. And somewhere down line, they have snuffed the man out too. Moksh is keeping himself safe and sound inside of the bathroom. Before how long? That's the real question. Zap gets caught out in the open. Somewhere down line, even Revenant Esports, they want a little bit of piece of the pie, but Moksh gets finished. And that's going to be iFlix, the first team to get eliminated from the board.
Not exactly the start they were hoping for, but definitely is going to be it for OR Esports. You mentioned how aggressive they could get, and that's the kind of aggression we love to see. They're on the edge as well. They've still got to take the fight with Revenant. They already suffered 1 knock, but will be getting their man back on that sweep. On the other side though, again, if you're looking at the side of Revenant, yes, they would also want some fiery start. They've got Fierce, the man, the legend himself, who's got so many eliminations for Revenant. And oh, come on, please don't show us another crazy circle.
Revenant Esports, they're just like thieves in the night.
True.
Just waiting for the right moment to steal these elimination points away. They did so as well. They've got 2 elimination points so far. That's 5K in the pocket right there. Easy money.
True.
OR Esports though, they've got 3.
7.5K.
Even better.
Gonna increase slow and steady. That's what you love to see.
Man, it just feels like we're over here counting money.
You may never know.
We feel like we're someone that holds their bank accounts in our own hands. But the next circle shift comes into play too, and it's going to shift even lower.
Oh my god.
Oh, the playing area, it's not too much, and it's starting to concern me too much over here, Shaishanu.
Show me the boats. Show me the boats. Show me the teams who are playing on the shoreline, because now the push is going to be super intense.
Oh, the push comes in. Global Esports. That's it. Genix FM eliminated from the game. JD Gaming was the last glimmer of hope left alive, but he's not going to be there anymore. Taken out, down, and dusted. Genix FM, they bite the dust too. That's going to be your 15th team to get eliminated.
As well, out in the open.
Even
a few shots.
Oh my god, so many teams now starting to get eliminated. It's pretty tough to actually catch all the action happening in front of you.
True.
Because there's just too many fights happening at the same time. Even Gujarat Tigers taking shots against Global Esports. This fight might just backfire on Gujarat Tigers themselves.
It could potentially, because they've got to worry about a couple of teams. One of them is Hydra Official itself, and just up north, that's going to be Orangutan. So these are the teams they've still got to worry about. Plus, all the other ones who are jumping in towards the circle from up north. That's even more chaotic. Hector.
Oh, we're just saying too many nails in the coffin been put. Even Kemen Esports, they lost out on one of their players. Carnival Gaming, they collide against Kemen.
Oh.
And somewhere down line, Carnival Gaming, they're getting the advantage inside of the fight too. They're also taking a fight against Global Esports. What is exactly going on? So scattered up in the battlegrounds. Carnival Gaming, this will not pan out too well for them. They need to reunite. They need to find a sweet point for themselves. And Kemen Esports, for them, this duel is isolated. If they want, they can't go for it.
But they do not have the idea about that. That's the question. Another knock comes in. Hector quickly gets that 2.5K back in his pocket. That's the way you love to see Carnival perform. They have lost Akshat, so that's one problem for them, and I don't think so it's going to cost them a lot. They've still got Hector performing, but as soon as I say it, I cursed him.
He moves out, and he instantly gets taken down. His head being put up on a swivel. He could not react in time. And now for Kemen Esports, it's a date with destiny. By Kemen Esports, I mean Venom. He's going to find a clear pathway to make it inside the safe zone, and also one elimination point to be secured. As I mentioned, a date with destiny, but no,
oh my
Beast,
God.
He takes it back in his hands just at the nick of time. So Venom He sees those 2.5k just fade away in front of his eyes. Inside of the blue, they're tanking so much damage. They need to make it inside of the circle too in the safe zone. But then Goblins on the opposite side trying to hold off the players of Global Esports. It's Mobby versus Goblin.
Oh!
But unfortunately, a third party from OR Esports to shut it all down.
And that is not just it, because OR are also taking so many additional fights again. Revenant up against the side of Orangutan. Ash was just able to get one of the knock. In the meantime, Entity now trying to get on the back of God's Reign. This, just as you mentioned, is so chaotic. On the other side of the spectrum, though, you've got Hydra, you've got Gujarat Tigers. They don't want to be the part of the action at all. They're like, we're fine. You can have all the party there. We'll be just collecting all the scraps. We are happy to get those possessions as soon as you'll be getting taken down. On the other side, Blind themselves will be taking apart Global Esports. Getting those extra scraps for themselves is what they need, and they've already got 5 finishes.
They indeed have. Blind Esports, they can spot the man outside of the zone, but nothing can be done because, of course, the zone's going to deal a lot of damage at this point. Still 9 teams remaining, 32 players in total, and Blind Esports is one of those. I told you, Blind Esports, considering they have the confidence to make the pushes up against the team, it really keeps them over the edge in the first game.
Just looking at how chaotic things are getting right now. The circle, yet again, being relentless. Robin just spotted a person, but they've got to make their move. On the other side of the spectrum, though, you still have the sides of Blind who'll be on that watch out duty. You've also got the members of Orangutan who are doing good.
Oh, it's OR from the top, just raining down hellfire. They've got the drone view of that fight. Unfortunately, too many smokes, though. So they cannot find the perfect connection that's needed to get those elimination point. Entity in the front, Troy out in the open. Just ducks back in the nick of cover. Even God's Reign, they've been eliminated from the game. Some of the big names being taken down, and we're not able to cover that action. Too many fights happening at the same time, and it's all props to the circle.
Oh my goodness. I am just so very sad for the side of Entity. They're getting pinched from one side by the last remaining member of Soul, and OR from the other side. Though, we were talking about Blind. They've just suffered a knock. Oh my goodness. Make that 2. WSB are steamrolling.
They indeed are. Blind Esports, unfortunately for them, 2 players being knocked out. It's all down to Hirsch. Another nade sails in, and the confirmation blows up. WSB now making a push against the leftover man of Blind Esports. It's all down to Hirsch.
Oh, no way.
In a 1v4 situation, Zeref making the push up against him. Getting real up close and personal. The same thing can be said for Anuj too. They've got the DBS pulled out in their hands, and for Blind Esports, the run inside of the game might just end, and that's what happens.
Anuj was also able to take care of her, so that's all they needed. WSB, we were mentioning how insane this team could get. Already on 5 finishes. Equaling Orangutan and just 1 behind OR, who are collecting scraps on the outskirts. On the other side, Entity with 6 for themselves. Just 2 more players remaining. Soul still surviving with that 1 last member. Please do not give me the flashbacks of Vikendi. Just someone take that last man out already. If I'm not wrong, it's still Ronnie. Yes, Ronnie is yet again in the center. How does this man always find himself in these positions?
I'm not exactly sure.
He still has got the zone over him.
He does, actually. For IQ Soul, unfortunately, Ronnie just trapped. And now Gujarat Tigers, they welcome Hydra officials with open arms. And they're just devouring the players slowly and steadily. It's a systematic dismantle in that crossfire they're holding. But now it's time for WSP to step inside of the battlefield too and get a couple of these elimination points on their name.
Okay, Clutch God. Man on a domination, but as soon as I say it, Arman was taken down on his knees.
Gujarat Tigers tossing out the nade. Once again for Gujarat Tigers, they've got this confirmed territory. But the main issue is to make it inside the circle, which is completely on the opposite side, on top of the players of OG.
Indeed, that is true. They've got the prime position in the circle, and the team that I'd be worried about would be WSB as well as OR, because they've got to make a long way, and they've got to watch their 6 as well.
GT
Oh.
They're just super paranoid. But these nades, they're starting to hurt them. WSP losing out on the man number. They're dropping down slowly and steadily in shadow. He pushes up close and personal. The DBS this time, it's making it count. And just like that, Shadow, he fights the closure. What an incredible moment that was.
That has been brutal. The man, you can potentially say he 1v4'd them. He was the only man from Gujarat Tigers who finished off the entirety of WSB. So that's not exactly the way you would want things to end. But for the other side, Orangutan now just trying to stop the push from OR, who want to get themselves inside that circle. They've got to be wary of that. Plus also Hydra, who are just down towards the southwestern part. And you've got Ico Souls. Ronnie still surviving. I mean, please don't be Drax.
Oh, Ash.
Spray God.
Yeah, just waiting for the right moment to strike at this point. OG, they know patience has to be the key. And that's why you see them being so patient. If you find the right moment to strike inside of the lobby, it will all work out well for you. And OG, they're now starting to march up close and personal against the last man of Hydra. Utilities being tossed in that house. They know exactly where Spray God is too. The barrage continues, but OG, they've got it all on their name. OR can be the only biggest thorn in their way.
That is indeed true, but I really do not like the position of OR. They've only got this one compound playing in a 2-and-2 split. A few utilities and they'll be flushed out. But on the other side, Orangutan, they've got AK watching their back. You've also got Ash for that off angle to try and create some more space for OG and get that area control, get that real estate. On the other side, for OR, all they've got is those utilities. They've got to find the knock inside the building.
OR, they're trying their best to create some
Ronnie,
space.
no.
And Ronnie is still alive from IQ Soul. You can hear the crowd just cheering for Ronnie. Because for Soul, this can be a good ending.
It is. They're at 4th already.
Exactly. AKOP, a little bit in the outskirts. Now the wall of death starting to close up. Backs against the wall. And what was that? Admino blows himself up. What a big blunder that was by OR Esports. They crack under the pressure, and for OG, this might just be the chicken dinner that they needed. Just being handed to them on a silver platter. But it's still a 1v3. The man's back up on his feet. So the chances for OR Esports to get the chicken dinner back in their hands are revived.
A team with 8 finishes already. A blunder that goes unpunished. Spray God with only 3 of the first aids remaining now. Should be taken down anytime soon, but these nades are going to be crucial. Orangutan, the team that has got the biggest compound and that have got as much real estate as possible. Some decent utilities, but these flushes need to be on point, but the nades just do not land. And we see a rotation coming in from OG.
OG, they're trying to pull something out of the box. They're trying to do something out of the ordinary. But still, Robin, he catches the first man. 2 players from the outskirts just wrapping around. OG, they're being wrapped up, and it's not a good news. There's a chance they might just be suffocated to death. And the 2 players from OG, they're getting pushed onto, but they reply back in quite a great fashion. OG, they need to showcase some patience. That should be the game plan. Flashes out too on the faces, and AKOP, he got for the initial peak. A little bit of left and right, and he gets the knockout. One more man to go. It's a 1v2, and AKOP looking to push up close and personal, and he finds that connection. That's it. It's going to be Orangutan to kick things off on a fantastic note. What a stark statement made.
The land buff for the Orangutan is real. We saw this team struggling so much in those group stages. In the challenge season, they faced so much criticism as well that they were not able to perform. But this is the kind of performance that we were all hoping for. And what a great game from their side. I love the patience. Normally you would see Orangutan, all of those solo players getting heated up, trying to get some extra points, trying to get those extra flushes and going one by one. And that's what we saw previously on the map of Sanhok, where they had a chicken dinner in plate and they lost it. But this time, the way they triple push the last remaining man of Hydra and then focus their attention on OR, I love it.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go on towards the stage and see what exactly is going on, because I'm sure the arena's heated up.
कोर्स पूरी अरीना में अब क्या चल रहा है? हु ओजी, कांग्रेचुलेशंस बॉयज ऑन द फर्स्ट विन. ऐश, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आई मीन हमेशा बात चलती है कि लीग स्टेजेस, लेकिन ये तो फाइनल्स की आपने स्टार्ट करी है. हाउ डज दिस फील?
फील्स गुड. मतलब अभी जस्ट स्टार्ट है, ज़्यादा ओवर हाइप नहीं हो रहे हैं, सो वी विल फोकस ऑन द नेक्स्ट मैच.
फोकस ऑन द नेक्स्ट गेम. बट इस गेम के अंदर तो जो जोन था वो काफी चैलेंजिंग था. हाउ डिड यू गाइस व्यू द सर्कल्स, क्योंकि काफी प्रेशर आपकी ड्रॉप पॉइंट पर आ रहा था इवन दो यू वर क्लोज टू द सेंटर?
मतलब वी जस्ट नो कि मतलब हमें अपना एरिया डिफेंड करना था, दैट्स इट. तो वो डिफेंड किया एंड लकीली जोन उधर ही एंड हो गया, तो हमारे लिए बेनिफिशियल हो गया.
एक बार ये लास्ट फाइट जो हुई थी आपके और ओआर के बीच में, उसको भी जरा ब्रेक डाउन कीजिए, बिकॉज वो काफी बैक एंड फोर्थ चले गया था.
कैन यू रिपीट?
ओआर के अगेंस्ट लास्ट फाइट काफी बैक एंड फोर्थ थी. हाउ डिड यू हैंडल इट?
मतलब एक मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो गया था, हमें लगा लास्ट बंदा है, मतलब बाकी इतना कुछ बीटी नहीं था, कंट्रोल में था.
ओके, अब मैंने तो आपकी चेयर कर दी, बट बिफोर वी हेड टू मैच नंबर 1 मैं चाहूंगा कि जो ओजी है वही ओजी का वॉर क्राई सबको सुनाए. सो आर यू बॉयज रेडी फॉर दैट? ओ मैं भी हूँ. ओके, रेडी बॉयज? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Well, that was OG, ladies and gentlemen. लेकिन अब वक्त है हमारे एक्सपर्ट से बातचीत को कंटिन्यू करने का, जानने का कि उनके क्या ख्याल है. Not just about OG, but about all the teams, including OR, including the lads from God's Reign, including the brilliant survival from Team Aiku Souls, Ronnie. और इसके लिए मैं अपने चहीते एक्सपर्ट्स के पास फिर से जाऊंगा. आई नो थग और क्रैड बहुत इंतजार कर रहे थे मेरा, बट
Ronnie was still alive in the end too from Aiku Soul, so I would say that's quite a decent start considering it was just the first game of the day.
That is true. We always see Aiku Soul landing in those top 5 positions whenever they're the first few games of the series, and you love the way how they end up. But one thing that I really liked was also the fact how Gujarat Tigers were able to grip that 5th position for themselves. And not just the 5th spot, with also, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around 7 eliminations. That's pretty good amount of money in their back pocket. But also, as a start, I think so it's a pretty good start.
That is true. I mean, getting a decent amount of points in your pockets considering you had such a good position inside of the circle too. It looked like a day with destiny for them. They started things off on fair here, and the circle ended quite close to their drop spot as well. So for them, they were just playing in their comfort zone the whole time. But as we do have the highlights in front of us, so many eliminations happened in the final few moments because we saw so many drastic shifts from the circle. The teams were trying to move in, but then we saw another hard shift, and it was just keeping the teams guessing.
That's the craziest part about that circle, and one of the most crazy point was the fact how almost 50% of it was in the water till we went in for that stage 6. Now that's the kind of play you normally do not see. But again, since we were talking about Gujarat Tigers, their push up against WSB, the team we were hoping to see in the top of that leaderboard, were just not able to kind of clutch it out for themselves. They had to succumb down to the power of Shadow from GT. That was a great play. And he literally got all 4 of them. Now, we talked about that previously as well. But now, how is it going to affect the mental of the players of WSB?
Exactly. I mean, for WSB's mental, once again, WSB needs to understand that it's just the first game. It's completely fine, right? Sometimes the jitters do take over you. And these are the young lads, man. These are quite new to the competitive scene as well, and considering the amount of improvement they have showcased just being new inside of the game, or new inside of the entire competitive scene, it's quite immaculate. It's insane in my opinion. WSB, they were able to take down some of the best teams in the online phase. Yeah, in the lands, it's a whole nother vibe. You see all the audience in front of you. They're cheering for your rival teams, while WSB being one of the undergods. It's understandable. Not a lot of people are going to be a big fan of this team, but WSB, they're definitely trying their best to prove themselves on the stage like this.
Agreed. And another team that I loved how they were able to prove themselves, OR.
Yeah.
They came second, yes, but that's only to OG. OR was able to get those finishes, get those flushes. It was not that aggressive of a start, but they took the fights that gave meaning to them. And they were able to get those flushes, the important ones. If I'm not wrong, they had somewhere around 8 to 10 eliminations, if not 11. That's a very good start statement early on itself.
One thing is for sure, OG, they're going to have such a big confidence booster after that game. Because, as I mentioned, they needed to make the start statements, and they finally have done so. And considering we're also going to have the MVP of the entire previous game in front of us, it's going to be Zerov from the side of OG. Interesting. I guess there's a little bit of issues going on with the graphics. We'll get that sorted. You know, day one, as usual, the jitters do tend to happen. But you guys can see the arena. A little bit of a view from the outside, how exactly the arena is looking like. The stars of the match in front of us, too. It's going to be OG, of course, AKOP, with 6 finishes wrapped up and the bonus of 2, and with the damage dealt 1,006. But then you cannot forget Sensei, too, as the best companion, and then AKOP once again with the finisher.
That is indeed true. Revenant had that early job of gatekeeping quite a few of those teams at the edges of the circle when they themselves were just towards the eastern part of that northern bridge. But apart from that, I think so, yes, when they had to make their way inside, it was just not possible because of the teams who were already in. And there was just so much chaos. You could not expect any other team to pull out anything more than what they already did because they were getting third-partied. But since we're already talking about that, having a quick look at the match ranking itself, Orangutan, the OGs, 27 points in total, 12 finished points for them. Now let me calculate. How much money is that? Somewhere around 15,000? No.
I'm not too good with math, so I'm not even going to try to break that down. I'm just going to focus on the match rankings and the latter half of the board. Some of the big names, actually. Global Esports on the 10th. God's Reen on the 11th. We also saw Genix FM, Team Forever. I think you were the one who was speaking about Team Forever before the game started. And then right after that, you see them being eliminated on the 15th spot.
True. I mean,
I'm not saying anything. It's him.
Heartbreaking start for the side of Team Forever, but I'm expecting some quick changes as well because, yeah, we've been talking about teams so much and how their run was in the challenge season. We haven't quite talked about what we are looking at. It's 6 matches a day for 3 days. It's a super fast sprint. You've got to make sure that the jitters of the first match are quickly removed in the second game itself. Otherwise, that entire day could potentially be spoiled for you.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, the show has been incredible so far, but a huge thanks to our sponsor, Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Of course, without our sponsor, this event would not have been possible. But so far, with how the event's been looking like, it's been a phenomenal affair.
True.
As I mentioned, the vibes are quite electric. The crowd's right next to us. Luckily enough for us on the English desk, the crowd's right next to us. You know, and sometimes they're also interacting with us and, you know, back and forth. So it's quite fun to talk to you guys, you know. And if you guys are, of course, living near Delhi, especially near Noida Indoor Stadium, make sure to hop in.
It's going to be super fun, and that's one up over the Hindi desk itself, right? We've got a good audience out here. They make a lot of noise. So we'll be looking forward to seeing you as well. If you want to know how to get the tickets, you can just show up at the arena. You'll be getting those tickets right here itself.
Exactly.
And you'll be able to see all of your favorite players out on the screen. And the game's super
me
fun.
and Johnny and Salty, we have our own little bit of a slogan.
Okay.
We say, just drop by and say hi. Come on, that's all you got to do. If you guys live anywhere near Noida Indoor Stadium, just drop by, say hi to us, because there's a lot of people currently sitting in the crowd. And just look at that truck. Ooh, my God, that's nice.
That
looked really nice. Yeah. But yeah, we also saw the schedule. The upcoming map is now going to be the map of Miramar. Once again, I guess, chat, it's time for you to lock the predictions. Do let us know which team do you think in the game of Miramar can come out on top, because OG just proven themselves quite well in the first game, making a stark statement off the bat, getting that confidence booster and also that momentum.
True.
If they do get the second chicken dinner, that's going to be 2 lakhs in their pockets, buddy.
Oh my God, don't even start to talk about that. I mean, my calculations are still not right about how many bucks they made based on the previous LM game. It was about 25,000, that much I know. But yes, if they get the second one on the map of Miramar, it's going to be just a lot of money being dropped onto them.
Yep.
I mean, we've also got those idioms, right, in Hindi itself. That chappad faad ke mil gaya. That's something we'll potentially see happen if in case we see the second chicken dinner. But on the other side of the spectrum as well, I want to talk about the side of WSB itself, because on the map of Miramar, they have showed some great potential. And I think so they could be very good contenders for the chicken dinner in this map.
I feel like even Global Esports can be another great competitor in the map of Miramar, because they have been prioritizing the higher grounds. That's how they like to play. And they've also been showcasing a lot of the firepower. Set Ninja Boy up for succession, and this man can beam anyone down.
I mean, he was the top fragger of the challenge season, so why not? But there's one team that we're forgetting. Blind. The kings of Miramar itself.
Blind Esports is an interesting story in my opinion. So when it comes to Miramar, I have my own theory, right?
Okay.
I say it's easy to rotate, it's easy to navigate, but it's tough to sustain considering you're going to be in open terrains. But considering the map is so massive and you've got these terrains, you can easily rotate towards the comfort zone that you want. But holding down that comfort zone gets really tough because of those open terrains that are around you. And for Blind Esports, they're one of those aggressive teams. We saw them go for so many fights in the previous game of Erangel, and going for the fights in the game of Miramar 2 can attract a lot of bees on the honey.
True.
And when that happens, a lot of problems might just start brewing up. Third party is a big kryptonite for some of these top teams. But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, the game of Miramar won't be on our screens too.
Looking forward to the plain path that we will witness. But yes, I love to see and understand the fact how on the map of Miramar, you've got to go in for that timing on that rotation, because all of the teams know which the greatest location is, but the timing on when you want to rotate is going to be crucial so that you don't get sliced up between a couple of teams out there. We've been seeing a lot of sandwiches happen so many times in the arena, but this time around, I'd also love to see some early drop flashes. I mean, you can call me evil if you want to, but that's the kind of gameplay I love to see. I want to see the early aggression. And if we are not wrong, remember, last time it was Entity up against Blind on the map of Miramar, and Entity came out unscathed in the drop clash.
Exactly. I mean, as we mentioned about Entity Gaming, and now that I think about it, even Entity can be a formidable opponent.
Oh, true that.
Because first game, Entity was not able to do anything, to be honest. I did not even see them inside of Battleground. Yeah, I did see Somraj engaging himself in a fight against Team Forever. But that's it. After that, Entity Gaming was just not seen. Same thing can be said for Revenue Esports too. And once again, all thanks to the circle, because it was really getting tough to cover all the action. And the amount of teams we saw drop down left, right, and center, it was insane. The elimination feed was just dancing.
True. True that. If I'm not wrong, Entity were probably caught between OR, Orangutan, Global Esports. The timing was just, I mean, it was very unfortunate from them. On the other side, they'll have a chance of starting from another clean slate. But for the teams that yet again were on the bottom end of the spectrum, it also is going to be a crucial game for them to try and build up back on the momentum that they lost in the early game itself. Now, yes, on the map of Miramar, you can play things slow. I have been talking to Blotter, and we were talking about the fact how Miramar and Vikendi, the playstyle on those maps, it's kind of similar, wherein you start pretty slow and then change the pace and move forward slowly. In those last few zones, you get some extra bit of fights. And I mean, both of the maps are pretty desert maps. One of them hot desert, another one cold desert. And I know you kind of thought that this is not a term that we normally use, the cold desert.
Cold desert. I mean, I'm not sure how to feel about that, but I do understand the point that you're trying to make. Okay. So, yeah, maybe rephrasing that will be a little bit better.
I mean, we're just going to see very slow matches. That's what I wanted to say. Both the map of Miramar and Vikendi. And the team who might be able to perform on the map of Miramar could potentially have the same kind of hand on Vikendi itself. So, the first map of Erangel, some teams who were not able to perform, they've got to perform on this one. And they will have that slow start, so they will have the potential and the ability to go in for those late rotates as well. And if they really want to go in for some extra bit of fights, play on the
dominate करते आ रहा है, जिसकी वजह से पूरी कम्युनिटी उसको मतलब गोट का जो टाइटल है उसके आसपास फिरते आ रहा है. तो मेरा एक सिंपल ही जो मैं स्टार्टिंग से करते आया हूँ और आगे भी वही करना चाहूँगा, डेडिकेटेड, डिसिप्लिन, हार्ड वर्क और अपने टीम के लिए ट्रॉफीज जीतना, टीम के लिए खेलना. कि मेरे लिए जब भी मतलब टीम गेम आता है, मेरे को एक ही चीज़ दिमाग में आती है, जो टीम के साथ नहीं खेलता वो टीम के खिलाफ खेलता है. तो मेरा एक सिंपल मोटिव है और वो हार्ड वर्क, डेडिकेटेड रह के, डिसिप्लिन रह के, जैसे जैसे मैं आगे बढ़ते जाऊँगा, वो रास्ते पे चलते चलते अगर मैं लायक रहा तो कम्युनिटी मुझे खुद ब खुद, मेरे को इतना भरोसा है कि कम्युनिटी के आने वाले वक्त पे खुद मेरे को गोट क्लेम कर लेगी. लेकिन तब तक मेरे को कुछ बोलना चाहूँगा नहीं मैं वो वक्त पे.
The man right there with a big smile on his face. It seems like a lot of interviews were taken with him, and it makes a lot of sense too. He's currently in the red hot form, and as power, he has been the legacy for the previous Blind Esports, which is now of course Saiku Soul.
True.
And somewhere down line, with the amount of firepower he carries inside a team, he really has a major role that he plays.
And if I'm not wrong, back during the time of GMS Season 2. He was the one who was in Godlike, and then he went to Blind with that's the current Aiku Soul roster. And the way he was able to quickly meddle in with the team and how they were able to create this one super team which became almost unstoppable. That's the kind of team it is. On the other side though, another unstoppable team, Entity. Pokar just trying to get himself back in the zone. Yes, the first one, very unfortunate position that they were holding. They were getting sandwiched from multiple directions, not just from two ways. It's a sandwich. I don't want to explain it in the way because I know you're gonna make fun of me later, but just understand they were being fired about from 4 different directions. On the other side, the Carnival Gaming. I mean, I really wanted to see more of them, but again, it was.
जो पहला टूर्नामेंट था कैंपस चैंपियनशिप, तो वहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक एक ही चीज़ कॉन्स्टेंट रही है, वो है मेरा नाम. उससे आगे जो भी लगता है वो चेंज होता रहता है. कभी सोल था, उससे पहले कैमिन था, इनसेन मैक्स, पता नहीं कितने थे, बट जो नाम है ओमेगा वो कांस्टेंट है और ये हमेशा कांस्टेंट रहेगा. तो जैसे अभी कार्निवल गेमिंग आया, तो अभी कार्निवल गेमिंग है, तो एक चैप्टर ही है लाइफ का. ऐसा नहीं है कि ख़त्म हो गया है कुछ. और रही बात ग्लोरी डेज़ की, तो वो तो अभी शुरू हुए हैं. अभी तो वही बात है, स्टार्ट किया हमने, तो आगे बहुत अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें आएंगी. एंड आई होप आप सबको बहुत जल्दी कुछ मज़ेदार देखने को मिलेगा.
Omega.
Oh man.
Interesting. I'm not exactly sure what kind of talks he's having with his teammates, but one thing is for sure, Carnival Gaming, with whatever happened in the first game, it's not really affecting their mindset. And that's what we like to see, right? It's just the first day, it's just the first game. You've still got much more chances to try and make a comeback. There's no need for you to feel bad about anything.
That's the best part about it, right? Yeah. You've got only 3 days, but in every single day you've got 6 games. If the first one does not go well, you can reset yourself in the second, third, fourth. But yes, you can't let loose on many of those matches. But I guess we'll be heading into the map real soon, Necro, and I'll be looking forward to it.
Exactly, as you mentioned, the deserty lands are going to be on our screen. As the sun's going to be high up in the sky, so does the plane too. The plane flight path starting all the way from Los Egos towards the opposite side, which is going to be Campo Militar. This Miramar game is going to be a hell of a fun, considering El Pozo will be out of contention, and teams like Team Entity, they will definitely struggle. But Picado is in contention, so that means for Carnival Gaming, it's a great start. Los Leones might just be the hot target here.
Highly possible, but I would still want to look forward to the teams who always want to end up somewhere around Minas del Sur, or maybe the teams who want to end up towards La Cabrera. How would they go in? Because it's just not possible for them to try and glide down there. On the other side though, Impala, Puerto Paraíso, these are the areas that we would probably see the side of God's Raindrop as well. We normally see them going in towards those areas of the southeastern part of the map.
Indeed. I mean, still teams are dropping out towards that spot. You've got Genix FM as well moving out towards Valle del Mar, towards Minas del Sur. It's Entity Gaming moving there. Even Hydra, they should have their own plans upcoming. For Revenue Esports just dropping in Los Leones is definitely quite an interesting one.
Not quite sure how excited I would be to see the early game, given the fact how, I mean, I don't think so we're even going to see any kind of early major drop clashes. Apart from the fact how maybe Carnival and WSB could be around each other, but that's even not going to happen. On the other side though, up towards north, we're going to see Aiku Soul. They would probably go towards Torre Ahumada, maybe, or maybe just Campo Militar. On the other side, Global Esports. Now previously when we saw these teams, they were the ones who were fighting against each other on this map.
They indeed were.
Oh.
Game resumes in front of our screen. Oh no, so many shots taken. Unfortunately, none of them connect though. Big problem, no? One elimination point just slipping away from your hands, especially when you see these type of elimination points slip away. That 2.5k should hit you back.
That is true. For now, he was being hit by the McLaren, driven by Shadow. On the other side though, that's not exactly the best weaponry you would want to have in your hands. But I'd still say a pretty okay start for Gujarat Tigers. And not just them, they're at the edge of the circle, yes. but also for the teams who are basically almost in the dead center. Carnival Gaming, yet again, the circle is just like the previous one, wherein they were somewhere around the off center and did not have to go in for any kind of long major rotations. Towards Impala, as we were talking about, God's Reign took their rotations, are taking control of the entirety of the eastern part of the map. A pretty south-oriented circle, though, I would say.
Indeed. Team Forever on that spot too. And somewhere down line, interesting, Maui just getting comfortable inside of the game. Global Esports, they seem quite ready too.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, one of the most important thing about Global Esports is the health of Mavi, because you heard some news that he was not feeling well, he was feverish, and that's not exactly how you would want your players to be on that land. So I really hope he was well, and at least seeing Global Esports right now, they were doing pretty okay.
Omega and his teammates around Chumasera. Team Forever, for them, the first game was not a good start considering they got no points. So they need to do something here. Entity Gaming, same thing can be said for them. But we know what Entity Gaming's capable of. We know they've seen a lot of thick and thins in the past.
True.
They can easily recover from those.
Blind as well again. Harsh on our screens. This is a team that loves to play on those eliminations. Pretty aggressive team. And Miramar normally is their territory. If they get that early footing, you know they're going to be a massive thorn. But a rose is going to bloom up on top of them if they're able to get that chicken for themselves. Early on, 50,000. Also additional amount on the basis of elimination though. Since we're already talking about eliminations, we might see some brewing up in Los Leones.
Picado, CG's over there. As I mentioned, even in Los Leones, there's another team, Hydra, right next to Revenant. So even that's going to be an interesting kerfuffle that might just happen. For CG, the first game, they were close, but not close enough. They need to do even better. For OG, it's the dream start. As I mentioned, it's like a date with destiny that OG has had. But the continuation, the consistency is needed for OG, which they can definitely pull off. No doubts in that regard. But you never know what the future holds for you.
I'm telling you, man, the LAN buff hits OG.
That is true.
They always perform on LAN. Plus, I also think that the Havan is helping them out. Yeah, you did not see that happen, right? On their Instagram, they posted curse to second, and they had a picture of doing that. Havan, where all the players are. So, really love to see how that culture spreads.
Interesting.
It was fun post.
Well, I guess, yeah. It's like a tradition for them, I guess, and it's working out quite nice.
At the start, at least. Yes.
Yeah. Hydra, it's a whole nother story for Hydra, to be honest. This team has went through some major tweaks and changes. Duoro OP being one of those. Spursh, right there, even he's been performing massively well. Spray God too. He's been doing incredible with his teammates.
True.
And Spray God, he's got a big legacy too to back himself up. So it makes a lot of sense that he has been able to perform with this team, but he needs to do a little bit more better. And Hydra somewhere down line, them not being able to gel up that well has been the major key issue.
True, because individually all those players have got a solid potential. But as a team, not quite much. Still, being in top 16 clearly shows that they've got what it takes. And they've had some good streaks of chicken dinners for themselves. And since we're already talking about that, again, there's Aiku Soul, who got 5 chicken dinners in the challenge season. But there's another team that had the maximum. That was WSB with 6.
Team Seoul. As soon as you see Team Seoul on the screen, the crowd just starts yelling.
Yeah, true that.
It starts going wild. That's classic Seoul fans for you.
Imagine
Yeah.
when they get the chicken.
Oh, I don't want to. I won't be able to wrap my head around what would just happen right there. So, just don't want to imagine it. But I'll be down to see it. For sure.
That's why I said when and not if. Because it's just a matter of time where Team Aiku Seoul would be getting their own. I've always seen them going in for some slow starts. But when they get their footing, they just become unstoppable. I want to see that aggressive approach from them though that we saw in the last week, in the last 2 days specifically.
Yeah.
That's the super aggressive Seoul that was taking fights left and right. And since we're talking about that, it's Hydra up against NXFM.
And unfortunately, Hydra, they've lost out on Starboy. That's a big key man taken out of the contention. But Genix FM, even JD Gaming's being knocked out from that team. So I guess they're just trading money over here at this point. And considering with how everything's been looking like, we never know what the outcome's going to be in this fight. At this point, I think so. It's just going to be a little bit of a poke and go type of scene.
Could be possible, but Hydra just seemed to be returning the favor back to Gen XFM, and that's what happened. JD Gaming taken down and flushed out. Now we already know how important JD Gaming has been for Gen XFM. They've got some decent amount of firepower, but at the end of the day, you would always want to see JD Gaming as well as skillful up and alive for their success. One of that condition has been taken away, so I'm again pretty scared about Gen XFM. Even in the previous game, they were not able to have some solid footing or foundation for their upcoming games.
The fearless Marathas somewhere down line, they can feel a little bit of fear now.
True.
And it's the pressure of land. The nerves rattling, not feeling the confidence flowing through their veins. And once again, everyone's just sweating in the hot sun of Miramar.
Love the fact how we can see those live points as well. Team Forever and iFlix still need to open their account. Maybe the spray could do it from Omega. Just a couple of bullets that connected, not a lot. Lucky for Gen XFM to be going out knockless. But look at the northern part. I mean, both the teams are just tanking the blue. Global Esports as well as Aiku Seoul.
Pretty much. The circle is in quite an interesting fashion too, considering it still just keeps the majority of the land area in play.
True.
So for CG, they're not going to have a tough rotation at all. They started things off from Picado. The circle just moves down a little bit on the southern side. For CG, they find a clear path to make it at least closer to the center spot. Then use Beak of GT towards Los Leones. Hydra as well, quite close to that spot. Blind on the southern side, WSP on the left. Entity Gaming making it down south from the left too, just hugging that blue.
Now,
once again, it's one of those phases of the game where teams just try to rotate in their own safe and comfort zone.
True. Now I still remember that there was one time we saw almost the exact same kind of circle being formed, and it went all the way down just towards the southern part of this northern island, and Entity were playing in that exact same area on towards those western edges. And if I remember correctly, there was also God's Reign playing in the southeastern part, and from up north we had Big Brother Esports. And again, this is the previous game in the challenge season that I'm talking about, and WSB were the ones who had a massive chicken for themselves. And That was probably yet again another game where they had over 30 points. I'm expecting the same thing to happen right now. If not for all of these Goliaths, because... oh my goodness. WSB are near the members of Gen X FM. Not that close though, pretty far away, but you fire one bullet and the opponents would be able to hear it. And Team Forever, a shot to welcome, skillful, dangerously low in that HP, would be able to patch himself back up.
Yeah. Catches a lot of hurt upon himself. Getting out of that tricky spot's going to be too tough. Forever, for them, with this high ground, they're able to get a lot of intel. But once again, it's about utilizing the intel in the upcoming rotations. And if you're not able to utilize it quite well, then once again, all the intel that you gather, it's a big problem. The main reason why you try to acquire so much intel off the bat in the initial phase of the game is because later on you can pave a safe path towards the safe zone and find yourself a comfort zone inside of that entire kerfuffle that's happening. That's when the real intel comes into play. But if you're not able to use that intel and pave a safe pathway inside of the zone, then what's the use of having such a high ground?
That intel is going to be crucial indeed. Plus, seeing how slow this map goes, you need to have an idea of how many teams have already rotated. What are the possible entry points? Goblin is ready to welcome the members of Team Aiku's Soul with a few shots of his own, giving them a warning not to take a step closer. He's there, watching those outskirts. From the other side, Akshat is aiming at the head of Omega.
Yeah.
He's having some fun.
Yeah, just practicing tracing, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes I do that as well. Just, you know, trace your own teammates' heads. So just getting your fingers warmed up.
Don't do it with a frag nade though.
Why would you trace with a frag grenade?
You may never know. There are sometimes situations, accidents that could happen. We've seen a lot of them though, back in the challenge season itself. But again, we were talking about jitters, right? And that's something even Carnival Gaming are facing, because in the previous game itself, Omega jumped out of the vehicle and fell to his knockout. So that's the not kind of a play you would want, specifically in the grand finals itself. You want everything to go smoothly to perfection. Now, since we're already talking about the circle, we know that the next one is also going to form little bit in the next few seconds, but we were talking about those rotations as well. Entity on towards that far western side. Now just onto their west, we're also seeing the members of Global Esports. As Aiku's Soul, they are going in for their, again, off-center position. That's where they love to play. Down south, we've got God's Reign, who like to take that late entry, but my goodness, the circle takes a heavy, hard north shift. Quite a lot of teams just thrown outside. Orangutan, Hydra, Revenant, God's Reign. They'll be facing a lot of trouble while trying to take that entry, specifically talking about Orangutan now.
True. Troubles will be faced. But the circle shift, it's just not taking any of these drastic ones. Global Esports still on the bottom left. Even they're trying to move in. We're seeing quite a slow start of this Miramar game, which is understandable. This is how Miramar is supposed to be played. But I'm just surprised the fact that teams aren't really going on a hunting party, considering there's 2.5k available for per elimination. I mean, I would do so. OG indulging in a fight against God's Reign. This might not pan out too well for them. Ash is quite softened up.
Okay.
AKOP taking a fight against Destro, and he's been finished off from the game. Orangutan looking forward to eliminate one of the top contenders from the lobby. And Destro being taken down. That's the IGL down and dusted.
Solid stuff coming in from their side. But Delta, he wants to try and answer back the members of Orangutan. Delta, Shogun and Justin playing together in that one compound, but Rigger with his nade is answering first. He gets Justin out, but there's a smoke wall blocking his vision, and Visjor is the one who wants to try and get reposition as Delta gets taken down as well. Drigger is feeling himself.
A good knock, a good find on the players, and just like that, God's Raid! They have been eliminated from the face of this planet. What a big elimination that was. Orangutan not even struggling. It's a flawless squad wipe. They did not even drop down on a single man number. That is insane to me.
And the fact it only required 3 of their members to take all of them down, that is just phenomenal. I was out there doubting the members of OG if they would be able to take that entry. But jeez, the first took out God's Reign, and now they're the ones who are down south. They can make their rotation whenever they want to, because most of the teams would be busy taking the fights amongst each other as it's so out in the open.
True. You've got a point. Kemen Esports and Carnival Gaming. Not exactly in close contentions, but you can't say they're like the neighboring countries.
True. I still remember that map of Vikendi, where Kemen were the one who rushed onto the members of Carnival Gaming and won that insane fight.
Yeah.
Looking forward to see that rivalry on the second desert map.
Without a doubt. For Blind Esports, them just scouting out the crowds in the front can be massive too. Unfortunately, Adi was taken down, so that's going to be a big piece of the puzzle already missing from the board. But hopefully later on in the upcoming game, things can be much more better, and they can work like a well-oiled machine. Moksh, eyes locked on the players of OG. Just a couple of sprays away from actually executing them from the game. I think so it's OR.
I mean, it's understandable. You see orange, you think it's OG. I thought that at first too.
Yeah, it's OR-OG, you know, it's... yeah, especially if the team's far away, it's really tough to understand which team exactly that is. The only way you can differentiate is the color.
But again, OG this time, they're in red. And they are getting as much blood as they want. I mean, I'm still surprised how flawlessly they were able to wipe the members of God's Reign. And God's Reign is a team that has won 2 back-to-back championships. The Masters Series and India Series, they're the winners of both of that. On the other side though, just as you were mentioning, Kemen on the outskirts of Carnival Gaming, not having any major difficulties, but Blaze definitely was. So if we're looking another shift of the circle, a lot of these teams are on the outskirts, and my goodness, that south as well as the southwestern part is going to become so chaotic. iFlix will be stopping the members of Revenant on that eastern front, which could potentially be a sandwich situation as GT are also there. And down south of them is Hydra. And even more south is Orangutan, who would be trying to rotate from the eastern part, maybe somewhere around where Revenant are.
Without a doubt, Revenant Esports. Couple of pre-fires, burst shots. It's one of those phases of the game where you just try to burn through enemies' meds, deal some constant pressure and damage on them, and they just keep on patching themselves up and keep on burning through those crucial and vital meds, which can help them later on so much.
True. That becomes so annoying, I'll be brutally honest. Specifically when you are put in a situation where you need to now go for a heal battle.
Aquanox, one of the men from Revenant Esports, is supposed to be in the front lines. This time playing with the team quite a lot. And somewhere down the line, Revenant Esports, they have realized the fact that every single team is playing this game super safe. It's something none of us saw coming. It's something none of us expected. But that's how it's actually playing out. And it's also catching me off guard.
Land buff, I guess.
Oh, the battle breaks out though. Two players taken down, Samraj and Gumla Boy. The OG's not inside of the game anymore. Pukar can be the big hope, but even Troy gets slapped down on the ground. Jeez. It's all down to Pukar, and even he's catching a lot of hurt. The buggy in the front is also being chipped away by the bullet. So much lead being pumped in that buggy. Soon enough, it's going to blow up. Entity Gaming, the lifeline starting to fade away slowly and steadily. Not a lot can be done. Even Carnival Gaming against the players of Global Esports as Omega collapses. Two fights happening right next to each other. We might see a third party later on, but one of these fights need to be wrapped up quickly.
And if I'm not wrong, they also have got another team just down south. Team in yellow. It's going to be Revenant. On the other side, as you were talking about, Global Esports, they're the ones who are just stopping any kind of potential entry for Entity. And if I'm not wrong, they have been eliminated.
Yep.
The final nail in the coffin was put by Global Esports, but I really do not like their positioning. Though, yes, there's just a small cover of the ridge from WSB, but they are way too far out in the open for Carnival Gaming to try and throw some utilities. But they themselves have to worry about Kemen, who are lurking in the outskirts up north of them.
It's too much to deal with at this point for the players. Too many teams in the close quarters who do not exactly know where to go. Where's it going to be really safe?
Mavi.
And Global Esports, yeah, Mavi's team pushing up. Mavi gets knocked out himself. They try to go for the wide angle, but it just does not work out. He gets shut down. Hector now looking forward to shut down the team in the front. The Molotovs in the front. It's taken some heavy chunks away from the HP. And Carnival Gaming, they lose out another man. Goblin, Akshat, Omega looking forward to pull out of this fight, but Global Esports, they're not going to let them withdraw this easily. Akshat ejects out of the vehicle, goes for the fight, and he might just come out on top in that one, but instead it's Beast who shuts down Akshat in his tracks. These fights are getting way too close to comfort. Even WSB up against Genix defense pattern shot, but he gets strike down just like that. WSB
down to just one last member. That's it. Evo will be blown to smithereens, and by none other than one of the fan favorites, Gujarat Tigers, who will be taking some fires for themselves as Shadow is brought down to his knees. But another couple of teams in the outskirts, Team Forever up against Hydra, as Hydra again will be finished off. As soon as I take the name, they'll be deleted from the lobby.
They indeed have been. Team Forever. Hydra officials eliminated from the game, and now that Vixkey looks back towards Revenant Esports, they're always going to be too dangerous for these players.
That is true, and this feels so unfortunate, specifically for the side of Orangutan, who now have to deal with that blue, and AK will be taken down by the blue itself, so it was Revenant who were gatekeeping Orangutan and were able to finish all of them off. While on the other side, Genix FM had their off angle, were able to take care of Hydra, but now this one Riz, that is being controlled by Gujarat Tigers. I would say it was pretty good until I saw the circle. This is right in the center, and it's not a good area. Most of the teams will be playing on the edges.
OR Esports. Them taking so many shots against the foes. Also finding one man. That is quite massive. And the barrage of bullets, it just keeps on continuing. Hellfire against Revenant Esports, and this time it cannot be avoided. The players of IQ Soul 2 now starting to move up slowly and steadily. Gujarat Tigers on top of the hill. IQ Soul, they spot out the players. Wixkey's quite chipped up low, needs to back away. And yeah, Gujarat Tigers, they're starting to lose out their grip on this fight, while Team Soul, they're just trying to suffocate the players of Gujarat Tiger to their death. Wonder Turn was there. Shadow, he can still turn the tables in this fight. Tosses out the utility on the opposite side. It's going to be the smoke grenade. It blooms up, and Shadow, he clutches it out. Shuts down both the players in the front. Gujarat Tigers, they're here to make some stark statement. If Shadow clutches it, it might just be a massive clutch, but he gets taken down in the end. The hopes and dreams, they get shattered for Shadow to make the clutch against IQ Soul.
But Knuckle, the man, the savior, could potentially get the best companion for the game, as he'll be giving two crucial revives to his teammates. He's the man who kind of always ends up surviving and helping his team out on the other side. OR as well. They've got to make a push up against the members of iFlix, who are now controlling a pretty solid position, I would say. Still on the edges, but can pose a pretty big thorn in the entry. But for now, OR as well, trying to gatekeep the members of IQ Soul. They've got a high ground, but it's not exactly the best position where you want to be at, because they are outside of that safe area. We're down to just last 3 teams, and Soul's hitting chances are looking really low. With 3 members, they've got to travel a long way, and I don't think so they've got a lot of smokes left.
Might just be too early to make the speculation, though. The prediction might come false. If Soul was able to cross on over, but yeah, the open terrain really just backfires against them. Knuckles still alive though, barely. Ronnie gets taken down too. As long as Knuckles alive, the hopes and dreams will be there, and Team Soul consistently placing themselves on the 2nd spot in this game. In the previous game, they ended things off on the 4th spot, and now in this game, they're looking for to end things off on the 2nd. And it's going to be Team iFlix to come out on top. None of us expected Team iFlix to take that one home, but they still do somehow. Unfortunately for Soul, the zone just did not really favor them. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to move on towards the stage because there's an interview being lined up.
Come on, everyone! Make some noise for the winner! iFlix! Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Give me a high five. Give me a high five. Winner, winner! Winner, winner! Okay. Public favorite IQ Soul ko bahar kiya. How's the feeling? How's the Josh, brother?
Just amazing.
Okay, मैं इधर आता हूँ. Okay. मैं इधर आता हूँ. Tell me something, if we can tell you. बहुत बड़ा मैप था. Starting में, 5 बार हुआ. बहुत कम eliminations हो रहे थे. उसके बाद, how did you decide कि चलो यहाँ पर आकर hold करना है अपना ground?
हमारे IGL का था वो कॉल के वहाँ आना है और वहाँ आते गए फिर जोन आते गया तो easy हो गया.
Okay, यहाँ पर अब एक बहुत सिंपल फंडा है. फंडा ये है कि अगर बैक टू बैक 2 चिकन डिनर निकालोगे, पहले चिकन डिनर का 50,000 है, बैक टू बैक दूसरा निकाला तो विल बी 2 lakhs. फर्स्ट टीम ओरेंगटैन्स नहीं कर पाए. डू यू थिंक यू विल बी एबल टू डू इट?
हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे फिर जो हुआ.
Well, this is the team जिन्हें मिला चिकन डिनर. Let's head back to our experts.
Well, I mean, interesting interview, right? For Team iFlix, this was, of course, something that they did not anticipate, in my opinion, too. Because Team iFlix definitely astonished us when they got that chicken dinner. Nothing taken away from this team's glory, though. Of course, they have made it till the grand finals in the first place, and that's a big thing in itself. And now that them getting the chicken dinner, it's a fantastic start. The exact start any of the underdog teams would need for themselves.
I mean, just lovely to see how in the previous one, yes, they were at the dead bottom. They could not even open up their points account. But this time around, getting right on top in first place, that's literally a dream second game for you to happen. I love the fact how they were able to quickly brush off all the jitters, and that's exactly what we are seeing in those highlights as well. Some good plays being made, and the best part about iFlix was the position that they were holding. But since we are talking about positions, I would want to also talk about how Orangutan was just able to wipe out the entirety of God's Reign.
Yeah, that really makes me question what exactly was going on with God's Reign. Because one thing is for sure, that fight just did not seem that well coordinated. God's Reign just got completely stomped on. But for OG, man, they've definitely had the dream start to this tournament. They got 50K in the bag, and then they also managed to take down one of the best teams from the Indian region. Their confidence is going to be at all-time peak. But then the same thing can be said for iFlix. 50K in the bag. They've also got a chicken dinner early on inside of the games. It's perfect.
But one more thing that basically came out perfect for the side of Aiku Soul was the fact how OR was the one who, you know, basically got sandwiched between those couple of teams. Because I was saying, yeah, it's going to be difficult for Aiku Soul to make it into the circle, but it just seemed that OR also got a little too restless, and iFlix, the team that was holding that one solid compound, was just able to take them out, provide some much needed support to Aiku Soul to end up at that second place. But nothing taken away from OR themselves, apart from the fact how they possibly have only 3 finishes. I'm not quite sure how well that's going to pan out, but based on the fact how they got pretty solid position points, I think that that's okay.
That's all that matters, right? True. Overall standings is what matters, and a lot of teams are over here to get the cash prize and also win the championship.
Yeah.
And for these teams, as I mentioned, making a start statement is what really they care about. WSB, Carnival Gaming, in the past, a lot of fingers have been raised against these type of rosters, but they're here to make a stark statement for the fans, not just for the fans, even for the haters, and tell them that they are still one of those teams that have got what it takes to win the championship. As we move on towards the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Clutch God from Gujarat Tigers with 5 finishes wrapped up and the finish contribution of 56%.
Now, since we've been talking about Gujarat Tigers previously, I mentioned that, yes, individually, this team performs phenomenal. And since we're also looking at the stars of the match, remember, I also called out Nakul might get the best companion. The man is there with 2 rescues, and on the back of his rescues, Aiku Soul was also able to grab that second place. So, pretty solid place coming in for their side, but also on the back of it, we're going to see the match rankings up on the screen. It's just 8 finishes, but some crucial ones indeed.
Gujarat Tigers on the second spot with 9 finishes and 8 placement. That's going to give them 17 points in total. A lot of these teams are accumulating a lot of the cash prize in their hands, and that's insane. IQ Soul, once again, ended things on the consistent note. They're probably aiming for the overall standings. Unfortunately, Soul, they haven't really found a single chicken dinner just yet, but as long as they're going to keep themselves in a fantastic run in the overall standings, the confidence is never going to be lost.
That confidence is going to be the key, and again, as we continue to move forward, for the teams who are down bottom, it's going to be pretty shaky. We're talking about Team Forever. They were not able to grab a lot of points previously, and even in this one, I'm not quite sure if they had more than 5 points. So yes, that is a big problem for their side, but at the end of the day, if you really see their standings in the entirety of the leaderboard, I think so they've got still 4 more games remaining, should be able to somehow climb back up. You really do not want to be at that last spot.
Of course, no one would like to be on the last spot, right? You have made it so far. You have struggled so much inside of the challenge season. And then now that you've made it over here in the grand finals where it matters the most, and if that's where you're going to choke on, man, it's really going to affect you and your mental, even for the upcoming tournament. So no one would like to be on the last spot, but let's be honest. If there's going to be someone on the first, there's always going to be someone on the last too.
The hard truth, it hurts like anything. But at the end of the day, I still want to see how things will be looking on the next map of Erangel.
Because so far we haven't seen teams like Entity Gaming showcase themselves that well, including Kevin Esports too. These guys have been out of contention. Even Revenant Esports, they haven't been able to perform that well. I want to see these guys perform much more better.
I'll be looking forward to it, because these were the table toppers at one time or the other. Even Revenant Esports, they were not able to perform that well in challenge season, but towards the end of those weeks, in week 1, yes, they were shaky, but after that, they had a very solid performance. Just a couple of days wherein they did not have a very humongous point games, but apart from that, I think so they were still able to enter in that top 8, top 5, looking really possible that they might do the same thing right now.
Exactly. I mean, looking possible, as you mentioned, they might do the same thing right now. But you speak of teams like Genix FM2, the Fearless Marathas, even that is another one of those under God stories that has still not been able to step their foot inside of the game that well. Blind Esports, a known team, all the players, we have seen them in the past. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We'll continue the conversation. For now, let's move on towards the video.
बट आई वुड से लाइक कभी इतना सोचा नहीं था जब से करियर स्टार्ट हुआ था कि ऐसा कुछ भी होगा. I'm just grateful कि चीज़ें जो मैं करता हूँ वो वर्क कर जाती है हमारे लिए भी। होपफुली आगे भी करते रहें, आगे भी हम ट्रॉफी जीतते रहेंगे जहाँ भी जाएंगे। तो 1 महीना तो हो गया है अभी गॉड्स रेन में, और अभी ये पहला मेजर है, तो स्टार्ट भी इसी से ही करते हैं।
A small video, short video of the man, the myth himself, of course, Destro. Unfortunately, previously, they were not able to have that great of a game when they got eliminated by OG, and the orangutans are definitely feeling themselves with the first game. The confidence is looking on cloud 9, but there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence, and when you step that thin line, maybe your demise can start to happen. The second game is inconsistent from OG.
Now here's the thing, right? Whenever OG are in a situation where the circle is on them or just very close to them, it's fine. They can make their rotations. They can reposition in the circle pretty well. But when it comes to a situation when they have to take the entry, that's where they face the problem. Specifically talking about the teams who are holding at those edges, just gatekeeping them, trying to fight against them is pretty difficult. But we're also having a look at the overall rankings as well right now. Revenant looking not so good at the 9th spot, but it's 10. It's only 2 games. They'll be able to quickly move forward as soon as they get one.
Interesting. The first page being skipped, and Revenant Esports on the 9th spot. We just got the second page in front of us. I guess the production crew, they just want to, you know, maintain a little bit of a secret on the first page. They just do not want to reveal who's on the first spot just yet. And that, you know, surprise, that thrill is just going to hit the fans who are currently sitting over here in the arena.
That is indeed true. I mean, the best part about that is, yes, you saw OG getting the chicken in the first one, iFlix on the second one. There's still not a confirmation if they would still be on the top. You might see them on the 3rd place, 2nd place. There could be another team that had a pretty okay run somewhere like IQ Soul, who might try and dethrone them right away, because consistency is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You can get one chicken dinner, but you've also got to follow it up, not just with another chicken dinner in the next, but at least a good top 5 performance. Now, if a team is constantly scoring that 2nd place, 3rd place, they've racked up enough points, and on the back of a few extra eliminations, they can any time take away that top spot.
That is true. I mean, the top spot, it's really tough to maintain, let's be honest. But if you're a team like IQ Soul who have done it time and time, not just inside of this tournament, even in the past tournaments, we know they have pretty much cracked the code for the games.
Agreed.
They can't stay consistent. First 2 games, yeah, they did not get the chicken dinner, but with the decent elimination points and the placement points, still they're probably keeping themselves somewhere in the top 3, let's be honest.
Agreed. And I really want to talk about Gujarat Tigers as well. Yes, we mentioned them time and time again, but the fact how they were able to grab 9 eliminations in the previous one, that's more than what iFlix were able to get. Clearly shows that this team, if they're aggressed upon, they can answer back pretty well. It was almost a 1v3 being pulled down from GT's member against Soul itself.
Now, keep this thing in mind. The upcoming game, once again, is going to be the game of Erangel.
True.
Okay, we're now back on the classic routes once again. But I want to see the military-based circle. We saw a circle that ended quite close to Fair Appear. It was sort of an off circle. But I guess today is the day for the off circles. And I want to see a military-based circle. It's been a while.
I mean, I would 100% agree with you. I mean, I'm a personally big fan of military base, specifically when the circle forms on that southern island. But, you know, there's one rule for all the games out there, and that is going to be...
Hey, you know what? We'll continue what you're saying. We need to move on forward and look at this MVP video that we've got lined up.
Okay. पर जो हमको उसके चक्कर में भी हिल बैटल करना है, क्योंकि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं, तो मेरे हिसाब से तो वो टीम्स डिज़र्व नहीं करती. वो टीम्स के नाम है जो डिज़र्व नहीं करती है. एक CS स्पोर्ट्स, फिर टीम फॉरएवर, हाइड्रा स्पोर्ट्स, जो हिल बैटल करती रहती है. OR भी हो गए उसमें से एक.
Interesting. Shadow from Gujarat Tigers saying some words. He was quite close to almost wiping out the entirety of IQ Soul.
True.
I mind you that. He almost took down 3 players all by himself. The 4th man, unfortunately, stopped that clutch from coming through. But, man, Shadow, if you would have been able to pull that one before, it would have been the highlight of the day, without a doubt.
For the day, yes, might also be for the tournament itself. But yes, there are still 2 more days, a lot of games remaining, so we'll see a lot of highlight plays coming in. But I'm really looking forward to it. And also the next map, Erangel, we've been talking about how the first one might not exactly be the same, which we will witness now. But I still want to see some adjustments coming in, specifically talking about Team Forever. Yes, I really expect a lot from this lineup. Always a very experienced player. We've seen him on top level competitions with some new lads in the roster. I really want to see them bring out that chicken dinner. They've got that potential.
Of course, I feel like every single team over here, they have got some sort of a potential, right?
True.
But in general, what matters is how you deal with the pressure inside of the lane. Right. And you know what? So far, a team that has been able to deal with the pressure in quite a good fashion, it's Orangutan. And we had a pleasure to sort of shoot a little bit of a video with Orangutan players. And, well, you know what? The VT will be rolling up soon.
Soon. That's, yeah, maybe just a few extra seconds. That always takes, good things take time.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Yeah, it always happens in those scenarios. But really looking forward to see that video from the OGs, the apes themselves. Yes, they were having some solid amount of hiccups back in the challenge season. But really looking forward to this LAN because they perform so very well on those LAN competitions. And I really want to see them on the top spot because they need to break their curse.
Exactly. Well, let's move on forward and take a look at the Orangutan VT.
अभी गॉड्स एंड में कोच कर रहे हैं और उनके जाने के बाद हमको थोड़ा सा ख़राब लगा कि कोच जो मेंस एंकर थे वो चले गए बट उनने हमको इतना इक्वली सबको इंडिविजुअली इतना अच्छा ट्रेन कर दिया है ऐश को आईजेल इतना उसका शार्प कर दिया कि वो एक भी गलती नहीं करता है उसकी आईजेलिंग में ड्रिगर को इतना ड्रिगर का पहला थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट गेम रहता है लेकिन अब वो ऐसा है कि वो खुद घुस जाता है खुद मार देता है लेकिन वो टीम को कंट्रोल रखता है जहाँ पे अगर मैं और वेज ओवर एग्रेस करे वो संभाल लेता है वो पीछे बुला लेता है विज गॉड उसका स्किल्स में उसको इतना इम्प्रूव करा दिया पहले थोड़ा सा गेम सेंस उसका कम था अभी भी कम है बाकी उसको भी गेम सेंस में इम्प्रूव करा दिया मैं पर्सनली इतना मैं बोलने लगूंगा ना तो फिर पूरा ये वीडियो बन जाएगा इस चीज़ के ऊपर लेकिन उनने इतना हेल्प किया ना मुझे always grateful.
Some wise words being said by the man himself. And considering OG, they've been feeling themselves in the groove so far. As you mentioned, it's the land buff for OG. Hopefully, they do not end up choking up on the last day.
Let's hope that does not happen. But, you know, there's one thing. AK without his shades look an entirely different person.
I know, right?
Just like us casters without
it's
those
like
cue
his
cards
alter ego.
True. Just like how us without those cue cards look entirely different, it's the same with AK. Alter ego coming out, and he looks so very disciplined, and that's really awesome to see. Whenever OGs are feeling themselves, they're in that form, you always look forward to how the apes are going to go forward in those next few matches. But at the same time, again, I really want to see some cracking performances from Global Esports because Ninja Boy has been kept quiet for a couple of games now.
That is true. You know, a team that we haven't really spoke about a lot is Hydra now.
Yeah.
And even we need to focus up on Hydra a little bit more. For this team, individually, the players are there. They've got great players in their lineup. You've got a man like Duo OP. You've got a man like Spursh. They've got amazing players in their roster. The main issue with Hydra is the synergy. Even Spray God, if you remember, in BGMS, this man was performing up to the mark. He was in the MVP list. But when he's moved inside of Hydra, we're not seeing that much impact from Spray God anymore.
It just seems that, you know, the team, they're not being able to revolve around how well Spray God used to spray down. I mean, his name is literally Spray God. And we also observed it up close and personal back in the BGMS, how he was able to take down those long-range fight players. The way he always disconnects those bullets, it's pretty impressive to watch. On the other side, yes, Hydra, I think so even their play style, the way the callings are being given, it's not quite for the comfort of Spray God himself. And on the other side, I would still say, in terms of the zones, they're not able to get those high ground advantages. Now, that's something they would really need to work upon if we're talking about how well they can go in for those rotations, because a couple of times we did see zone forming onto them, but they just did not have that position, that advantage. So I think so maybe changing a few things might help.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, changing a few things might just help. The same thing can be said for a lot of these teams now.
True.
The playstyle inside of LAN, without a doubt, has been changed. And the major reason for that is the prize pool too. 50K additional bonus prize money being added onto your accounts. If you do get the chicken dinner, you can instantly see how many of these teams are actually playing it so slow and safe.
Agreed.
They're aiming for the placement points. They're aiming for the chicken dinner itself. And so far, only 2 teams have found themselves lucky because we've only seen 2 games so far. But in general, we are seeing much more of a passive and a composed playstyle in the initial few stages of the game. And that is something that's sort of playing with the psyche, and some of the teams are just not able to adapt well onto that. And the main teams, I would say, are Kemet Esports, Entity. These 2 teams, they're definitely struggling because they like to play much more of a defensive playstyle. And in order to execute a defensive playstyle in the game, you need to have overview analysis of the lobby. That means you need to do a lot of homework. And unfortunately, considering we're seeing the playstyle being changed, that homework isn't exactly working out that well for these guys. So that defensive playstyle so far isn't playing that well.
Yes, indeed, that is true. Because whenever you're trying to play in that defensive playstyle, you also need to have some pretty solid aggressive fast plays when you enter towards those end circles where it's a third party on every angle. And that is where we see teams like Seoul, Global Esports, Blind, Gujarat Tigers, they all shine. Because they were the ones who had the most few elimination points. They had more elimination points than their possession points. That is also quite important whenever we are talking about those end game circles. Now yes, we're seeing Entity going in for the exact same rotations, but the adjustments are just so very good.
Soon enough, we're going to be jumping inside of the land of Erangel. Now, Shashnu, before we move on towards this game, you know I'm going to ask you a question.
Yep.
And it's going to be, which team do you think will come out on top?
I'm going to say Seoul this time. They've been showing some promising top 5 positions. I'll be just quick onto that. I think so, Seoul. Who do you think will get the winner?
Oh, man, I really want Blind Esports to come out on top. Because Seoul, of course, they're kind of like a safe bet at this point. Because they have been doing quite good in the first 2 games. The summer down line, you know that even they have got the momentum. But teams like Blind Esports, who have got the potential, but so far they aren't exactly able to show that potential, can have much more of a greater chance. Because as I mentioned, the jitters will be there on the first day or maybe the first few games. I'm expecting for Blind Esports to get rid of those jitters in this game and move on with a clear and a free mindset.
Yes, that is indeed true. They had a few bunch of elimination points, but nothing apart from that. So you would really want to see this team up on the top of that spectrum. But again,
on the top of that spectrum, a lot of teams want to see them on the top. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming game of Erangel will be beginning soon. This will be a new ray of hope for a lot of the teams to get their hands on that 50K additional bonus money that you have. Or maybe if iFlix do end up winning this game too, they will get 2 lakhs in their bank account. That's a lot of money on the line, and none of these guys want to miss out on that money and that opportunity.
OG missed that opportunity in game number 2, so this time iFlix have got one for themselves. Just one more chicken dinner away for that additional prize. But ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel is about to come live. Just a few more seconds and we'll be seeing the plane path. I really want to see some one-side oriented. I don't want to see some central plane path, but here we go. We are going to see a very central plane path starting from Severny, going down south between Military Base and Novo. All the teams can drop anywhere they want to. And as soon as we begin all that to happen, Global Esports are going to be super happy. They've got the Severny right in the corner, while on the other side, maybe Orangutan would have to travel just a little bit extra bit of distance. God's Reign on the other side should not be having any problem, along with iFlix. We normally see them looting that eastern part of Military Base and moving towards Novo and going in for their quick rotations. While Gujarat Tigers, we saw them previously in the ruins area just around Everest, looting the eastern part of Georgia containers, and after that just taking control of wherever the circle forms. They're going for some very hard rotations down towards the south though, so that's something we would have to worry about. Genix FM going in for their same western area down south. In Pochinki, we're going to see Entity dropping. No drop collisions whatsoever, as WSB will be moving towards those eastern parts along with the team Necro that you also mentioned, Hydra. They'll be taking the drop as well, pretty late in that flight path.
On the southern side, once again for OG, no problems. OG's drop location, Fair Pier. Now, usually if you try to go towards Fair Pier, you're not going to find a lot of loot. One thing is for sure. But considering in these competitive lobbies, in these custom lobbies, the loot's a little bit cranked up. So dropping on spots like Fair Pier 2 can actually prove out quite beneficial for you. And that's why for OG, inside of these custom lobbies, that Fair Pier slot is perfect. Once again, a similar type of zone too, but a little bit this time on the right side, which is okay. For IQ Soul, no issues. For Carnival Gaming towards Gatka, no issues. Entity Gaming in the prime spot in Pochinki itself.
Yeah. And you wanted to see a military base zone. I mean, at least first one is there. You can see God's Reign are not going to have any troubles rotating early on, but just as we saw in the previous map of Erangel, it is possible they could try and take control of the bridge. Make sure they can rotate anywhere they want to. Revenant in Milta, Hydra east of Milta, near Milta Power. No problems there. Blind as well in Shelter up north of them, going somewhere towards Lipovka, WSB. And yet again, we're going to see the peace treaty coming into play from Kemin as well as OR. No major problems there, but again, one team that has been facing quite a bit of problems, that's Chenex FM, and I really want to see some change in the play style.
Interesting. Now, if you speak of the map so far, once again, I highly doubt we're going to see any type of early collisions, right? It's going to be like a classic start, once again, slow and steady movements.
Why do you sound so sad?
Because I want to see some early game collisions. I'm a huge fan of aggressions. And this entire prize pool really allows and gives these teams a reason to be aggressive inside of the game. But so far, we're not seeing that. Everyone wants to aim for the bigger picture. Everyone wants to get those 50Ks in the hand.
Why not? Let's give them some extra bit of monster energy drink so that they unleash their beast and show the scary firepower that they all hold in their rifles, the M4s, AKs, DBSs.
Interesting.
Just a quick shout out there.
Of course. A huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy. Without them, this event could not have been possible.
True.
And now, towards Georgia Pool, or not exactly Georgia Pool, towards Nova Pnoy containers, or the entire Nova Pnoy side, you're going to find Team iFlix. That's where they like to drop, right?
Yep.
Completely isolated from the map. Nova Pnoy can sometimes be a hot zone, especially if there are two teams who like to go there. If you remember Team Zero and Metal Esports, they used to clash there. Yeah, it was quite a scrappy fight to witness. Both those teams weren't doing too good inside of the tournament.
Still remember on the last day, in the last few games, I guess, we did see them collide in Novo. Scrappy fight, just as you mentioned. And I believe it was probably Medal who came out on top. Someone was sandwiched, that's for sure. I guess it was Team
Maybe.
Zero. Maybe. But since you talked about isolation, wait till you see someone from Global Esports directly up in Zarki. And yes, I'm talking about Mavi. All out there alone looting that area. Maybe you're going to see the same kind of play from them.
I'm just listening to the crowd chant. What are they saying again?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Something beautiful?
Yeah, I heard beautiful too. But yeah, I mean, I'm loving the fact that the crowd's having their own party, right?
True.
They're enjoying their time over here in the arena. And as I mentioned, if you guys live anywhere near Indoor Stadium, we know the tickets on the online portal, they've been sold out, but still there's a chance for you to get the tickets in the arena itself. If you're lucky enough, you might just get your hands on that ticket. So make sure to join alongside. We'll be happy to see you over here. And as I mentioned, just drop by and say hi.
And a fun fact, it's first come, first serve.
Exactly.
So the earlier you get here, the better your chances are. And trust me, you'll get a decent amount of chance if you come out early.
Imagine someone just sitting over here from 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God, please don't even tell me about it.
Yeah, don't do that, guys. Do not do that. You know? The gates usually open at 2 o'clock. So maybe you guys can be over here at 1:30, something like that.
Good timing to be here.
Yeah,
yes.
just make sure you're going to be at the front of the queue, though.
And the weather is also pretty solid. You don't have to worry about anything out here. But on the other side, there are still quite a few teams who would need to worry about their positions if in case they do not score some good amount of points in this game. NXFM being one of them. Team Forever on the other side. Hydra. Entity. Teams who were not able to grab a lot of those points would be looking forward to do that in this one. And there's the peace treaty between Kemin and OR that we were talking about in Yasnaya Polyana. It's going to be a pretty slow game, so you might as well just enjoy the arena out there. And again, since we're already talking about that, I love the players' trenches. That's what I like to call them.
Kemin Esports, young bloods in the roster, so far not able to draw any blood out. But hopefully that hot blood's going to get boiling soon. That's what we want to see. Because so far, the defensive and the passive play style hasn't been working out that well. As Power. Oh, no, he's blocking her face with his banner.
Okay, that's one way of doing it. Blocking the vision entirely.
For him, S Power's name matters much more.
That is true.
A big fan right there, huh?
Support. That's how you show the support. I mean, S Power's video has already been shown a couple of times, so why not?
Yeah, might as well. And his team's doing quite decent too.
Second position, fourth position, that's all you need.
They're in the top
key.
3.
Yes.
Somewhere in the top 3. Don't exactly know where, but they are there. Global esports. Another talking point. This team likes to be aggressive, but so far, Global Esports' aggression, you do see them sort of getting that limelight inside of the game, but they're just not able to convert that into a good factor.
True.
We also hear the crowd just chanting, hoo, OG.
You love to see that.
Yeah, we do.
I still remember, I mean, there was a time when OG's chant would not just be done by OG, but also all of their opponents and everyone in the front. They would join in the action and they'd be like, who, OG. It used to be so fun. Really hoping to see something like that happen here too. You might as well enjoy the crowd doing the exact same thing. It's super fun. That's the reason why we always love LAN, don't we? Hearing the live reaction of the crowd. It also hypes up the casters and also the players. It kind of brews up the storm around in the arena, and that's what we are seeing right now. Plenty of supporters, Revenant, OR, Soul, Orangutan. There's a banner of Team Godlike. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to make their mark here just by 1 point, and that 1 point would be hitting those players. Only time will tell, but okay. Admino's shots have been hitting hard to Venom at least, so Kemin facing another casualty early on. A man down on knees though. Still could be brought back up.
What is going on with Kemin?
LAN nerf.
Yeah, Kemin got nerfed. They're not able to execute those med strats anymore because those recent changes to the blue.
True.
And as soon as those blue change came true, everything just came crumbling down. Fans supporting their favorite players. I just want to see the first fight brewing up in front of us. Maybe those two teams colliding against each other, Global Esports and Seoul. Oh, it can definitely get the crowd quite riled up.
True. Even they want to see some early aggressions, some early skirmishes, some early fights, early blood being drawn. I sound like a Dracula.
Ooh, some Hydro fans too in the chat.
Yes. There we go. Everyone out there just waiting.
Oh, Jonathan fans too.
Yes.
I miss you. Aww. So cute.
That's sweet. That's pretty sweet. They're hiding their faces behind the banners though. Some fun people out there, fun audience. But okay, out in the blue, members of Gen XFM, JD Gaming, the man who's been a pretty solid pillar for Gen XFM. He literally is one of the most fearless person out there. Has showcased his skills back in the challenge season. Doing a pretty solid job. They've got to be worried about the members of Global Esports if they'll be making their rotations in, because that's where GE are rotating from. Down in the ruins, will go south. Should potentially meet somewhere around members of Gujarat Tigers.
Oh my god.
OG.
Entity Gaming. They're taking so many shots against Gujarat Tigers. MJ, he's on a run, but he still gets taken down. Gujarat Tigers, for them, this run does not come true. Not able to escape the wrath of Entity Gaming. It's now starting to cause a lot of problems. Entity Gaming with 2 elimination points wrapped up. That's 5K in the pockets.
Someone's getting greedy.
I just cannot help but focus on the amount of money these guys are making, right?
True.
Come on, like I'm like their
True.
personal cashier at this point. I'm keeping record of their accounts. But unfortunately, I'm not the one who gets the money.
If only. Imagine. If only we had as much of a good game like them or skills like them. But as of now, Skips just showing out his spray. Spray god has been taken down though, so that's one man you really want him to be back on his feet. Your OP wants to try and provide some support as Adi goes in for his own spray down. Blind yet again are trying to strike, and Hydra really need to win out this skirmish at least to try and survive. Dark Lord, hello.
Oh, Dark Lord. Oh, the player's right in the smoke. I mean, he's knocked out. The confirmation's going to be there. No one's going to stop him from getting that confirmation. But Blind Esports, unfortunately, Hydra, they have been slipped away from their hands.
Spray God's removal from the lobby is really going to hurt them a lot at this point. But on the flip side for Blind, I think so it's a pretty decent start. 2.5k for them.
Not a good start for Gujarat Tigers, though.
True.
Down 2 men. Revenant Esports. Oh, they might just get hunted down by IQ Soul. Manya and S-Power right next to each other. Unfortunately for Soul, S-Power's down in the water lines. So IQ Soul, this fight is not going to be that great for them to take. Withdrawing from this should probably be the best way.
Slow and steady is what Aiku Soul is doing right now. Now, the position that is being held by Revenant, if I'm not wrong, that was the exact position which Blind had back in their Erangel game, in which they got the chicken dinner. Had another team just down in those compounds towards the east part, and could potentially have been Gen XFM themselves. But yeah, that's a pretty solid position to hold, because you've got a decent cover that you can create from the vehicles of your own, and also some ridges that you can utilize. But they've still got to be careful about the teams up in the northeastern part. That's iFlix, and just up north of them, it's going to be Blind too. We'll be seeing some entries in the circle itself, specifically from Global Esports, would be up in the northwestern part, just towards the west of Hydra, and down south of them. We're also going to see a lot of teams. Maybe it's Kevin Esports, or maybe it's Carnival Gaming. Yes, down south of Pochinki, and south of them is Orangutan. So that's where we normally see Orangutan play, in towards the southwestern part.
The crowd's actually chanting something constantly.
Yeah.
We can hear them say something, but unfortunately, you know, because we've got the headsets on, we're not able to hear them clearly enough. But whatever they're saying, I can tell one thing. These guys are having the time of their life.
Oh,
Knuckle. Spawning out the man in the front. Went for the couple of taps. But still the confirmation sort of lacks away. Another man spotted in the front. Goes for that spray. He's a little bit far away, so of course the confirmation's not going to be there. But Team Soul, at this point, just trying to tell the other teams that they're over here. Do not even dare to look at this compound. It's ours.
But again, firing those shots will not just let them know that one team is near. Oh my goodness, you were talking about the shots being fired. Fierce has been knocked down, and he's one of the most important players for Revenant. His firepower, immaculate. But Manya's off angle, it got him off guard, and it's potential 1-3 split coming in from IQ Soul. But that's something that Revenant might not know. So they've got to be wary, they've got to be careful. Aquanox really want to try and make that smoke cover, but there's a gap in the smoke which could potentially
ruin it.
Ruin his revival.
I don't think so he's even going to be looking forward to cross that gap.
That's smart play.
Yeah, parks the buggy right in between those two smokes, so whatever gap was there, it's now faded away.
Another smoke as well to try and confirm that cover, but we're also seeing the rotation coming in from IQ Soul. Ronnie has made his way near Manya, trying to empower that one hold. That's such a good looking skin. I really thought for a second it was Stars on the Wonder.
What era are you living in, my friend?
I'm the old era, bro. I'm a boomer.
Weird. Revenue Esports in the same spot. They seem kind of lost. Not exactly lost, I would say. But then, it's just not even do anything. All they're trying to do is just get a couple of elimination points if they can. Braden, this is not good. He's chipped up way too low. WSP, they're going to have a little bit of a pissed off here at that shack. But the amount of bullets that are being currently unleashed against them, it's too hard to handle. WSP, they might just crumble down in this pressure.
I'm not a big fan of that positioning. I am not a fan at all. They're open from so many directions. Revenant from south, just towards their west from Aiku Soul as well. And behind them, if I'm not wrong, I also see wind sights of Team Forever. So not a good position. They've got to make their run from that angle. That's not where you want to be. On the other side, though, this is such a slow game. I mean, we've only lost, what, 3 players till now? 2 from Gujarat Tigers, 1 from Hydra. And it's going to get so chaotic in the 5th circle. I'm not quite sure if that's literally the best strategy by these teams. But, hey, you do what you got to do.
Pretty much. Revenue Esports, the amount of info they're wrapping up, it's crazy. WSP, I'm not a huge fan of this spot they've got. They've just got one shack to work with, one blown up vehicle as a cover too. But look at how exposed they are.
Exactly.
Backlines are quite exposed. They can be shot at any time. Revenant from the front is applying that constant pressure, so they've got nowhere to go.
And you know what? Just one nade in that shack. That's going to be it for both the players who are inside it.
Yeah,
Raiden,
5K right there.
Yeah, Raiden, Arman, they'll be taken down to smithereens. But just as we were talking about it, they also want to make their escape as Team Forever was in their backline. So that's a good decision. That's a very good decision. But where are they going to go for another stop is the question. Entity have already taken the centric spot. Down south of them, Gujarat Tigers. You really do not want to be sandwiched between both of those teams. And you need some cover for the teams that's coming in up from north. But since I was talking about Entity, there we go. WSB taking a fight with them.
Finally, the battle breaks out as the Warhorn has been blown too. Entity Gaming, they collide against WSB, but WSB is probably going to be the one to come out on top. Samraj knocked out as well. Entity Gaming, this entire battle is now starting to come crashing down for them. WSB, Arman and Zerov right next to each other. For Entity, they've got 3 players up and alive. Unfortunately, Raiden was knocked out, but what a beautiful nade that was from Gumla Boy. And it's going to knock out Arman. Now it's all down to Zerov in a 1v3. Can he pull this clutch off? Zerov, he is the main key player for WSB's success. This time he needs to go huge against a monstrous team like Entity. It might just be too much to ask for. But Gamla Boy, he burns down Arman once again. Zerov, he's barely surviving with any HP.
But on the other side though, Gujarat Tigers as well, barely surviving the wrath of Aiku Soul, who jumps in. Vixky so very low in that HP. Clutch God needs to go big or they'll be going home in this one. WSB has been taken out. Gamla Boy's nade was enough for Zerov to be brought down. And since we're talking about nade, Manya finds the opening. He was the one who takes down Vixky as well as they try and find the last remaining member.
Oh my god, IQ Soul. S-Power still knocked out, bleeding to his death. But Soul, they're still doing a good job in dealing with the opponents. Mavi, he finds another knockout on the players of OR as well. OR Esports, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. In the elimination feed, you can see that. And for Global Esports, this might just be a flawless squad wipe. Mavi been able to find the opening with the nade, and then his teammates, they follow up too.
Indeed, that is true. Orangutan now trying to stop the members of Kemin as we see Ash getting one. The fragging IGL moves up again. That's the kind of opening that they needed. Phantom, all 2 Venom, all of them way too far away from Fury. But is it going to be a good decision to try and confirm that flush? Because they'll be open from 3 directions. Wizjord up against R2 and Wizjord wins that duel. One of the most crucial one as well.
As we mentioned, one of the most crucial one of the most precise duels. And then Fury, oh my god.
Oh,
within a blink, within a flash, the entirety of Kemet Esports, even they come tumbling down. OG, they continue their domination inside of the game as Wiscott and AKOP2 to push up against Global Esports. Another man in the front lines in the name of Ninja Boy, and he's looking for an escape away from those lines, but he still gets caught. OG! That's classic orangutan for you. The apes, they're now raging.
You see the apes turning into the gorillas for the important fights. Doing a phenomenal job indeed. Out in the open, but yet in some decent covers from those ridges. Try to use the terrain to its maximum advantage. That's what Orangutan are doing with 6 finished already. That's a lot of money back in their wallet. The maths is not that good, but their game sense is definitely very good. As Shot gets hectored down, Omega falls as well. Carnival Gaming are tumbling down one after the other.
Oh, this is not too good. That's 12K in the hands of Ash, and now it's starting to push up close and personal, and just like that, it's OG to come out on top. Carnival Gaming, they have been eliminated too. What a big blunder that was, Orangutan. No matter who you put them up against, they will always shine through like a bright diamond. They're overpowering any other team that stands up against them. They're proving the competition unparalleled. And now it's GE in the front, and OG looking forward to mow down the lawns with GE2. They're here with the mob, looking to clean the floor.
Do not fight Orangutan right now. They will demolish you. It's down to just Mavi and his HP not looking pretty. Global Esports will be picked apart. All of this fight is just happening on the northwestern edges. You still have to make your way into the circle. 17 more seconds, 15 let's just say. But AK has been knocked down. As Blind also will be taking their fight against iFlix on the other end, but Mavi wants to try and find a pick onto Vizjord. A reposition comes in, but Vizjord will come out on top. Orangutan are just not stopping. But they've lost a couple of members. They're not coming out unscathed, Necro.
Yeah, but still the amount of money they've made with those elimination points is insane.
Calculate.
A lot of money already wrapped up. They've got so much cash rolled up in their bank now. Equinox behind the players of Team Forever, looking for the right moment to strike. The Snake is primed up. He's going for the med strat in the blue, and now Equinox, he does find the sight lines on the player in the front, but Team Forever, they turn around and they slap him in the ground. They put him 6 feet under in the coffin. Even God's Reign in the elimination feed. They're gonna wipe out the entirety of Team Soul.
That's what you need to see. Manya fires in a few extra shots, but Soul would also have to go in for their repositioning. They're way too out.
Oh my god. Team Soul just moving around. OG, they're looking like the unstoppable freaks of nature. 12 eliminations wrapped up. Indeed, they're just proving the competition unparalleled. Blind Esports, they're still up and alive. There's a big ray of hope for Blind Esports to close this game out. Hydra, 3 players sitting right in front of us, but they're quite exposed. They're in between of all these teams that you see in front of you. Entity, there's also OG, IQ Soul, Blind Esports, and Team Forever. And if everyone starts to close on up slowly and steadily, Hydra will be pincered.
But as of now, they start things on a solid note. Get one person down, and that's his power from IQ Soul. So they'll be pretty worried about it, maybe. No, it's not his power, it was someone else. Manya as well out there in the open. Blind gets one. Owace from Team Forever has been taken down to his knees. It's only down to Omega and Frog, but the burst of vehicle is all that Blind needs to get those eliminations.
Orangutan. Blind Esports. Solid spray. Another man in the front. Duo OP gets caught too. Orangutan, unfortunately, they have been eliminated with 12 finishes, but that's still a nuclear performance being dropped by them. And Blind Esports, a constant barrage of bullets now up against the players of Entity Gaming. It's really going to come down to the circle. And unfortunately, even Entity, they need to move inside of the circle, including Blind.
Oh.
Starboy's the only man who's found his foot.
He can really play as a massive spoiler for Entity if he really wants to. Some crossfires being set up, but Entity will be trying to fire a few shots against the members of Blind. Only a couple of members there, so the numbers advantage is for Entity. But they've still got to worry about all the prime positions that were out in the open. Hydra has been taken out, so that's not going to be any concern. But still a 3v2 situation. We have seen multiple times how Blind is so much capable. In terms of positioning, I still think Blind has the better one.
But it's still the man advantage in the hands of Entity Gaming.
True.
And that's what matters the most. Entity, even if they do play for the trades, it's all going to be good in the hood for them. Blind Esports, unfortunately for them, one man's all the way out in the blue. And Skips is the only man inside of the circle. So technically it's a 1v3. Unless Hirsch from the back line's able to provide some good support. But Skips, he finds Picard with that beautifully placed nade. Gumla Boy shuts down the man in the back line. Entity Gaming for them. This entire thing might just come crashing down. A 1v3 upcoming from Skips. It is definitely possible. Skips goes for the white peak, but gets caught by Entity Gaming. And it's Entity finally to strike back.
Absolutely brilliant performance coming in from Entity. The team was kept quiet for a couple of games, but finally in this one they showcased their class and the reason why they were in that top leaderboard and why they had such a humongous point advantage early on. Great game, but I still think that it was a very questionable decision from the side of Blind to send one man out in the blue when you know that the situation is a 3v2 and you're the last two teams surviving. I'm not a big fan of that one.
You can see the fans asking Blaze to flex. Entity Gaming, though. I mean, Troy, Gumla Boy, Bakar, Samraj. This lineup, oh man, I'm not gonna lie. That little tweak that they made adding Troy inside of the roster, bringing Bakar back, was quite nice. Blind Esports finishing things off in the second spot. Unfortunately, for the man who was all the way in the back, the wall of death was moving up, and we know this late inside of the game, it deals too much damage, so you cannot withstand the amount of damage that the blue zone's going to put up against you. And that's why Blind Esports, they pretty much just collapsed.
What I really think the idea was to just send one player.
What a
ahead
crazy match! Aakhri mein 3 versus 2.
lot of
Give it up for the winners, Team Entity. Oh guys, brother, पैनल ने आप लोगों पे बहुत भरोसा दिखाया. Just from the starting, everyone was predicting Entity बहुत बढ़िया खेलने वाली है. क्या लैन की वो शुरुआत मिल गई है अब?
नहीं, शुरुआत तो नहीं ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि अभी 3 मैच ही हुए हैं. अभी बहुत लंबा जर्नी बाकी है.
बट एक अच्छी शुरुआत जरूर हुई है, मैं ये जरूर कहूंगा. ओके, यहाँ पे ओरंगटैन बहुत फिनिशेस कर रही थी. Were you thinking about them?
नहीं, हम अपना बेसिक गेम खेल रहे थे, जोन टू जोन और एज क्लियर करके बस.
क्या कोई एक ऐसा नाम जो स्क्रीन के लेफ्ट पे पॉप हो रहा था और वो थोड़ी टेंशन दे रहा था, कोई एक ऐसा नाम था?
नहीं, कोई भी नहीं. कोई भी नहीं टेंशन दे रहा.
Chalo, thank you so much. Please give it up for Team Entity. Let's head back to our experts.
Entity Gaming, a well-deserved chicken dinner from these guys, and trust me when I say this, they were starting to look a little bit desperate to find that too. But now that they have finally gotten that, it's going to be a big sigh of relief for them.
Agreed. And I really love the fact how with Entity, you always see them, slowly sneaking in like it's a game of hide and seek, and then they, kind of tend to be hidden in between all of those chaotic teams and then find themselves in a position where they're getting those scrap points and also in a prime position to get that chicken dinner. I love the fact how they always played. There are no flashy plays of them, but always so calculated plays.
I mean, Entity Gaming, Samraj is the man who really puts on a tight chain on these players. And Samraj, back in the day, I still remember a couple of years ago, Samraj was known as the best IGL that this country had seen so far. And once again, he's on that path for redemption too. This SPS tournament that they're currently playing in, it can really be a big revival for the entirety of Entity, because a lot of fingers were raised on their performance from the past. But now that if Samraj is able to redeem himself and his fans trust once again, it will be a new era for Entity, especially Samraj himself too.
Yeah, I also have this data with myself, right? Because of a big nerd that I am. If we're talking about Entity, Samraj yes, he is a big pillar in terms of those decision making, but also at the same time, Troy. You rely on Troy quite a bit in terms of those fragging as well. If Ninja Boy is there for Global Esports, you've got Troy for Entity Gaming. And the day this man performs, or the game this man performs, you always see Entity coming out on top. But also on the other side, we were talking about how Hydra, yes, even though in certain situations we were not seeing them utilizing the best in their position, I would still say pretty okay given the fact how they were so out in the open. They secured the third place. Not a lot of finishes, just a couple of them, but I feel that it's okay to be playing in this kind of position whenever it's just the first 3 games. You still have got the next 3, specifically when the next one is Sanhok. That's going to be coming up.
I just love the fact that Entity Gaming is one of those calm, cool, composed teams,
True.
right? You never see them yelling at each other. I think so the main reason for that is Somraj. If you guys ever meet Somraj IRL, you will understand. He's the definition of a man of few words. He does
Agreed.
not speak a lot. He's always just quiet. He keeps himself quite calm and composed. I'm not saying that he does not have a lot of fun with his friends. No, do not take me wrong over there. He does definitely talk quite a lot when it's necessary, though.
True. Giving out that important intel is always the key, and that was the reason why they won the fight against WSB themselves, because that's exactly where we saw WSB winning out a 3-team brawl unscathed. Now that's a big statement for Entity to win that fight, gave them the confidence. On the other side though, we did also see some good aggression coming in from Orangutan. I mean, we cannot forget about this team. 12 finishes.
A nuke being dropped on the map by OG, and with that game, they also set the bars up high for all the other teams that are looking at them perform. Imagine the analysts for all these teams who are sitting in the back looking at the game. They're just wondering, what is OG doing here? These guys are playing another level. It seems like this LAN event was made for OG.
LAN buff. I've been saying that from game 1. I will say it till game 6 at the end of day 3. It's the LAN buff coming in for the orangutans, for the apes out there. But yes, on the other side of the spectrum as well, I'm loving the way how we're seeing all of these teams perform and how we're seeing these new names also come out on top, along with some consistent performance with the old teams.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to give a huge thanks to Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra for sponsoring this event. Without them, this event would not have been possible. Thank you so much, Samsung Galaxy. But once again, getting back to the conversation that we were having, right, Shaishanu, we need to mention another thing, and that is going to be how Entity Gaming, they have evolved in the past couple of months. But you know what? We'll speak about that later on, because we've got the MVP in front of us. It's going to be Hirsch from Blind Esports.
My
with
God.
8 finish points wrapped up. Okay, well, Hirsch, we definitely did not see this man coming up like that. I thought it has to be someone from OG, but then Hirsch just wrapping up 8 elimination points. He sneaks under the radar.
Those 8 elimination points, and look at the damage. 1,445. That is just bonkers. Best companion is going to go to Sparsh OP with 2 rescues, and the finisher goes into Somraj with 3 finishes. We did see that last fight coming in where he won the fight against the members of Blind, but jeez. You are pretty good at calculations, right? How much money has Harsh made? I was slowly able to calculate it. Somewhere around 20,000? With just those 8 finishes?
Well, I
My
mean,
goodness.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a lot of fun, that's for sure. And you just cannot ignore the fact that the monster truck that you see in the back, do we call it a monster truck? What do we call it?
We're going to call it that monster truck.
Yeah, we're going to call it the monster truck, right? Even that's good, but the match rankings in front of us, Team iFlix, of course, there too. Unfortunately, a lot of these teams that we expected to perform were not able to perform, but maybe in the upcoming game, they definitely can. You never know.
You may never know, indeed, because Gujarat Tigers, yet again, the team that showed some great potential in the map of Miramar, down below. And we're seeing so much of the points disparity in between the teams, right? Because normally in those group stages, we would see them equally distributed, wherein the team that got the chicken dinner was having somewhere around 23, 24, 25 points, and then it slowly decreased all the way down to just 0. But this time around, you're seeing top 3 teams getting those 20, but then it reduces so much.
Exactly. We're still waiting for a couple of more teams to get riled up and heated up inside of the Battlegrounds. As we know, the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Sanhok. A big change in the flavor is going to be there. Sanhok, much more of a smaller map, much more of a compact map. That means we're going to see a lot of aggression inside of the game, too. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, 3 games for the day have been done. 3 more are yet to come. Sanhok, Weekend, and Erangel. But you know what? After this short break,
अब तो आदत सी हो गई है कि प्लेयर्स बनाता मैं हूँ और ले जाता कोई और है। फॉर एग्जांपल ही देख लो कि नियो और गॉब्लिन को जब पहले साथ में खेलते थे, फिर उनको सोल से ऑफर आया तो अब मना भी नहीं कर सकते थे। पर अच्छी बात ये थी कि वो मेरे से पूछ के गए, तो अच्छे एंड पे हमने ख़त्म किया और आज भी भाई जैसे है मेरे।
जर्नी मेरी स्टार्टिंग से अप्स एंड डाउन में रही है, और जैसे कि आपको पता है पहले मैं प्लेयर था, फिर मैं कोच में गया, और फिर उसके बाद में वापस जो हसल था अपना जो कंटिन्यू रखा मैंने, और वापस में प्लेयर के साथ ग्राइंड किया। मैंने बहुत सारी लाइनअप में खेला है, बहुत सारे प्लेयरों के साथ भी खेला, उनका गेम इम्प्रूव किया, प्लस साथ में उनके साथ बहुत अच्छी मेमोरी।
AKOP जो है बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं AKOP को, बट जो अंकित शुक्ला है उसको तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है। उसका भी एक ड्रीम था जो कि अभी भी है, ट्रॉफी जीतना, ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलना। और क्या करे, डिवाइस का मारा था उस टाइम, पेरेंट्स से सपोर्ट नहीं था, स्कूलिंग चल रही थी, फिर कैसे कैसे करके पापा ने डिवाइस दिलाया, फिर हमने खेला। फिर बाद में एक एस्टेक करके एक टीम थी जिसमें एक डिवाइस स्विच हुआ था, तो दूसरा एंड्रॉयड डिवाइस आया था, तो एस्टेक के जो ओनर ने मुझे डिवाइस दिया था, मैंने उनसे सैलरी वगैरह कुछ नहीं मांगी थी क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली डिवाइस दिया, तो आई वॉज वेरी ग्रेटफुल। और अभी भी हूँ क्योंकि वहीं से AKOP का जो ग्राफ है वो ऊपर गया है। फिर उसके बाद परफॉर्म किया अच्छा, और फिर बहुत सारे ऑफर्स आए, बट आई चोज द भगवा रंग, राम भक्त है। जय श्री राम।
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Three games. Now it's time for us to shift our focus on the game of Sanhok, Vikendi, and Erangel. Of course, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're currently in the grand finals. I'm going to be hosting Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is Shai Shinu. I like to call him Scaredy Cat.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for, you know. You've got that one best friend who always calls you by your nickname, and whenever they take your real name, you kind of get awkward. That's what he did here right now. But on the other side of the spectrum, though, yes, pretty excited about the games of Sanhok as well as Vikendi and the last map, Erangel itself. But just before that, you can see the arena behind us. You know the crowd is hyped up. What are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm feeling goosebumps. That's all I can say.
True.
I saw the players of Team Soul standing right next to the crowd right over here, and every single person was just yelling their name. They were just chanting their name. They were, so it's, of course, just giving me goosebumps. And you always love these LAN events, right?
True.
The vibe's super electric. But as you move on to our schedule, this is what I'm exactly talking about. Now it's time for a big switch-up. It's time to bring Sanhok and Vikendi in the mix.
That's going to be a massive change in the playstyle between those teams, right? We see on the map of Erangel, yes, they're kind of going pretty slow, even in the previous one. We saw for the previous starting few stage circles, no action happened whatsoever. But on the map of Sanhok, we normally see different things. And as soon as the map changes, you know I love one thing. That's drop collisions. What's going to happen on boot camp? That's my question, because Orangutan are looking unstoppable, and Gujarat Tigers will be trying to find their footings.
Oh, maybe they will, but even IQ Soul's going to be desperate for that chicken dinner now. It's been a while since IQ Soul has not found that chicken dinner, including Carnival Gaming, another big suspect in that run-up. Then you can also say Blind Esports still missing out on that chicken dinner. Entity Gaming, I could have said that, but just in the previous game, Entity Gaming, they pretty much got what they needed. Also the 50K in the bank, and now all the other big dogs, they're just going to be looking at them quite jealous.
You know, it's not just 50K. I would actually say it's somewhere around 75,000.
Oh, wow.
10 eliminations, 2.5K for each. So that's a lot of maths out there. And, you know, my brain is just braining perfectly in terms of how much money these teams are earning. But, you know, one thing that all the fans out there can do, you can enter the arena. You can enter the LAN area. So why not quickly grab yourself some tickets? And, if you can't find it online, I mean, you can just show up at the arena. It's first come, first serve. And we've got quite a lot of seats remaining.
Exactly. We still got a decent amount of tickets remaining. So if you guys do want to stop by an indoor stadium, we're right over here. And once again, just to let you guys know, the tickets will be given on first come, first serve basis. If you are unfortunate to not get your hands on the ticket, do not be disappointed. You've still got 2 more days to go in the future for this tournament. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as now we're going to see a little bit of a switch up in things, Sanhok is going to be the upcoming map. And we know for IQ Soul, this can be a big glimmer of hope because they like to drop towards Camp Alpha Island. And we know whenever the circle is going to be towards the Camp Alpha Island, Team Soul, for them to come out on top, the chances are pretty much 90%.
I remember the last time you mentioned that, we saw a Camp Alpha circle in that specific game, and IQ Soul were also able to grab a massive chicken for themselves. So, of course, they just proved the point that you mentioned that time. Maybe they could do the exact same thing right now, but my question will still remain. How are you going to stop the orangutans? That is the biggest question right now. This team grabbed 20 points in the previous one. That too when they only got 8 position points. That's 12 from those eliminations. They're looking unstoppable right now. But again, that's exactly what Genix FM need to do in this map itself. They have been kept quiet for 3 of them. And in the last 3, you really want things to switch up.
You really indeed do, especially if you're a team like Genix FM who is not really known that well inside of the community.
True.
It's really all about making yourself a name and the thing. And for Genix FM, the only way they can do that is just making a stark statement in the overall standings, placing themselves somewhere in the top 3, amongst the top dog, amongst teams like IQ Soul, Blind Esports, Entity Gaming, maybe Kevin Esports. Kevin Esports so far, they haven't really found that activation point. Maybe the change of the pace inside of the maps can definitely be something that can wake them up from the sleep and the Giants might just be back in the free flow. IQ Seoul, they seem quite locked up and ready for this upcoming game of Sanhok. As I mentioned, it is going to be a big glimmer of hope for them. And soon enough, the game will be booting up on the screens too. The plain flat pat's going to be hitting the deck too. And we don't exactly know where the plain flat pat's going to start off from. But once again, it's the game of Sanhok. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. You're talking about that. And we will be moving in directly starting from Sami. We'll be ending towards Hatin. So of course, Seoul's going to be super happy. Camp Alpha is just around the corner. But for the other teams who might want to end up towards Camp Bravo, we'll have to travel a long way out in the air. But boot camp is where we all will be focusing on, ladies and gentlemen, as we move in the map of Sanhok. A game changer could potentially be up and coming, brewing out there. But let's again look at the side of boot camp. We are seeing Gujarat Tigers going there, along with potentially the members of Orangutan, the team in red, still waiting for that drop.
And also keep one more thing in mind. Sanhok also brings in a lot of possibilities for the med strat. So some of these teams will try to play it safe and gain some extra bit of points, that icing on top of the cake with those placement points. I just want to see some drop collisions off the bat. As you mentioned, boot camp's going to be...
It's out of contention though.
Yeah, there's only one team over there. And what am I seeing? S-Power! What? He was just knifing through his opponents. But instead, just like that, it's going to be the entirety of IQ Seoul eliminated from the game. What? They dropped on the temple, and everyone was just trying to knife each other because they did not get their hands on the guns.
Oh, how and why did we miss that fight? That is so unfortunate. But on the other side of the spectrum though, Wizjord is still in that parachute. Now that's not exactly the position you really want to be at if you're the members of Orangutan, because you are near the vicinity of OR Esports.
The amount of teams that dropped on the Camp Alpha Island is insane. Global Esports contesting IQ Seoul. That's quite a gutsy play that they pulled off. OG towards Hatin, including OR Esports right next to them. Even that's going to be an interesting early game fight.
God.
But yeah, just look at the replay. This is how his throat got slit, and he got taken down from the game.
Yep. Beast just trying to drop so swiftly, not losing any HP. That's some smart assassin play out there. Maybe he'd be pretty sneaky as well whenever you would want to. Oh, wait a second. Where are Orangutan going? Necro, look at AKOP. Where is he trying to land?
And he's still in the parachute phase.
And in the water. He is going up north. I really want to see that POV. Where does he want to go? I'm still not quite sure. Did he want to try and take a boat maybe? Or is there any kind of island up north? I haven't played Sanhok that much to see if there's any area up towards the north part. I mean, yeah, we've seen teams go to the spawn island in Erangel, but what is this?
Yeah, well, I guess we've got a little bit of surprise to break down for you guys. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have already guessed what is exactly going on. It's going to be the match rehost, maybe someone from the side of OG.
Yeah, I guess.
They had some connection issues. And you can see Global Esports. They've wiped out the entirety of IQ Seoul. So Global Esports are already having a great start. Unfortunately for IQ Seoul, though, it's a date with destiny. They get their hands back on the game of Sanhok, and now they exactly know how the future collisions might look like.
That is true. I love the fact how everyone is smiling out there and thinking, all right, that was so comedy. Such a great comedy, comic fun out there where they're just knifing out each other. Maybe we're going to see something similar in the next one, and potentially would be lucky enough to witness that while in action. But on the other side, yes, they would be ready for what's to come now. So maybe not exactly another drop collision, but you always love to see these ego challenge fights between the teams.
Of course.
Yeah, mostly you see the teams, they're just deciding, all right, what, if they want to drop there, we'll just change our location. We'll go somewhere else. We want to have a slow, fun start. But whenever those ego challenge comes into play, it's chaos.
And I'm a big fan of chaos too.
True.
Ooh, Godsreen fans. He's got the Godsreen poster in his hand.
Oh, that's where it was. CG Soul, SAQL. A lot of those fans out there for some big orcs. But on the other side though, there we go. The man in blue jacket, super happy, raising the hands as well. Some good fans out in the open. That's what you always Love to see.
Yeah, passionate fans. Blind Esports, even they've got a couple of supporters. CG, of course, even they're getting the support.
Mavi giving
Oh,
out the
just look at him. He's just sitting over there, just chilling out, sitting like a king. And he's trying to find the camera. He's trying to spot the camera. Where am I getting, shot at from?
Maybe he's just, giving the eye contact to the audience on
Yeah.
every front, but all right.
Well, at least Mavi's in his comfort zone, I guess.
That's what he'd love to see.
He's chilling out. Oh, wow. Just trying to show his bicep like that.
There you go.
Some of them flexing their muscles.
Win Sensei, some Revenant fans out there, and Revenant has been having a pretty hard evening, I would say.
Yeah, they indeed have been. We've also got some Clutch God fans.
Clutch God indeed. The man who, if I'm not wrong, got the MVP in one of the previous games. Getting some decent amount of eliminations as well. I believe it was the map of Miramar.
Some Hydra fans too.
Hail Hydra.
Hail Hydra. Carnival Gaming and Soul fans sitting right next to each other, of course. But jokes apart, with how things have been looking like for Carnival Gaming, now they're going to be desperate.
True.
Because they're not even consistent in their games. They haven't been able to find a lot of points. 3 games already passed by. It's not a joke. And considering Grand Final is supposed to be a 3-day affair, if you're going to waste the day 1, day 2, and day 3, will be like a mayday call for you.
Exactly. Because just as we've been talking about, it's not exactly a sprint for you. You don't
Ninja
have
boy.
the leverage.
Oh, look at him.
Shying away.
He's so shy. He's so shy.
Such sweet souls out there playing. And the moment they get into game, it's like they turn into some different beasts. And talking about beast,
clean haircut.
Man himself.
Like that.
He's feeling it today.
Yeah.
And as long as he's feeling it, global esports are going to be happy.
The young guns, right? Man's got the boiling blood, and Beast is actually able to outperform Ninja Boy so far.
Exactly.
He's playing at the top of his performance.
Some VIPs as well.
Yeah.
Come on, show some smiles, people. Most of them pretty serious.
VIPs are here to enjoy the game, support their favorite teams, of course, just like the audience.
There's Sardarji. He's happy, he's smiling.
Waving for their favorite teams. 2 coaches sitting right next to each other. What are your thoughts about that? Amit and iFlix. What do you think they're discussing right now?
The reason how Carnival Gaming is just not being able to find their footing, maybe? And the improvements that they need to do. Because previously in the interview, back in the challenge season, Amit did tell us about the fact how, yes, you can try and strategize as much as possible. But if you're not able to win those gunfights, it does not matter.
I like the fact that Seoul, they're having so much communication, right?
True.
Amongst themselves. They're probably trying to discuss and adapt on the fly. What exactly is going wrong with them? Oh no, I don't like this. Omega is not really expressing a lot of things. Usually he's an expressive man.
True. He's just trying to figure out where, things are going wrong for Carnival. And he's just trying to get himself as well as his team back in the zone. Because in one of the previous maps, I still remember, we were seeing Omega giving out those important instructions to his teammates. And that's what's important. You need to keep on communicating.
Oh my God.
AK. Cheeky little guy out there.
Of course, it's AK. I mean, OG players, they've got some good personality, I'm not going to lie.
Agreed.
They're quite funny. They're funny. Funny dudes.
Pokar is pretty angry. I mean, that's what his plushie says.
He's not actually. Because his team just won the previous game. It doesn't make any sense for him to be angry.
He should have switched
Maybe he's angry because his team just won the first game. Just won a game so far. Maybe that's why he's angry.
Maybe. Could be possible. I mean, 1 is not enough. get the second one.
Ooh, Carnival Gaming locked up and loaded.
Let's go.
Omega hyping his players up, even Goblin. It seems like he's going to have the smile on his face, but here we go. Time for the match 4 in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok begins as the plane flat path starts all the way from Camp Pong towards Camp Alpha. Now, this is much more of a neutral plane flat path, and we might not see the drop collision once again towards Temple. If we do see that, then one thing is for sure, these two teams, they've got a lot of ego.
It's gonna be fun to watch again. This rivalry is not a new rivalry. It's been going from way far back. If I remember when Aiku Soul's roster was playing under Blind and Global Esports, they always used to collide for those hot drops. But on the other side though, Carnival Gaming again going down south. For Gujarat Tigers, they'll be trying to make their way in towards boot camp, and I was talking about that drop clash, and we will potentially see that happen between OG and GT.
Oh, here we go. The man gets his hands on the gun, and he instantly starts dropping some bodies in the front. Players dropping down like flies, and Clutch God kicks things off in a fantastic note for his team. Gujarat Tiger off the bat getting so much blood on their hands and so much money accumulated. And Clutch God, he's the main reason why his team has found themselves in the big advantage. Double barrel shotgun in the hands of AKOP. He needs to make every single bullet count. And what? Gujarat Tigers, I thought for a moment that they're the one in the advantage, but then they just get wiped out like that. It's OG, of course, Orangutan, a team that is currently in the form, feeling themselves. OG, if you try to go for a 4v5, they're not going to lose out that early, but this time it's Global Esports to get eliminated by the hands of IQ Soul, and both of them are quite stubborn. They did not change their pathways.
The ego challenge coming between the teams, and the crowd is also hyped up for the exact same thing. We saw G winning previously, but this time it was IQ Soul, and on the other side though, yes, Orangutan, they did win the fight, but Team Forever, hearing all the commotion, knowing OG is down one member, want to try and get a piece of that cake. So it could either end up being pretty solid for TF or horrible if in case OG get a few extra LM. But what is that flick from AK? That is so nasty.
I know, right? IQ Soul, I mean, this was a revenge for them.
Jeez.
On what exactly happened in the previous game, which unfortunately got rehosted. Global Esports, they might be a little bit salty. What do you think?
I mean, of course, because they were able to win that previous skirmish, and that to unscathed. They did not even lose one member, and this time it's quite the opposite. Exactly the opposite. Not quite the start that you would always think of, but here's the thing about Global Esports, right? I've been saying that multiple times, I'll say it again. On the first day, they have some jitters. You see them not being in the comfort zone. And when it comes to those clutch moments, those last few days, Global Esports, they change gears. And they become an entirely different kind of team, with a different play style. I'm just waiting for the match in which Ninja Boy, Beast, Slug, all of them are just feeling themselves. And Mavi is sitting there like, alright, you know boys, let's go there. You get as many frags as you want. Okay, you've cleared that area, might just go in that compound. We'll see whichever team is out there in front of us, we'll finish them off.
Pretty much.
What OG is feeling right now.
They indeed are feeling themselves. Right? Blind Esports in front of us too. And speak of them with how it's going to look like, there's a lot of teams that are desperate. Unfortunately, Global Esports was supposed to be one of those, but they got eliminated instantly. But then we need to focus on other big names, right? For example, I'm speaking of God's Reen.
Yes.
I'm also talking about Blind Esports, Carnival Gaming. And somewhere down the line, maybe you can also say IQ Soul, but they're still in quite a good and a comfortable spot in the overall standings.
It's only a matter of time for IQ Soul, but I think so the same could be said for God's Reign as well, because we know that they tend to love Paradise Resort on the map of Sanhok, and if in case the circle forms near them, they don't need to go anywhere far for their rotations. But on the other side though, Team Forever, they seem to be in a pretty precarious spot between OG as well as the member of God's Rain. Not quite sure if in case the circle forms to an awkward location, if they'd be able to go in for their rotations. On the other side, though, every other team, just as we know, love to play around the off-center. That's where they all will be moving forward. Orangutan will possibly be the center of attraction for all of them. Seems like they're literally a black hole, and all the teams are just trying to surround them.
Indeed. God's Rain. For them, even they are going to be really desperate. Because God's Rain, they've got their own legacy, right?
True.
They still need to maintain that. Of course, in the past, this team, or this entire lineup, was signed underneath the banner of Gladiator Esports. And now that they have moved up for God's Rain, still the 4 players are the same, right? So nothing's really going to change other than the name. But for some reason, God's Rain has not been able to perform. And I don't know the main reason for that.
Just the day one of LAN potentially, and
maybe
not feeling themselves. Sometimes it happens. It's a new change in environment. Not what you normally come across whenever you're playing from boot camp. And I mean the boot camp, not the one off the map of Sanhok.
Okay.
Though,
okay.
Still, you mentioned about Entity as well, right? They're, again, outside of the circle. We always see them taking that late entries whenever it's on the map of Sanhok. Not forcing any kind of early rotations. Taking their time. Trying to find out the best positions. On the other side, Kemin. Near Camp Bravo. It's where they would love to play. You were talking about Team Soul towards Camp Alpha. They've taken control of all the area. But they're sharing that island with none other than OR themselves. And they had a pretty solid first game, if you remember.
Fancy trees. I never knew that's how trees looked.
Welcome to BGMI.
Oh, shots taken from Goblin.
You don't want that fight.
Usually goblins are supposed to be greedy, right? And this goblin right here, he's got a lot of patience. And I don't like that.
It's all thanks to Omega.
Yeah, it's keeping the players on the leash, right?
Yes.
CG, for them, they just want to retain their past glory. For OG, they just want to break that curse. Every single team that you see playing inside of the tournament, they've got their own things, to-do list, sort of. What is Hector doing? Is he just going for random sprays?
He was just breaking the door, so if there's anyone rotating, or at least in that compound, he's going to be seeing that. Trying to create some opportunities for themselves that are not there, and that's how you slowly and steadily move forward. These are the small micro adjustments, because if in case there's a team who will be slamming into those compounds, you will have a clear line of sight onto them, and they might not realize that. Sometimes you catch players off guard in that place. There's someone who's just trying to close the door, and a second of a pixel is all you need to try and fire a few extra shots. A couple of bullets in the head, and they're boom, knocked down.
Yeah.
Giving you a good opening.
Hydra in front of our screens too. And if you speak of Hydra, they definitely must find their groove in the day one at least.
True.
Decent amount of points acquired. Even if you find yourself in the top 8, still there's a chance you can make the comeback happen. So ending things on the top 8 should be the way to go for a lot of these teams. If they're not going to end things on the top 8, as I mentioned, on day 2, it's going to be a mayday call. Everything, there's a chance it might just fall apart for you.
Mayday indeed, and I mean, the bells would probably be starting to ring for Gujarat Tigers as well as Global Esports, because both the teams getting eliminated so early on in the game not be quite happy about it. And you always want to end things on a very good note, but if you're going to have a team who will be placing in the first place, you'll also be having teams who will be down on that 16th spot, and Just not where you want to be at, if specifically you're the side of God's Reign, who had a pretty phenomenal run in the challenge season, but now facing a lot of jitters. And it's been a while since we've actually seen them be on top, right? Yes, they have been around that top, but not exactly at top.
True. iFlix, they have gotten one chicken dinner. They're in the top 8. The consistency, though, it did not carry on.
Yeah.
This game of Sanhok has been quite slow so far, other than the wipeout that we saw initially where Global Esports and Gujarat Tigers got taken down. But then after that, this game's been quite slow, super slow.
Wait till you see Vikendi.
That is true.
At least we saw a few drop collisions.
You've got a point.
There's an entire absence of everything on the map of Vikendi. But hey, we are trying to make things interesting for all the players out there and the people. Entity has been taking that entry right down in a little off position from southeastern part of the map. They've also got a couple of teams up close to them. On their western edges, you've got Revenant. Just west of them, there's WSB. North of them, Carnival Gaming. And just up north to Carnival Gaming, we've got the Orangutans. Again, down to their east, Blind. Now, if in case one of the team makes a move out of that pact, you know the others will react.
Of course.
That's the third party we always see, and that's one of the reasons why I tend to say it's better you take those early fights, those early skirmishes. Since we're already talking about that, iFlix is the one who starts things off in a pretty solid style, getting a knock onto the members of God's Reign, and not just a knock, a full-on finish. And that's Destro we are talking about. Destro, the man himself, the IGL, has been taken down, and that's not the good spot. God's Reign again starting things off in a pretty precarious position.
I mean, Destro taken down. Remember the same thing happened in the first game too, I think so.
True.
For God's Reign, it was the IGL taken down. And I'm not exactly sure why is this happening, right? Destro, he's one of the key players for the entirety of God's Reign.
True.
He's the one who makes the main calls. And if Destro is being taken down like that, it's a big sign of concern. That should not happen in the first place.
It's the IGL, man. So
hey, but you know what? Calls. What God's Reign, they need to do. You see that Snapdragon performance meter? 120 FPS. Every single player, ladies and gentlemen, they're playing on those amazing devices with 120 FPS inside of the game. Imagine how smooth the game's going to be looking, right?
That's one of the reasons potentially why we are seeing OG going on the aggressive. You may never know. It's highly possible. They are performing exactly like the Snapdragon processors.
That is true. But look at WSB. I mean, with how they've been so far, they need to step things up without a doubt. It's not the WSB we're used to seeing. In the first 2 weeks, WSB, yeah, in the challenge season, they were not able to perform that well. But then in the later 2 weeks, WSB, we saw an instant shift in that play style.
True.
And we want to see the same WSB. The momentum hasn't carried on forward. The play style, it hasn't carried on forward.
I was about to say the exact same thing, that WSB, yes indeed, a team that has a very solid potential, and we seldom see teams scoring anything above 30 points a game, and WSB has not done it just once, maybe twice or thrice, scoring consecutive games with over 30 points in the chicken dinner. Now that's the kind of potential only a few teams have shown. But a very long shot being fired by Goblin, and it's Manya, the man IGL of Haiku Soul himself. If he falls, it's going to be a big problem for the side of Haiku Soul, because you know he's super important in terms of those chicken dinners. If Haiku Soul really want themselves to be there. Oni as well was trying to provide in some cover fire, but the angle of Goblin, it's just impeccable.
Yeah, Goblin's on the top, so he's of course going to have that overview. He's taking a lot of shots. He's got so much intel. And that's why when you're on the high ground, yes, you do have the intel, but keep one more thing in mind, that even your position is also known to the opponents. But hold on, Kamla boy.
What?
Zerf taken down from WSP. The man was all by himself, exploring some unexplored land, and he gets caught.
WSB, the jitters that they're feeling just do not stop. Couple of players now moving in just one vehicle. You've got to be pretty safe and smart. Sound out there. If in case you're caught by at least one or two of the players, your vehicle will be blown to smithereens. But for now, Revenant are the ones who are trying to take care of WSB. As we were talking about them, Aqua Nox gets one. And it's Arman who's fallen down to his knees. And now it will follow a good off angle by Sensei.
Exactly, 2 players taken down. And Revenant Esports, there's a chance they might just crumble down too. But WSP, unfortunately, that's all they could find inside of the game. WSP, what a big change in the playstyle. What a big change in the entire momentum they had. The momentum's not able to carry on forward inside of the land. One thing is for sure, the players, they will have a lot to talk about with their coaches when they go back.
True. We've had discussion with the coach of WSP as well, right? I mean, it's a team that basically does not have a coach.
He's like the manager.
Exactly. They don't have a coach. And one of the reasons for that is that even if the coach gives the input, WSB players, they will do whatever they think is the best for them in the game. And they're just on the fly. That's a very good skill to have. But at the same time, sometimes you need someone to kind of help you and guide you to move through this problematic threshold that they are at.
True. Really true. And for Entity Gaming, oh, hold on. Gamla Boy knocked out from iFlix. Entity Gaming, this might not be that great. OG, unfortunately, Trigger gets caught out in the open. IQ Soul up against OG. Orangutan is a team that's been feeling themselves throughout this entire day one. They have proven a lot of these teams unparalleled. For IQ Soul, this might be a tough fight. Even though it's a 4v2, you never know. These 2 players, they might clutch it out. There's also OR Esports on top of the hill on the left. So this entire terrain, it's filled with a lot of thorns.
That is indeed true. But again, 4v2, massive numbers advantage for Aiku Soul. At the same time, Orangutan need to get those numbers equalized. And this is when those utilities are going to come into play. Ash only has a level 1 helmet though, so just a couple of bullets into his skull and he will be taken down. You'll have to play it slow, safe and smart as Aiku Soul as well. I love the fact that they're moving in slow. Trigger was taken down, so that's one of the top fraggers of Orangutan. But AK needs to be the one to step things up now.
He indeed does.
Oh.
Manya, a good find on the AKOP. OG, they're starting to crumble down, but even a fight between CG and Revenant can be an interesting one too. CG unfortunately losing out on Omega. The IGL taken down. He's not going to be able to help out his teammates inside of the fight, but as long as Goblin and Hector are alive, the chances for them to come out on top inside of the fight are still there. Revenant Esports, they spread themselves out. One man's on the left, but OG in the elimination feed, even they're popping off. They wipe out IQ Soul. Ash, a 1v3 pulled off in the elimination board. What was that? Ash, he just pulled off one of the biggest upset inside of the tournament. OG, they look like a complete different team.
No way we are seeing that.
Too good. Just too good for this lobby. Too good.
And at the same time, it's Carnival Gaming falling to smithereens. Thanks to the help of Revenant, iFlakes, and I believe even Entity.
Oh my god, what is going on? 2 teams got eliminated in quite a mysterious way.
Jeez.
Oh. I mean, with what happened with IQ Soul, I want to see the facial reactions after that.
Show me the replay.
AKOP, that was insane, but Sombrach through the smoke. Good fight.
Confirmation. Unfortunately, that's not. This is going to receive at the same time, though. He'll just try to survive.
Oh my god.
iFlakes.
So many third parties happening. Classic Sanhok for you, ladies and gentlemen. Team iFlix from the top, just claiming that final point. Entity Gaming, even they've been eliminated on the 11th spot. But what OG pulled off in that previous game, it was insane. We need to look at this replay and find out how exactly Ash clutched it out. A 1v3 that came through from this man. And he just striked down the entire team. It was a 1v4?
Yes.
Oh my god. No way.
Man is just insane. Fragging IGL.
You cannot even call it a heroic play. That was a godly play right there.
Don't fight OG.
Literally just don't. In a 4-on-4 fight, you just do not stand a chance to come out on top. And iFlix, within a blink of an eye, even they get eliminated. Orangutan still in the back line. Somehow this man is just going for the Met strat. He took down the entirety of IQ's soul, and he should have a decent amount of Met, so he can keep on going for the patch-up.
He only has 5 or maybe at max 4 remaining.
Did he loot all the bodies, though?
I don't think so, yeah. He might not have, so
exactly.
He'll potentially have a few extra meds for himself. On the other side, Revenant would also kind of go for the exact same thing. How does OG manage to get 8 eliminations even in this game?
I don't know.
They're unstoppable.
They just have had something else for
breakfast
lunch today. But hold on, Hydra. They dive inside of the lava, and they instantly get melted. The pit of lava was too deadly for Hydra. They could not withstand the amount of damage it inflicted on them. And now Team Forever, Omega just shooting the toes of the players in the front, pulls himself back once again inside of the cover, pulls out the nade, and Omega should be able to find an easy 2-piece. The nade's being tossed to perfection. It's being cooked to perfection once again. The confirmation flows up. Beautiful step from Omega. Fury up close and personal against Skillful from Genix FM. But one single shot with the DBS will seal the deal.
This potentially could be the game Team Forever was looking at. We're down to just last 5 teams remaining. And I think so Forever are in a solid spot. Because you look at any other team, they've lost the members. OR just down to 3. Blind 1. Kemin 1. And we're now in the top 4 itself. Team Forever should get this chicken dinner as long as they do not mess a lot of things up.
Kemin Esports Fury isolates himself in that shack, but he's also taking damage because of that Molotov.
True.
But he luckily patches himself in the nick of time. Team Forever, they've got all the 4 players alive. OR can only be the team that will be the biggest thorn in their way for this entire chicken dinner. If OR is able to shut down the team in the front in the name of Team Forever, then things can definitely be quite dicey.
True. I was loving the few numbers that we were seeing on our screen with Team Forever 4 alive, 44.44% chance, but now it has been increased to 50 as we did see Fury going out. But the likes of OR, oh my goodness, that nade should do the trick. Blind has also been taken down. It's down to the last 2 teams now, but a good spray down coming in from Zab, but a good return fire.
Oh my god, Zab knocked out. Not a good news for the players of OR Esports. And now it's taken down to a 2v4, but Pro replies back. The Young Guns, it's time for them to shine and showcase their reaction times on point. Team Forever looking to push up close and personal. Flock pulls out the nade, is going to go for that 2K, tosses the nade perfectly, and he might just find the second kill, but he doesn't. Pulls out the Molotov, burns the ground inside of the house, but he's still not able to wrap his head around the players in the front. Elimination point still up for grabs. Omega just jiggling around that corner. The window is really now starting to be a big discomfort for the player of Team Forever. Omega gets the first, but an instant trade from OR Esports that returns them back inside of the game. Team Forever, they lose out on their chance to get the 50K in the bag.
That was such a solid game coming in from the side of OR. And what a good adjustment. Admino did not take the fight until Pro showed himself. That was such a smart move, changing the corners as well, praying to their gods, and this has worked out. A blessing. Thanks to the play of the players, and again, the way how Robin was also able to give out those calls and the way how Admino adjusted, he realized that Omega would take that jump shot through that window. He quickly went in towards the other edge, knowing that this might play come in, and as soon as Pro showed up, they both just peeked in from 2 different windows. Yes, we saw Omega getting one, but he was taken down by the other. Good trade from the side of OR.
But we need to talk about that 1v4 from Ash.
Oh man, come on.
We just cannot forget that 1v4 that Ash showcased in the warehouses of boot camp. It was insane.
Phenomenal.
That too against one of the top dogs in the lobby. IQ Seoul, they're supposed to be the mechanical gods. They're supposed to be the best team. But you still 1v4 them like that. That in itself just showcases how well prepped up OG are for this LAN event.
Perfection.
Perfecto. With a chef's kiss on top.
Indeed. The best result that you could hope for, at least in the first 4 games of day 1. That's the kind of momentum you're building at the start that you're getting?
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? There's a lot of things to talk about. So let's move on forward towards the stage, towards the interview.
ऑल राइट लैंड चाहे जितने हो प्लेयर्स का कितने भी अलग हो OR esports की स्टार्ट हमेशा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में बेहतरीन रहती है और चिकन डिनर भी निकाल लिया। रॉबिन सा क्या प्लान्स थे?
प्लान यानी हर गेम को अपना बेस्ट खेलना ही था। यानी स्टार्टिंग में भी 2 गेम हम कैपिटलाइज नहीं कर पाए, एग्जीक्यूशन नहीं हुआ सही, और ये गेम में ये था कि जोन फेवर हुआ था, तो हमारा जो बेसिक प्ले रहता है बूट कैंप हिला के देन क्लियर करते हुए खेलना, उस पे स्टिक रहे और या निकल आ गया, चिकन आ गया।
देखिए मुझे लग रहा है ये टूर्नामेंट आपके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा पर्सनल है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हवे में खबरें चल रही है कि शायद इस टीम के साथ ये आखिरी टूर्नामेंट हो सकता है, क्योंकि OR esports जैसे आपने नाम सुना है कि मे बी ऐसे कुछ खबरें चल रही है, तो आई थिंक यहाँ पे एक स्टेटमेंट रखना चाहोगे आप, क्या कहना है उस पर?
हाँ, यानी OR जो है वो अभी जो भी अपने ऑपरेशन बंद कर रही है, तो हम भी न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए देख रहे हैं, और अगर जितना अच्छा खेलेंगे तो पोटेंशियल दिखेगा, तो यस कोई न्यू और कोई न्यू नेम को रिप्रेजेंट करने में मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
देखिए काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ें आपने बोली है, और इनफैक्ट जिस तरीके आपके असॉल्टर्स खेल रहे हैं एडमिनो, हमेशा ही एक नाम चल रहा है, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए।
ये जो है ये हुकुम का एक का है टीम का, इसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं बोलना, इसको कुछ बताने का जरूरत नहीं होता, और ये जितना की प्लेयर है और ये अगर कोई भी टीम में खेलता है, इवन मेरे साथ नहीं खेलता, अगर कहीं भी खेलता है ये हमेशा शाइन करेगा।
डेफिनेटली एडमिनो इज अ प्लेयर ऑफ दैट कैलिबर, और OR esports ने कर दिए धमाकेदार शुरुआत नोएडा इंडोर स्टेडियम में। तो चलिए अभी चलते हमारे डेस्क की तरफ एंड लेट्स फाइंड आउट।
Well, I mean, interesting, right? OR esports. Robin, of course, had quite a lot of words to say, and even Fixes asked him quite an interesting question. This entire LAN tournament is quite personal for them, and even they're here to make a big statement. In general, for so many teams, so many personal things are on the line. A lot of them just want to make their mark. A lot of them are the underdogs, so they want to prove themselves even better. For OR esports, it's sort of a beginning for the personal comeback, and I would say in day one, it's a really good start.
Indeed, a phenomenal start from them. If I'm not wrong, this is potentially their second game in which they've been placed in top 2. They're doing a great job indeed. But also, since we're talking about how personal this entire tournament is for the side of OR, I would say this is exact same case scenario for Orangutan as well. We did see them back in BGMS getting that second place, but after that there was a massive break, and we all know the reason for that. But at the same time, now since they're kind of making their comeback, this is a stark statement, and I know why you're smiling. The 1v4 from Ash is something we can't get it off from our minds, and we can talk about it about as long as we want to.
I mean, once again, right, Seoul being hit up by that 1v4 like that, it really might make them doubt themselves and make them overthink a lot of the scenarios. And if that does happen, Team Seoul, this entire day will be ruined for them. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, which can give them another chance to make the comeback in the entire pool. But Sanhok, it was a complete letdown. What's going on with Team Seoul? What's going on with Team Kevin Esports, Carnival Gaming? The question still remains. Despite off the bat, we thought that the players of Gujarat Tigers do have a big advantage and they could come out on top. But no, instead, out of overs, the table were just flipped by OG.
That's just Orangutan for you, and even in the fight against Aiku Seoul got the first pick on Trigger, and he was not aware of anything. And he was the one who basically got 3 picks against Gujarat Tigers. So yes, taking him down, but there we go, the clutch. The craziest clutch of this entire game. Maybe for this entire series, we might not see a lot of 1v4s, but this is the one that no one will forget.
I mean, the previous game of Sanhok was quite interesting, right? It had a big mixture of a passive nature. It had that dead phase too, where we just saw nothing, and then out of nowhere, the action just riled up insanely.
Yep.
For OR though, I'm not gonna lie, these two young guns, Pro and Zap, they're really bringing in a lot of that firepower that is essentially needed. And I just love the fact that how they played together. Pro and Zap, some beautiful communication was made, and in general with how it was looking like, it was insane. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsors, right? Thank you so much for Snapdragon Elite Gaming for sponsoring this event and for making this event come true, because I'm not going to lie, that arena right there in the back, it's insane.
Super happy about this electrifying environment out. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I believe this is my first BGMI LAN. But since we're talking about the BGMI LANs, this is not the first for Ash. And he is the MVP of this entire map. I mean, pulling off that 1v4, it was bound to be him on the charts.
Stars of the match. Ash, of course, going all out. And then best companion being Fierce from Revenue Esports. And it's going to be Admino as the finisher with 3 finishes and 4 assists. Now, for OR Esports, it was a date with Destiny. We're still waiting for so many other teams to find that activation.
True.
In general, all the 16 teams that are currently playing in the competition, they've got a lot to prove. But unfortunately, for some reason, some of them are not able to perform that well. Revenue Esports, though, the previous game was nice. 7 eliminations wrapped up, 13 points in total, good.
Yep. For Kemin as well, you can see they had 8 placement points, only 3 elimination points. So, yeah, they would want to rack up onto them, but just a little bit late for WSB, Global Esports. Ujra Tigers again, not a very good game. They are facing a lot of problems. Carnival Gaming, God's Reign, Hydro Official, Entity after that one chicken dinner. Yes, they're still going down on the tracks of not getting a lot of those points. They need to get back on track. They need to get their momentum going. So it's going to be difficult for them in the next round, but in this one specific game, right, we were seeing how spread out all of those points were between those teams. On the top, we see 23, and then it kept on decreasing, but there were quite a lot of teams who were able to get those 10 points. Now, this is the kind of consistency that you would always look forward to, and this is what helps you get that first position in those later stages of the days.
Exactly. Consistency is without a doubt the key, right? And for a lot of these teams, they're not even able to find that first footing towards consistency. And by the first footing, I mean is a solid game in their bags. Seoul, they were able to keep themselves consistent in the first 3 games, but then later on, once again, the graphs now come to, you know, it's crashing down, and that's not a good news at all, because the previous game was not that great. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a little bit of a VT lined up for you guys, a little clip, so let's move forward and look at that.
अगर लेता हूँ, सेलेक्ट करता हूँ, तो मैं हमेशा उनसे एक भाई वाला बॉन्ड बना के रखता हूँ. हर बार ऐसा नहीं है गेम खराब गई, तुमने डांट दिया, वो प्लेयर फिर तुमसे डर रहा है, तुमसे कुछ यानी मिस्टेक नहीं बता रहा है, और तुम एज ए आईजीएल उसकी हेल्प ही नहीं कर पा रहे हो. वो अपना गेम प्ले अगर इंप्रूव नहीं कर पाएगा, तो एज ए टीम गेम प्ले भी वो डाउन ही जाएगा, तो उससे तुम कभी टॉप पे आओगे नहीं. और एज ए बाकी मैं जितने भी प्लेयरों के साथ में खेला हूँ, मैं एज में बड़ा हूँ, तो मैं वो मेंटेन करता हूँ कि मैं बड़े भाई की तरह अपने जितने भी सारे छोटे भाई जैसे प्लेयर हैं, उन सबको मैं पूरा टाइम देता हूँ, और उनका जो भी अगर हो सके वो आके खुल के मेरे सामने मिस्टेक बताते हो. बाकी मैं पूरा अपना जो भी है, अपना पूरा जो भी इस गेम में सीखा है, वो सब उनको सिखाता हूँ. साथ में फिर टीम गेम प्लेयर, देन टीम ऊपर टॉप आती है. और हाँ, रॉबिन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ बीजीएमआई से जो भी प्लेयर खेला है, सब ने टॉप ही किया. आप देख लो लिस्ट उठा के.
Interesting words being said, of course, by Robin, and considering he's also the new addition inside of the roster, Admino is the only man who has been playing with the OR team for a long time. And now that Admino, Zap, Pro, Robin, it's a completely revamped lineup from OR Esports. It's actually somehow working out for them. And if you move on forward towards the overall rankings, of course it's going to be OG at the top on the first spot with 63 total points.
Those boys have got more finish points than the total points of teams starting from position 6, Team Forever. But seriously, some pretty solid play coming in from their side. On the other side, OR as well, trailing them not very far away, closely with 37 placement points for themselves. It's going to be super fun to watch how it's going to pan out for them. But on the other side, on the lower end of the spectrum, God's Reign down bottom 11 points. Carnival Gaming down bottom 11 points. Not exactly where you always see these teams, but on the other side, Kemin Esports, Global Esports, NXFM, Revenant. Revenant, I still would say they're in a pretty decent spot. But on the other side, for Global Esports, I still think they'd be able to make their way, pave their path. They've done it always, every single time. Last day, second last day, they perform very well. But yeah, for Carnival Gaming, God's Reign, they're struggling to find their momentum right now.
That is true. I mean, especially now that the upcoming game is also going to be the game of Vikendi. We know
True.
off the bat it's going to be complete slot zones. Nothing's going to be happening in the first 3 zones. We're not going to see the circle shift too. It's
Come
barely
on.
going to shift. So yeah, Vikendi in the first 3 zones, it's going to be super slow. And it's a big pace change too from Sanhok. Sanhok is supposed to be the most aggressive map. Then Vikendi is supposed to be like the passive and the defensive map where you just do not need to do anything. You get super lazy. You place
True.
yourself in the center spot inside the circle and do not move for at least the first 15 minutes. So yeah, it's a big change in the pace, but considering Vikendi has been around for a long time and all you need to do is just hold down a spot, teams do not tend to struggle at all.
I mean, struggling, yeah, it might not be that kind of a problem teams would face, at least in the early on stages. But I really want to see some drop clashes, maybe towards Cosmodrome if teams would love to drop there, or maybe again towards Castle, because in that vicinity we see sometimes Revenant taking their space as well. On the other side, again, there would be teams who would play on those far edges, maybe directly towards the west, towards the south. If Reckoning was there, I would say they played directly down south, but that's not exactly the case. They were not able to make that into that qualification. On the other side, though, still, for Orangutan, this could very well be a pretty good game. On the other side, for God's Reign and Team Forever. These are the 2 teams that we have
Aiku
seen.
Soul too.
Aiku Soul team. We've seen them perform on this map, and I really want to see them moving forward and up the charts.
I mean, a lot of these teams that we did not expect to get the chicken dinner have gone the chicken dinner so far. Team Forever has gone one, iFlix have gone one, and then even some of the teams that we did not expect in general, they have managed to get their hands on the chicken dinner OG to kick things off on a fantastic note.
Agreed.
So, a lot of these astonishing moments are happening, and that's pretty much going to be like the day one of the grand finals, right? You always got to expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. You can literally name it as the tagline for day number 1. Orangutan getting so very aggressive, having that LAN buff. Kemin Esports, God's Reign, getting that LAN nerf. Happy faces across the board. That's one of the most important things. We did see Mavi out there smiling. You'll love to see him smiling. Because even in the previous Sanhok map, yes, they went in for a drop clash, the ego drop clash against IQ Soul. Did not work out in their favor this time. Just before the lobby was reset, they did win out on those skirmishes, but again, for all the players,
those little fans, right?
Yeah.
To keep their hands cool. Because when you're playing, your hands do tend to get quite sweaty, and those fans just keep your hands cool.
True.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the view outside of Noida Indoor Stadium. A nice drone view you guys can see.
Still remember,
as the sun sets, the darkness takes over.
I love that light. I love that. But you still have to wait for the sun to rise again.
Yep.
And it is rising pretty well for the OGs. As well as for
Indeed
OR.
is. Yep. The apes, it just feels like they're possessed by the gods themselves. Every single player, they've been able to perform up to the mark. OG, they're looking like a whole different team, as I mentioned. We always knew OG have had it. OG have got it in themselves.
True.
Especially when Believe left the roster, we thought somewhere down the line that, okay, maybe OG, they're having a little bit of internal struggles here and there.
True.
But no, instead, Vizgod, Ash, AK, these guys are performing up to the mark. And I would say even better. The team play just seems so good.
True, and that's the exact kind of OG we all were waiting for. We were mentioning it multiple times in the challenge season that, yeah, OG, Orangutan, they're not performing up to their full potential. But again, they've been doing a phenomenal job. On the other side, Carnival Gaming also needs to kind of change the pace and move forward. I'm really expecting some big numbers from their side. Consistency is always going to be the problem. They're not getting some consistent points in at least the first 3 games. But right now on the map of Vikendi, as you've already talked about, mentioned how slow it gets, they can have a solid chance. But here we go. Last time, Kemin were the man who took the fight against Carnival and won it.
Pretty
You
much.
have to watch out for it.
I mean, even for Kemin Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with, right?
True.
So you just can't really see anything at this point. You really just can't. If you try to make any type of speculations, any type of predictions, it's just going to be like a shot in the dark.
I'm just going to throw it down the drain at this point.
I guess that's one way to deal with some problems.
Ignore the problems. They're not there. It's all an illusion.
That's what I actually do too.
I know.
completely not focus on it. I'm like, yeah, it's whatever. It's normal.
That's what Nicholas does.
Interesting. I don't know who that is. Weekendy is going to be upcoming soon, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you guys to lock in your predictions. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come out on top and victorious in Weekendy? I generally think so. IQ Seoul is going to have a solid shot.
I predicted.
This might just be the chance for them to come back.
I predicted IQ Seoul, and they got 1v4'd by Ash. All right, I'm not going to do that again. I'll just potentially pick another team that looks pretty decent on the map of Weekendy.
You know what? I understand OG is currently at the top, but there's not that big of a difference between the second spot and the first spot.
True.
And this is the exact same thing happened in BGMS2. In the first
Oh
2 days, OG were at the top, and then at the last day, in the last game itself, OG got toppled over just by 1 point. So as long as OG does not have a solid cushion, or anyone that is currently watching this entire broadcast can't say anything about it. Really, you just can't.
I'm not even going to predict that, but at the same time, I still feel, I'm going to say maybe Team Forever can pull it off.
Indeed, Team Forever can definitely pull it off. But for Orangutan, some things need to be changed. Now, I do understand their firepower is looking good. It's time to dial things back a little bit more, I guess. It's time to dial things back a little bit more. It's time to maybe play a little bit more defensive, considering their firepower is working perfectly well. All they need to do now is maybe focus a little bit more, I guess, on the placement side of things.
True. Focus more on it, indeed. But at the same time, Jonathan, Universe MVP. Good fans out there have got, unfortunately for them, just not making in the LAN. Devoid by 1 point. Exactly the kind of result we were fearing. That's what's happened. But at the same time, there are still a lot of those teams who are out there working so very well, doing such a great job. Specifically talking about, the side of Orangutan, they've been doing good. We've been talking to them so very long, so many times. But at the same time, there's Genix FM, right?
Yeah, there is. And Genix FM, I would say, they're just not there, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It just feels like Genix FM is not present inside of the tournament. They haven't done anything to make themselves stand out in the crowd. Genix FM, I guess they're having their own internal conflicts. Not exactly conflicts, but they're just trying to figure out how exactly can they counter the lobby, how exactly can they improve a little bit more better on the fly and do something so that they can match up with the level of these other teams that they're playing against.
Internal demons, I guess. Because yes, they have to move forward. Got to change a lot of things. Out there, some fans being super happy. And if you all also want to come on camera, maybe you can try and show yourself up at the Noida Indoor Stadium. If you really are worrying about the tickets, you can get them at the venue itself. It's a first come, first serve, so show up on time, or maybe just a few minutes before, maybe half an hour before, and you'll be able to get that entry in this amazing Noida Indoor Stadium where we are hosting all of these matches again. Just as how Necro always says, come and say hi.
Pretty much.
But here's the thing, right? Necro, again, right here, doing that big brain thing, trying to figure out which team might potentially get that chicken. I still am going to place my predictions on the board. I think so it could potentially be Team Forever, who might try to get that chicken dinner, that top position. You can hear the hootings in the background, and you know the reason for that. And it is because, yes, we will be entering into the map of Weekendy. Not in a long time, but way too quickly. Just a few more seconds maybe, which you can count on your fingers. On the other side, though.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I need to cut you off right there. Look at the arena from the outside.
Beautiful.
It looks so beautiful.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's dark out there, and then you see just a lot of lighting outside of the arena. It looks amazing.
Specifically, those drone shots.
And I love the fact that there's a lot of space to sit as well on the stairs, right?
Yeah.
So you can make yourself comfy. If you're bringing some bed sheets too, you can just, you know, lay it down there. Maybe go for, maybe just like, you know, sleep over there and look at the games as well.
Maybe. Why are you telling
stay in your comfort zone.
Staying
I'm just
in the
messing around.
comfort
I'm just
zone.
messing around.
I know. Everyone knows he's not lying. You give him some bed, he would really just sleep here while watching all these teams play. On the other side, there's some good fans out there holding the banners for their teams. Kevin Esports, oh, hello there. That's reverse. Might really want to just flip it 180 degrees on the other side though. Orangutan just flipping their gameplay, flipping the minds of everyone. Specifically talking about Ash with that 1v4. You can never forget it. And you can never get over it whatsoever. That's a highlight play. Not just for a while, but maybe for the few months to come. But finally, we were talking about the map of Vikendi. We were talking how slow things can get. But as of now, yes, this has been a slow start for all the teams and almost all of those maps apart from those early few fights. But it will not be a slow path for that plane because it's directly up in the north. We're starting things off on the map of Vikendi. Cosmodrome is where things will start, and it will end up anywhere between Dobromesto and Vihar. So the teams who want to go down south, Volnova, Castle, Winery, Hot Spring, they will have to travel a long way into there. Hope their glider stays pretty solid and their parachutes have not got any kind of holes, because it will be difficult to fill in. But here we go. Teams taking some early drops as well. Entity would be taking some early drops alongside with, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Global Esports as well, going up towards the north. That's the kind of playstyle they always revolve around. Dropping into the map, going up towards north, and then starting the fight, moving downwards, moving southwards. Hydra as well would probably end up somewhere near Goroka. That's where the players are. It's a very spread out drop. Not all of them are together. Potentially a 2 and 2 split that we normally see them playing. Entity doing the exact same thing. OR taking some early drops too, directly up towards the northeastern part. While for the side of iFlix, the entire northwestern part, but some early skirmishes, some early fights. Blind Skips has already taken a knock. That's not the fight you would really want to take, as Adi falls as well. And guess what? It's again Orangutan. Dark Lord was also able to get one, but on the other side, though, there will be Harsh taking another knock. It's all on to Dark Lord. Can this man find some redemption? AK pretty low in the HP, needs to get that revival, but Wizard low as well, but Dark Lord gets another one. It's all down to 1v1 situation.
Blind Esports, as you mentioned, it's down to just a 1v1 situation, and for Blind, we talked about how much this game matters. Vikendi starting off with a fiery start. It's something we're not used to seeing. With a Uzi in his hands, not a lot of bullets to try and spare, but the G360 will still find the closure against OG. It's Blind Esports. Maybe these guys are supposed to be the kryptonite for OG, and they actually do prove out to be that. Orangutan, all the games with such a consistent performance, but this time against Blind Esports, it does not work out. And this is why I mentioned, maybe now it's time for OG to try and switch things up a little bit. Play and focus on the defensive stances a bit more.
I was mentioning about potential drop collisions, but yet again, great play indeed. A solid one that we saw. At the end of the spectrum, though, they still did not go out without damaging Blind, right? They still lost a couple of members, so they've won those 4 elimination points. They have got somewhere around 10,000 in their back pocket, but at what cost? They'll have to be playing smart, slow, until and unless you can try and pull a 1v4 clutch like Ash. It's going to be difficult.
I mean, oh my God. Blind Esports. I always had a faith in this team's firepower. Back in the day, these guys were known as Team Insane, and now that the entire roster has moved on forward towards Blind, still the playstyle, the core gameplay hasn't exactly changed. They're still the same team by heart. The circle is also formed up in quite an interesting way. It's on the northern side. A lot of the circle is also in the water line, so might just be a factor that might catch these players off guard. Global Esports towards Port, Zabava, then even Hydra. You see a little bit of a split between these two guys. Towards Mount Krasenik, you can see Duora trying to move in. For CG, it's going to be a long rotation, a tough one. Same thing can be said for Kemen Esports 2 and Aiku Seoul. But once again, you're talking about Aiku Seoul and Carnival Gaming. These two teams, they pack a lot of experience and they pack a lot of punch.
Talking about packing a lot of punch, that exact same thing is with the zone itself. Look at that crazy hard north shift. I mean, almost half of it is in the water, but for now, OR.
Oh my God. OR Esports once again looking forward to continue what they did in the previous game, and that is slaughter the enemies. 2 eliminations already found. Spray got knocked out. Duora going for the resurrection, but the nade being pulled out in their hands. A quick repositioning from Hydra will keep them alive. Before how long? OR Esports, they've already tasted Hydra's blood, and they want a little bit more of that. Hydra officials completely pushed back in the defensive stance. They need to play safe, which is understandable. But OR Esports, even they're playing with quite a lot of caution. Not pushing up just yet. Not being too overeager to eliminate the opponents. Instead, let the time play its game.
The way OR has now switched the gears from the challenge season to the LAN, it's a humongous difference, because early on we saw Robin, yes, picking the fights, but also keeping the team in check. Not letting them take those unnecessary skirmishes. This time around, he's just finding those important duels and also making sure that his team is winning it. Before now, Mavi can try and find a good opening onto Zap if he's not careful. Just a tree blocking the path, but Pro could potentially be the one taking down Zap. Will be moving down. Oh my God, the shots were spread out.
Way too close for comfort. And as I mentioned, Global Esports is one of those teams that likes to hold down the high ground, and that's what they're doing exactly in this game too. OR Esports players inside of the houses, they're just sharing a compound with the foe in the front. What can they do? Just need to accept the reality and keep moving on. And that's what they're doing.
Entity as well, they want to try and take a piece of the cake. OR, oh my goodness! Don't go in the same vehicle because you'll be picked apart just like that. Admino taken down, and guess who's the man in action? It's Troy from Entity. You cannot keep this man off of radar for a long time, dude. He's always going to move forward. He's always going to come up on top in those finish feeds. On the other side though, this Vikendi map is not going the way we expected it to go. Doing a great job out there in the open. But yet again, Global Esports, a team who's on the lower end of the spectrum, receiving a lot of fires on their way. They've got to turn it into the fire of their own. Burn out their opponents alive. Hydra, OR being kept in those two compounds, not by each other, but by the other teams who are surrounding them.
Yep. Here we go. OR Esports. Them losing out on Envino. That's a big hit they took. A big punch in the gut. So at least Hydra, they were able to return back, equalize the man number. So now it's a 3v3. Hydra, they're not going to feel left out. Starboy, he's got a companion joining in the heavens, in the lobby, which is in the name of Admino. So for Hydra officials, once again, this stalemate is really just all about burning time.
True.
And I'm not a big fan of early game stalemates. You know that. All you're doing is just wasting your own time and the enemy's time too, while you can use that time to loot up better and position yourself in a better spot inside of the circle.
That's such a diplomatic way of also saying that you want to see some early fights because you love the action. But yes, true. There's always those strategic ends. And you always need to be wary about the time that you are losing while just staying put in that position. When you can go in for those repositions and find some better angles, some better fights. And as wise man once said, always take the fights that matter. There needs to be the reason behind every skirmish that you take. Well, on the other side though, if you look at down south, we're seeing Carnival Gaming going in for their long rotations. They will be met with resistance by Revenant Esports. Aiku Soul as well are near just down south of Volnova. This could be a precarious position, a treacherous one indeed for all three of them, but Revenant have decided they don't want anything related to the teams. They will be taking a very hard eastern rotation. Well, on the other side, Soul are just going to stay put for a little bit. Carnival Gaming will be moving along the shorelines somewhere between Castle and Cement Factory. Might potentially end up near Vosto. I was just trying to find a good pronunciation. Mount Kesnik is also a location. You can try and play on the foothills of it. But again, it totally depends on the rotation of the circle where it's going to take place. As it was a hard north shift, I'm also expecting another decently north shift. So Mount Kesnik might be off. However, Cosmodrome yet again, a location that you could potentially say is pretty good, prime, solid. You can try and take control of a few of those extra compounds. But on the other side, just look at the western edge, Gen X FM.
Kemen Esports going for the classic strat, the Met strat. Look at the players taking so much damage from the first zone.
True.
And now moving in all the way from the outskirts, from Wihar towards Dobro Mesto. It's going to be a long rotation they're taking. That means they will be taking a lot of damage too.
True.
And they will need a lot of meds to tank that damage, which they probably do have accumulated.
It's Kemen we are talking about.
Of course. Altu, the man, the myth, the legend, the heel battler. But Gujarat Tigers, Clutch got knocked out. Instant resurrection onto him, so no issues in that regard for now.
But the more shots they're going to fire, the more information and intel they'll be giving to their opponents. And if you show up on that finish feed, your opponents would potentially realize where you are. And that's not exactly what you want to give out. So both WSB and their opponents' positions have been noted. At the same time, I would still say Gujarat Tigers, they kind of need to take a few extra fights, but the calculated fights.
Yeah, the calculated ones.
Don't
the
mention
trees, they just look like cardboard cuttings.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that's funny. It's funny.
It is super funny indeed.
Yeah. But Blind Esports, jokes apart, inside of this compound, it's quite safe for them, I guess. There's no one around them. I do see GDR all the way in the back lines in the far fray.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt they're going to be of any concern for now.
The only concern that's going to lie will be the rotation of Team Forever, who are taking their time, their sweet time, near Villa. They've got to move forward up north, and if in case they take a lot of time, you already know there's Gujarat Tigers, there's also iFlix. All of those teams will be around the vicinity in that area if, again, they want to try and take the entry just towards the northwestern part of Mount Kesnik. You mentioned about how slow Wikendi could get. This is as slow as this could potentially get. After those early skirmishes, those early drop clashes, we're not seeing anything happen. Carnival Gaming as well, taking their sweet time. It's about time that we see a fight break out between Carnival Gaming and Revenant. They're having such a similar rotation. They've got the same idea. That they want to take some compound that's just a bit higher on that cliff to have some covers as well, plus grab as much information as possible. And again, they're pretty close to each other. Sensei Just going out for his sweet try, trying to scout out the area for his team to try and go in for the call for the next circle. And this is where we have always seen Revenant having some bits of problems, right? If in case they survive this one rotation unscathed, they would potentially come out on top even in the game. Otherwise, they'll be taking some heavy knocks and some heavy fires from multiple angles.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Aiku Soul in the blue, taking some damage. They've got decent amount of meds too. They've also got some jerry cans that they're refueling their vehicle with.
Yep.
And as usual, as I mentioned, it is a slow and steady game of Weekendy. This is how it really starts. But then later on, it's going to be all-out war. It's going to be all-out chaos.
Ooh. Chaos is what you love, right?
Yep.
I knew it. Oh, Kevin, don't do it. Kevin, do not do it. All four in just one vehicle.
One single spray.
And you're
40
all
bullets
gone.
in the mag. And you're just done. All it takes is one single good spray. I'm not a big fan of all the four players traversing in one single vehicle. CG next to Revenant Esports.
You know, Carnival. Since you've been talking about them, the last time, if I remember, we saw Carnival Gaming on the map of Weekendy, there was one awkward situation where Omega and his teammates were looking so disconnected. And Omega just parked his car in between a couple of those teams which are basically firing shots onto each other. And if I'm not wrong, one of them were blind. I love how this time around they're all playing together, slow approached, but they're always in the vicinity of Revenant, man, come on. It's been a while since both of these teams have been in a stalemate, and Fierce, he knows where Carnival is, and Carnival knows where Revenant are. So it's about time fights just breaking between them, and so could be said for Gen X FM and Kimin. Still they're playing it slow. Their classic strategy of survival.
Kevin Esports still just looking to find that breaching point inside of the zone, right? They spot one of the players from Gen X fan trying to make it in the safe zone, and that's why they're just taking these precautions. Skillful, spotted out.
He's gone.
He was on the patrol looking out for a couple of players on the edge line, but instead, Skillful, he got caught lacking. Instantly got taken down, and just like that, he bites the dust. For Gen X FM, this is not a good opening at all.
Fury is furious. See his expression as well. The man just wants blood at this point, and he wants to take all the players out one after the other. But wait a second. Insidious? That is not the best move. He got taken down by his own nade. Now the revival needs to be brought in.
Indeed.
Oh, okay, Omega.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming just trying to pull off some shenanigans. WSB spotted out. And if you remember, this is the exact same plays where
yes.
Raiden and Zerov pushed up against UDR. And they 2v4'd them. Not exactly 2v4, but those two players, they wiped out the entirety of God's Ring. So yeah, WSB, it's their home ground. They feel quite comfy in that spot.
Manya.
Gujarat Tigers up against Aiku Soul. Manya is taken down way too low. Jumps down underneath the bridge, so for now is going to be safe. Before how long he's going to keep himself safe, that's the real question. He can keep himself alive, but his teammate, they need to back him up as quick as possible. There's a big separation between Manya and the rest of his teammates. And if Manya is able to escape the spot, it will be huge for Aiku Soul.
Can he dive in those waters is basically the question, because it's one of the most precarious trenches to be at. Really want to try and play for survival at this point, because we see Manya most of the times in a split of a 1 and a 3 with his teammates, and whenever he spots out a good positioning, he calls in for the support, just like how it happened on the map of Erangel previously. But yes, the answer to your question is going to be that he will be able to survive, and his power as well, just on the other side. also potentially give in the cover. It's a frozen glacier out there. And I'm still surprised that Gujarat Tigers did not go in for the punish.
We call it the frozen river.
Yep. That's kind of what the glacier is? No. Okay. The ice keeps on flowing. My science.
Whatever it is, ice is ice.
True that. Can't dive in it, you just have to walk over it.
Yep. And you feel super cold. Kemen Esports, I just want to see how many meds do they exactly have. Show me Altu. I want to see Altu's POV and find out how many exactly first aids does this man have. Altu is like the main heal battler for this team.
True.
Kemen Esports, they're just waiting for the upcoming circle shift. At this point, every single team is doing the same thing. It's the stage 4 of the game, and the stage 5, it's going to be a drastic shift.
Oh, you called for the drastic shift. Look at where it has shifted.
Cosmodrome for WSP. This is a chance for redemption, a chance to claim the chicken dinner, and at least have a good end to the day.
Insidious is back on his knees again. Will be brought back up, but hey, you don't want this man to go down time and time again, right? Because the more you go down, the faster your HP depletes. That's not where you really want to be at. OR, Hydra, in that exact stalemate. One of the most...
Oh my god, what? Revenant! Within a flash, they wipe out the entirety of Gen X FM, if I'm not wrong. Not just that, hold on. There's still 2 more players alive. Oh, beautiful play, Snade. Catches Spider Jawed. 1 more to go. In the name of JD Gaming, he's still inside of that shack. It will be tough to toss the nade from that little gap that there is there. And JD Gaming's now being softened up way too low. Another nade flows in, and that's going to seal the deal. Just like that, it's Revenant Esports to come out on top in that fight against the players of Gen X FM. And Gen X FM, they get eliminated on the 15th spot. They're not feeling too hot. Another team, they walk in that same trap. And for Revenant Esports, it's a treat. Gujarat Tigers, within a flash, they've been eliminated too. Revenant Esports, it's a trapping setup by them. And almost 2 teams have walked into it, have fallen to their demise.
How is Carnival Gaming getting a few scraps for themselves? That is such a smart play. On the other side, though, iFlakes are now just becoming the dinner of Aiku Soul. On the other side, it's Blind up against Kemen. And both of these teams are looking for a solid footing into the leaderboard.
Venom pulls out the nade, tosses in inside of that warehouse. Yeah, even the same question I had.
What? Blind was wiped out by Kemen so quickly?
Yeah, a lot of the action, we're not even able to capture it. This is what I mentioned, right? That's weekending for you. For the first 4 zone, nothing happens, but then out of nowhere, as soon as the stage 5 hits, it's just all-out chaos. It's all-out war. It's a street fight.
I mean, half the times we're just seeing it in the finished feeds as again. Aiku Soul getting 1 more member of iFlakes, though I still see them in the background. Hydra are now being taken down by the zone. That is so very unfortunate. The fire-breathing dragon cannot stand against the Godzilla of that play zone.
Indeed. Kemen Esports, 3 players in front of us. Entity Gaming 2. Look at the separation that Entity Gaming has. Samraj all the way on the left, the rest 3 on the right. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for Entity Gaming, but this late inside of the game, going for a split like that, it's filled with a lot of risk. And Entity Gaming, they're trying to play the big game here. If it does work out, it will work out perfectly, just the way they imagine. If it doesn't, everything's going to come crashing down because Samraj is going to be the main play maker. He needs to keep his position anonymous in order for his team to find the big success. And Kemen Esports, they've managed to get 3 elimination points so far. And look at Omega. Tosses that nade in the window. He's now starting to get pushed on by the players. He finds a 2K, and he turns around for the 3rd. Omega, what a big 3K that was. He's looking to pull off a 1v4 just like that. Will he get the 4K? Godsreed, they have been dismantled by the man, the myth, the legend Omega, a 1-man army. This time Goblin being shut down. But no, nothing can be done. It will be Hector to close things off. Godsreed, what a big blunder that was. Omega, that 1v3 was insane. But once again, Godsreed, they missed all the shots.
That is not the God's Reign we were seeing back in BGMS and BGIS. Facing so much troubles, and that's exactly the case with iFlix as well. Though they're still being a good threat, a good thorn for the global esports members, as Revenant will also try and get a piece of the pie. Mavi being a thorn for Entity, trying to take them down, but it's WSB up against Aiku Soul. Insidious down, knocked, and Manya should be able to get that flush. But how will WSB try to play this one out is going to be the question. They've got to try and hold their ground, where Aiku Soul will be pushing forward up against them.
Entity Gaming wiped out. They bite the dust too, or maybe they bite the ice considering it's Vikendi.
Jeez.
Oh, Aiku Soul now. Unfortunately in the lower grounds, even the Wall of Death is putting a lot of pressure on top of them. For WSP, this is the exact fight they needed. Aiku Soul, they need to leave this comfort zone and move out. The players are softened up, a constant barrage of utility on top of their heads.
Oh my God, Oace.
Exactly what they wanted to have. And as you mentioned, even Oace now just starting to challenge a fight against Aiku Soul. Where can they exactly go? WSP, even they're getting griefed by Team Forever. Mafia and Flock, they find a couple of knockouts. Actually, Team Forever, they're taking their own different fights. Every single player is challenging every other team.
They're playing exactly like how WSB was playing back in the challenge season. 3 different players, 3 different fronts, 3 different fights, and being won. ZF finally trying to return some of the favor back to Omega as Team Forever now just down to potentially Oace, who healed himself back up, but Manya as well getting right and knocked down. And that is not a good news for the side of WSB, as Power's Nate should do the trick, maybe not. He wants to try and find one more person, getting right and low enough. He's going to be taken down. That should be about it. Yes, it does the trick. Yes, Power will pave the way for his team to move forward. But look at Oace, look at his off angle.
Yeah, Oace, he's indeed got that off angle as you mentioned. Went for the spray, unfortunately was not able to trace it perfectly enough. Team Forever, they're in a big sandwich situation. Mafia and Oace, the last 2 glimmer of hope alive for Team Forever. What can they do though when there's Nate sailing in like that from Aiku Soul? There's also WSP on the sideline, so Aiku Soul need to watch out from that team. But even Revenant from the backlines, they're getting pounced on by Carnival Gaming. So many fights happening at the same time. So many third-party situations brewing up.
That is indeed true. Oace was taken down. It's down to just Mafia, who is sandwiched in between, just as you said. Aiku Soul as well as Carnival Gaming, but Soul slowly creeping forward. There's a big smoke wall that's going to block any kind of vision from Anuj. Omega as well, way too far back. Should be finished off. Just about time. He was down on his knees already. Akshat and Hector. The precarious spot themselves. Ronnie. He can find the opportunity maybe from that nade.
He can. The nade's actually tossed to perfection. And Hector knocked out Aiku Soul. Out and over, the chances for them to come out on top inside of the game, they've been revived. A 3v1 against CG, and Akshat left to clutch it out for them. Tosses out a couple of smokes, shrouds himself and his teammate in that. And now we'll try to stick the revive, so Hector might just be back up on his feet. For Aiku Soul, this will be a big problem. They let him go for the revive. If they wanted, they could have made the push.
But where will Carnival escape? That's the question. They don't have a lot of smokes left. There's WSB as well, who are being kept busy. But for now, Anustopi just returns the favor to Aiku Soul.
Oh, Soul now starting to get griefed. And it's WSB Gaming to shut them down completely. But then they get third party from the sidelines. Aiku Soul somehow being saved unintentionally by the opponents. And Carnival Gaming, for them, the game's now starting to crumble down. It's not good. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, as WSB has been eliminated from the game. For Team Forever, this will be an important affair. And Carnival Gaming, they've still got 2 players up. especially the man on the top. He had such a vital role to play in this entire scenario. Even Team Forever collapses, and now it's all down to Ronnie in a 1v1 against Omega. Omega, a man who pulled off a 1v3. He got a 3K against Godsreen, so Omega's definitely feeling himself. But even Ronnie, he's playing this one quite cheeky. He's just going for the peekaboo. Now Omega finally spotted out in the open, and Omega as well is not going to fall prey to the opponent just like that.
Zone!
It's way too close for comfort. As you mentioned, even the wall of death is starting to move up. And Ronnie, he pulls out the DBS, makes the push happen against Omega. The first shot missed, and this might just be the revival for Omega to come out on top. And it is! It's Carnival Gaming's Omega going massive, going nuclear in that previous game, and keeping the hopes and dreams alive for his team to come out on top. And Omega, oh my God, Carnival Gaming, this was such a desperately needed chicken dinner too.
Desperate indeed, but what a move, what a play. Carnival Gaming, I just mentioned how they were down in the leaderboard. And that is one of the most brutal 1v1 that came in. And that to Omega pushed against the blue. The only positive factor for him was the fact that he kind of had the high ground in comparison, and also Ronnie had no heals.
Oh man, I feel bad for Soul. I really do feel bad for Soul. They're getting so close.
An amazing battle. It was Carnival Gaming versus IQ Soul, and let's head to the clutch machine, the OG Omega. Give it up, brother. Give it up. Give it up. Congratulations. How many finishes? So many finishes, and you were Soul. सबसे पहले God's Win को हटाया आपने. उसके बाद ये एंड में जो 1-on-1 हुआ रॉनी के साथ 9 हुए ना भाई. क्या हुआ था आज सोलो?
नहीं वो इन्होंने बोला था कि मेरा थोड़ा गन गेम बहुत ज़्यादा खराब हो रहा था, एक मैच में थोड़ा स्टेप अप कर, तो मैंने ट्राई किया.
मैं अंदर था, जॉनी मुझे कह रहे थे गॉड्स रेन देखो यहाँ पर आने वाला है कार्निवल पे, और वहां पर जो आपने असॉल्ट किया, माय गॉड दैट वाज अमेजिंग ब्रदर. बट ये जो लास्ट में 1-on-1 हुआ उस समय क्या चल रहा था?
कुछ नहीं, मेरे टीममेट्स बोले कि ले लेगा तो मैंने ट्राई किया और ले लिया भाई.
वेल ले ली इन्होंने, चिकन डिनर ले लिया. शुरुआत स्लो हुआ था लेकिन फाइनली कार्निवल गेमिंग गॉट आवर चिकन डिनर. एंड नाउ लेट्स मूव टू आवर एक्सपर्ट्स एंड लेट्स हियर आउट उनका क्या कहना है.
Oh, that final 1v1 between Carnival Gaming and Team IQ Soul. It was a moment that we all wanted to see, and it also really just brings back those rivalries maybe that's going on between these two guys, right? Especially Omega up against Ronnie from IQ Soul in that 1v1. And as I mentioned, the first initial shot that was missed from Ronnie, that gave the chances for Omega to clutch it out and bring his team back inside of the race for that chicken dinner. And Omega instantly capitalized with that preemptive shot that he took around the corner.
And love the fact how he did not overheat. He still was maintaining that cover, forcing Ronnie to go in for those peaks. And he just got that perfect timing on the back of it, getting that shot landed. And yes, the rivalry goes ways back, because previously in the challenge season itself, we saw that a quick assault of Team IQ Soul onto the members of Carnival Gaming. IQ Soul was the one who came out on top, but with just one Ronnie remaining. This time around, it was the final battle. Omega won it out. On the other end of the spectrum though, yes, not the dream start for Orangutan and for a lot of those teams out there. Yet again, I would still say an okay-ish position for Team Forever. They at least got a few placement points on the back of it. WSB as well, just a few finishes, few placement points.
Now this game's been quite interesting. Godsreen getting 1v3 like that. Not exactly 1v3, but Omega getting a 3K against Godsreen. Every single player from that team just missed shots on Omega. That just gave Omega a chance to turn around and slap everybody in their faces. And I'm pretty sure those kind of moments really do hurt your ego as a competitive player. And for Godsreen, that's also a sign for wake up. They need to wake up inside of the tournament as quick as possible.
True. But again, a team that tried to wake up early on, blind. I mean, you need to have the strength to go up against Orangutan when they're feeling themselves like that. And yet, coming out on top after that, that was actually a pretty solid play coming in from blind. But on the other end of the spectrum, Kevin Esports, we've been talking about their struggles in the performance. Yes, they were able to get a couple of finishes, but apart from that, I don't see a lot of comeback potential, at least in that last game. Seems pretty difficult. On the other side, WSB did show some signs, but again, they were extinguished quickly.
In the final top 6, there were just so many third parties. Third party after third party after third party. And I think one of the main reasons for that is because the circle was out in the open too. There was just not a lot of cover to play around with.
True.
And unfortunately, because of that, a lot of the teams that did actually stand a chance, they just got taken down quite easily. So in general, in the end, as we know, it was a 1v1 between Ronnie from the side of Iku Soul and Omega from Carnival Gaming. And Ronnie, I gotta give it to him, even he was trying his best, but unfortunately when he missed that first initial shot inside of that shack, that's when Omega knew that now it's my time to pounce and grab the opportunity, and he did so perfectly.
Now here's the thing, Ronnie had to make a 50-50 choice. If he's going to be on the close corner or the far corner. He thought he'd probably look at the far corner, but that's not where Omega was. Surprise is what he said and pounced upon him. But also just before that, right, since we've been talking about it, I love the fact how he was able to quickly reposition, trying to take that advantage of the hill, of that small angle, and was also able to provide some good cover fire.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue this entire post-game segment, I want to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, DHL, as well, for sponsoring this show and for sponsoring this event and making it come true. So once again, a huge thanks to DHL. But now we can continue on forward with the conversation that we're having. Still the usual suspect, struggling quite a lot. Global Esports, Kevin Esports, they went for such a late rotation inside of the safe zone. They also found quite a nice breaching point in that safe zone, but still it just didn't work out the way they wanted to.
It's just very unfortunate to watch, and that too when they were able to get that first pick on to the member of Gen X FM. If I'm not wrong, it was Skillful who was cut out there. His main job was to try and save his team from a backstab, and he himself got backstabbed. But again, we're going to have a look at the man himself. What is that number of finish?
9 eliminations wrapped up by Omega. And just to let you guys know, it's supposed to be the IGL of the team. It's not his job to go for the fragging.
Bonkers.
Instead, it's Goblin's job to go for the fragging and also Ukshots. But instead, this time, it's Omega just going all out. And then the best companion is going to be Hector. And, well, from CG, once again, Omega as the finisher because he was the one who got the last finish wrapped up. Iku Soul, still the consistency moves up. 20 points accumulated from the previous game. They're still quite far away from getting that chicken dinner.
That is indeed true. Again, just a spot away. On the other side, though, Revenant not having a lot of placement points, but if I'm not wrong, Aquanox was feeling himself. And on the back of it, they had those 10 eliminations. So, yes, being pretty high on top. On the other end, these are the few teams that could not get a lot of points for themselves. Gujarat Tigers again on the lower end, Gen X FM, God's Ray and Hydra Official struggling to find their form. All of these teams are facing so many problems and they just don't seem to be ending. And Necro, this is a sprint.
And not just that, my friend, now we're going to be back on the classic grounds once again. So that might just be good news for these guys, right? Back on the classic grounds, on the map of Erangel, every single team for them, it's like their comfort zone. It's going to be their home ground. Vikendi and Sanhok, it's understandable because they are sort of unpredictable when it comes to the entire playstyle. There's also a little bit of RNG factor involved in those maps, in my opinion. But if you move on towards Erangel, that map is sort of like the comfort zone. Teams do know how to traverse around the areas. They know how to move around the areas, including the map of Miramar. I like to call them the classic maps.
They indeed are, all the classic maps, but we're going to have a look at the rankings of the teams and look at the jump of Iku Soul. They're directly at the second position. OR with 58 on that third place, followed up closely by the members of Blind. Team Forever as well, they're doing a pretty solid job, followed by Entity, Carnival Gaming, a big leap for themselves with those 40 points at 7th place. But again, once we're moving on towards those lower ends, I think so it's fine for iFlakes, Gujarat Tigers. Just one good game, they'll be back up in those top 5s. But on the other side, Gen X FM, God's Reign, Global Esports, WSB, they need to have some pretty solid couple of games. And if not two, maybe tomorrow, if they're not able to start that well, they've got to end things on a good note now.
Wait, did I just see that right?
Yes.
God's Reign on the 16th spot?
Yes.
What?
It's
How
mind-blowing.
often do you see a moment like that? It's been 5 games so far, and God's Reign, they're on the last position in the overall standings. And this is a massive blunder from them. They need get themselves out of the slumbers today itself. That means the last game has to end on a great note. That means a chicken dinner should be upcoming. And if that chicken dinner is not going to be there, well, then you know, my friend, Godsreen will be staying on that 16th spot.
It's going to be difficult and a hard pill to swallow for their fans as well. But with the way things are going, the problems that they're facing in their momentum, and how they're just not winning the fights, it all comes down to the exact same thing. They haven't had the momentum from the starting, but we've had 5 different matches and we've had 5 different winners. Maybe for the 6th one, we're also going to have another new team. You potentially think maybe God's Reign?
Maybe. Because God's Reign, they're desperate at this point. And they will try to latch on to anything that they can. And somewhere down the line, I'm pretty sure they're also now starting to overthink a lot of these scenarios. And they should not be overthinking at all. So for God's Reign, they just have so much to worry about in this final game. Because imagine, if they end things on a bad note today itself, tomorrow on the first game, it's not going to be a good luck at all. It'll be sort of like a bad omen that's following them, because they just do not have the momentum at all. And for God's Reign, they will have a Herculean task on the remaining 12 games.
Exactly. And here's the thing. They had some pretty decent runs early on in the challenge season itself, in week 1 and week 2, but their performance kind of declined, and we all saw that happen because they were contenders of the first place, and then they continuously dropped down. Also at a situation, at a point, we were thinking that maybe if the teams below them are having the blast, even God's Reign might be knocked out of that tournament. So that's the kind of momentum they've basically brought into the LAN itself, and that's not the way you really want to start things off. Yes, it's a sprint as well. 6 games will be done today itself, so you do not want to be in that bottom 8 positions. You really want to be in that top 10, if not the top 5.
Exactly. Top 10, if not the top 5, as you mentioned. That's where you need to be, at least at the end of day 1.
True.
I would just say be in the top 8. Be on the first half of the board, so at least you can feel a little bit more better, because you won't have a big task to make the comeback, right? You won't have a lot of things just brainstorming you that you need to do this, you need to do that in order to make a massive comeback. But if you're going to be ending things on the 16th spot in the overall standing, especially if you're one of those teams that is well known in the Indian community and that you are one of the best teams that the Indian community has to offer, it'll be a big upset, not just for the fans, even for them themselves. And it will be a big mental breaker. It won't be good, trust me.
Exactly, and the pressures just keep on mounting, right? Because normally in the challenge season you would see, all right, we only have 3 games, it's fine, we've got 4 weeks, all the 3 games, we'll be having all 3 games 3 different days of the week, so it was fine. If one day you don't have the momentum, you can try bring yourself back in the next 2, but you do not have that leverage here. It's either you perform on that day or it's all gonna go down in drains for you, because look at the gap between God's Reign and Orangutan. Last time in BGMS, we saw there was a 1-point gap. But right now, when we're starting things on this
once
note,
again, you can continue, you can keep on saying what you want. But ladies and gentlemen, we had a chance to talk with Omega, and let's go and hear what he exactly had to say.
उस टाइम पे हील बैटल ऐसा था कि चल जाती थी, ऐसा नहीं हमने नहीं किया, हमने भी किए, बट अभी रिसेंटली ऐसा होता है कि हमारे पास चांस होता है, तब भी हम लोग नहीं करते, क्योंकि लाइक उस चीज़ की प्रैक्टिस क्यों करनी जो हम लाइक यूज़ नहीं कर पा रहे. अब जैसे पॉइंट सिस्टम चेंज हो गया, बाहर पहले से चेंज हो रखा है इंटरनेशनल, और यहाँ पे अभी हो गया, तो उसका कुछ यूज़ नहीं होगा, तो उस चीज़ की प्रैक्टिस ही क्यों करनी जो हम मतलब प्रैक्टिकली यूज़ नहीं कर सकते गेम के अंदर. तो मेरे हिसाब से वो चीज़ वेस्ट है, एंड जो अभी कर रहे हैं वो मेरे हिसाब से तुम्हें दिक्कत होगी जब 10 का पॉइंट सिस्टम आएगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होगी.
A nice big smile on Omega's face, even after winning the chicken dinner and even in that clip that we saw. So once again, you just love to see the fact that Omega is regaining the confidence inside of the team of Carnival Gaming. And these 4 guys have been playing for a really long time. So it's understandable why he's so confident moving inside the tournament.
It's not just him. I really want to see all the other people step up as well. Yes, Omega with those 9 finishes. I want to see, if not the exact same performance, but at least something on a similar level from all the players. You can say Hector, Akshat, as well as Goblin. I mean, I'll be honest, Goblin, he's kind of been kept quiet for a while now, and everyone's been waiting for his revival.
Yeah, but you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we also had a little bit of words with Destro, so let's go and hear what he had to say.
I guess.
Yeah, well, I guess soon enough we'll be moving on forward towards that video. A little bit of a miscommunication from the production side. But yeah, one thing is for sure, that even we need to hear what exactly Destro had to say, right?
Yes.
And I'm not going to lie, I want to see an interview at the end of the day with Destro too. But you know what? Let's move on and look at that clip.
ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। अगर डिसिप्लिन की बात करते हैं तो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद जस्टिन, डेल्टा, दोनों कभी टाइम पे उठेंगे नहीं, कभी बूट कैंप का ढंग से खाते नहीं है, जो होगा ऑर्डर होगा, जिम जाना नहीं है किसी को। वेज भाई आए हैं तो इनको थोड़ा एक और साथी मिल गया है बाहर से खाने में, तो हम लाइक मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा थोड़ा सबको जिम भेजने का, सबकी डाइट कंट्रोल में लाने का। मतलब मैं भी इतना कुछ परफेक्ट नहीं हूँ, बट इन सब
Yeah, I mean, especially if you speak about how things were looking like, right? And with how Destro was saying some of the choice words, his team's not looking that great, man. His team indeed is not looking that great. And
I mean, it's heartbreaking.
They really do need to pull something off. One more game left inside today's day. 5 games already done. Erangel's going to be the last game. And I've also heard that the upcoming VT will also be of Revenant Esports, because even Revenant is on the massive struggling phases.
I would agree, but there's at least some glimmer or hope from them,
Yeah.
right? Because in the previous game, we saw Aquanox performing. We saw how great he was going in for those frags. If I'm not wrong, I saw him going on a rampage as well with those 5 finishes. So, yes, that's a glimmer of hope for their side. If in this game, even Fierce is able to step up, we know Revenant will become a force to be reckoned with, because Sensei, yes, has got some good ideas, some good calls as well for those rotations. They'd be able to bring themselves back. For God's reign, I'm not quite able to say the exact same thing, because you need to see Delta onto those fragging departments. You want to see Shogun doing the exact same thing. Troy is not the only weapon in their arsenal. Destro, he's an IGL. So we can, kind of give him that slight edge that he might not be getting on that top frags, but at the same time, I really want to see some changes from their side.
Of course. I mean, in general, with how Revenant Esports have been performing, I don't exactly know what Sensei needs to do here, man, because Aquanox and Blaze, they're some of the good players that have been recently recruited. But let's move forward and look at that video.
इतनी पा रहा है, वो जो दर्द है ना, वो छाती में इतना बढ़ गया है, क्या बताऊं। बस एक वही दर्द है कि यार जीत नहीं पा रहा, काफी टाइम से वेट है। एंड बहुत सारे मेरे सपोर्टर्स मुझे कब से सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बोलते हैं भाई जीतो, ये वाले जीतो। एंड मुझे उस चीज़ का बहुत बुरा लगता है। पता है, हर गेम हर टूर्नामेंट में बोलते हैं तुम जीतो, हर टूर्नामेंट में वो फिर से मैसेज करते हैं, सेम मैसेज करते हैं, और मुझे फिर बुरा लगता है इस बात का कि यार मैं इनके लिए जीतना है मुझे, और उनके लिए जीत नहीं पा रहा मैं। तो बस वही है, एक वही दर्द है मेरे अंदर, बाकी तो सारे।
Yeah, well, I mean, Sensei, of course, I know this man. He's quite a calm person, but he's quite sarcastic as well. Trust me when I say this. Okay, I've spent a lot of time with this man. He's sort of like a good friend of mine, but yeah, he's got a lot of sarcasm.
True.
Now, as I mentioned, for Revenant Esports, they're sort of on the same page as well on a lot of these big dogs that are not able to perform. So this last game is also going to be another glimmer of hope for them.
True.
For Aiku Soul, they have been maintaining that consistent performance. For Carnival Gaming, the previous game was the chicken dinner, so once again, they have made the comeback, but now it's time for Revenant Esports and God's Reign to pull something out of their hat, or a rabbit, maybe.
You may never know if they'd be able to pull a rabbit, or at the end of the 3 days, maybe a trophy, because that's what Sensei was also mentioning. Yeah, there's been a lot of people texting him. He's not able to grab those trophies, so this time he really wants to get one, and I'll be looking forward to it, to be honest.
Exactly. I'll be looking forward to it as well, and especially with how Revenant Esports, I mean, I genuinely thought that them moving inside of this tournament, they might just have the momentum, because inside of the challenge season, Revenant Esports, they ended things on quite a decent note.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now that they're moving inside of the grand finals of the challenge, this is really a big problem for Revenant Esports, that the momentum's not able to carry on forward. Now, in the interview, I hope a question is going to be asked. What is the big difference that you're, noticing inside of the grand finals and in the challenge season?
I mean, one of the answers I personally think would potentially be the environment, right? You, in your boot camp, have got a very different environment. You can pick up whichever snack you really want to. And
yeah, but once again, these guys, these 4 players, they've got a lot of experience, dude.
True.
You're talking about Aquanox, you're talking about Blaze, Sensei. These guys have been along for such a long time in the IGC, so they've got the LAN experience. I highly doubt they will be filled up with a lot of jitters. I just think so that the lobby, the intensity's changed up way too much, and the way the people are playing the game, it's also changed up a bit.
Yeah, I truly agree with you on those points, because you need to have a very solid synergy whenever you're entering in the lobby of top 16. Previously, when you played, there were a few extra teams who were not just feeling themselves. I would not like to name them, but we already know who we are talking about. So yes, you were able to kind of get a few extra points, but right now it's going to be even more difficult for you to get those points for yourself, because everyone's feeling it.
Everyone's feeling it, of course, and ladies and gentlemen, we're only a couple of moments away from moving inside of the last game. The last game will, of course, be Erangel. Now, even for global esports, man, this just really means a lot. Sanhok, off the bat, they got eliminated by Kusol. Then you move on forward inside of Vikendi for global esports. Once again, their hopes and dreams were shattered. Throughout the entire day, the same thing's been happening.
True.
But in the challenge season, Mavi was able to guide his team to perfection. But that perfection is now missing, and I'm telling you, the main reason for that is because a drastic shift in the way the teams are playing.
I want to see how Orangutan are going to perform on this one because, yes, they started with a blast, but the performance then just kind of went downhill on the upcoming games. And even in the previous one, they got eliminated so early with just a couple of points onto the members of Blind. So I'll be looking forward to how they perform right now because their first position is now threatened. And that is again by IQ Soul, by OR, and their performance on this map is going to be important too. You really want to end things on a very good note on the first day to carry that momentum on the second itself. 6 matches, that's all you've got. You start a day with a blast, you need to end it with a blast as well. On the other side, yes, for the teams like God's Rain you mentioned, even for global esports, Genx FM, I'll bring them on the table as well along with GT. They need to end things on a good note.
They indeed do need to. They do need to end things on a great note. I mean, I love the fact that at least IQ Soul, they're having a good time, right? And if I'm not wrong, they haven't gotten a single chicken dinner yet. They have been really close all the time. They almost touch the chicken dinner, but then it just gets stolen away by someone else, majority of the times. But as long as they're doing good in the overall standings, I guess that should not really be the big concern. But once again, it's all about the money too. It's about the moolah. And if you're not going to get your hands on the back-to-back chicken dinner, you're missing out on those 2 lakhs, my friend.
They probably just want to try and grab as much cash as possible, right? Because imagine, you've got 39 finish points. How much cash you're able to grab on the back of it? It's quite a lot, tremendous.
Indeed. Global esports getting locked up. Some drastic changes needs to be made. And adaptation needs to be made on the fly too. Are we going to see that from global esports? Because so far Ninja Boy hasn't been able to perform. It's Beast outperforming Ninja Boy. And you can clearly see the effect of that inside of the game too. Ninja Boy needs to wake himself up. Maybe it's the land pressure. Maybe he's feeling his nerves on the land. But whatever's going on, he needs to wake up right now. Already a lot of time and games have been wasted. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Last game of the day begins now as the plane flight pad starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards shooting range.
A heavily western tilted plane path right now where teams like Hydra, Revenant, they're going to have so much trouble while going towards Milta Power and Milta. On the other side, Global Esports, they drop at 7E, should face no problem. But again, on towards Yasnaya Polyana, where we see OR. They're going to have some troubles too. Even Kemin, we might potentially see some kind of contest somewhere around the area of Rozhok for those vehicles. But I don't think so teams would try and go for it. Maybe they'd just go in for their secondary drop locations. iFlix though, at the same time, I might potentially see some contest between Ash as well as a couple of members from iFlix if they really want to contest for that one vehicle up north of Military Base Island.
Never know though.
That's not happening,
Going
unfortunately.
for early game battles is always going to be filled with a lot of risk. And for these players, the risk is worth 50K. So yeah, it's understandable why we're not really seeing a lot of those fights happen off the bat.
True.
Everyone's trying to play their natural, generate gameplay. But I think so somewhere down the line, this 50K has had so much impact that even Blind Esports is now playing a little bit defensive. You can see that shift in the playstyle.
But hey, those 2500s have had such a great impact on orangutans that they've got 39 finishes already.
A military circle!
You love it.
And I'm a big fan of these circles.
I love it.
It's the best way to end the day off, too. It's going to be all-out chaos brewing up.
Don't jinx it. I do not want to see another bridge circle that it might end up being. Because seeing the bridge is literally almost at the center.
I mean, if it is a bridge circle, I would still be down. Bridge circles are super fun, too.
And You'll be seeing teams all around, maybe some on the bridge. There would be a couple of players on top of those bars. You'll see maybe a boat lurking around. It's going to be chaotic.
A lot of players are just going to be in the water lines.
True.
They'll just try to hide in the water and hope
Maybe-
for the best, cross their fingers, and play for the placement points.
Get a few vehicles in the water, just like how Hydra was
Yeah.
able to do.
Meanwhile, OG, they've already made that rotation down south. They're done looting Fairpier. Quick moves on the board. I like to see that. OG being proactive. But there's a chance Destro might just collide against the players of OG. And at this point, OG, they're feeling themselves.
Hey, yo.
So Destro, it's better to back away. And Destro has been the man who's been falling initially from the side of God's Ring. So Destro, it's better to pull back, withdraw.
That is indeed true. But again, some quick early rotations from Team Forever as well. They will be following the trails too, but want to just stick around towards that bridge area for a few seconds maybe. I don't really love the positioning coming in from Orangutan again, because they've already given a lot of advantage to God's Reign, and that's understandable. God's Reign is the team that has that entire area under their control because they drop early on. They've got those hills as well as those compounds, so Orangutan will be pushed down south of that island, if not directly the southwestern part. On the other side, some early skirmishes as well between Hydra again. That's exactly where we normally see Carnival Gaming, and Starboy has been taken down so very low as Dora is already down on his knees.
Akshat knocked out. And he's also bleeding to his death slowly and steadily. Carnival Gaming, they're not going to have any issues on getting the fallen man back up, but at least they get their hands on that elimination point and also those 2.5k.
That's what you really want, right? By the way, here's one fact. If Orangutan get one more finish, they'd be grabbing 1 lakh by the end of the day, just based on the finishes that they have.
That's crazy that you actually try to break down the mats.
I did.
I can't believe it.
I just did. And it's the correct math.
Man, you're such a nerd.
I am in terms of money. Who's not? Oh my god, no way. WSB, what is that?
Of course, this is what you're going to see. WSP, they're dropped towards Primorx. They instantly got their hands on the boat, and now they're moving all the way down south.
OG will be welcoming them with open arms if they decide to go there. And if I'm not wrong, all 4 of them are in the exact same boat.
You never know, though.
One blow and they'll all be taken down. You'll have to be very smart and safe, cool, calm, collected. But hearing the commotion between Hydra and Carnival, Blind have made their way as well down south of Gatka. On the other side, teams who are up north in Yasnaya Poliana as well as Severny, they'll be taking their time to go in for those rotations. But they'll be facing quite a bit of resistance on both the bridges.
I'm just worried about Global Esports.
Yeah. Who's not?
How are they going to make it inside of the zone? When they try to make it in the zone, both the bridges will be camped. Now, Aiku's Soul, they're going to move towards the Norupnoi bridge and probably try to lock it down.
Yep.
So for Global Esports, the only way they can try to make it towards the military island is by swimming their way across.
Oh my god.
And that is filled with a lot of risks, considering you cannot shoot back the opponents when you're swimming.
True.
And that too, they will be burning through a lot of time initially when they'll try to move down south. And if there's a drastic shift on the southern side, another big problem just right then and there.
That is true, but again, just as I mentioned, Orangutan will be welcoming WSB. And ladies and gentlemen, if you do not see WSB in the map, that's because they're way too down south right now. Just playing at the edge of the circle. While on the other side, Hydra are going in with a similar kind of rotation. And I'm not, again, a very big fan of this one, because they will be welcomed with open arms by the teams who are playing on those shorelines. Even Revenant are doing the exact same thing. So these teams, this is the experience that we are talking about. As soon as the circle formed, they had an idea what kind of rotations the opponents would be going on. So they were already ready to kind of be in that position that they're able to lock down all of those areas. And God's Reign, they'll be welcoming anyone who wants to try and make their way from the bridge itself. And Team Forever could potentially be their first target.
They could. Team Forever, Entity Gaming as well, moving down south towards them. God's Reign's on the opposite side. Oh, there's a big collision coming. I can already tell.
Yeah, there's WSB along with RNT.
Now, I just want to figure out one thing. Are Aiku Soul actually going to go for a complete swim from Milta towards Novorobnoy. If they are, it will take a lot of time, but it might work out considering iFlix, they're not looking at the shorelines just yet.
We'll just have to wait and see if that actually works out for them, because there are not a lot of spots for them to move onto those land masses.
Yeah, but the problem is, if they do try to pull that off, they're going to be sacrificing 4 vehicles, which can be used as a cover in the later phase, and also as a method to position yourself quickly.
Oh, here he goes. Zeref gets one. Revenant now facing a lot of problems is Raiden. Was the one to take Blaze down. In the meantime, Fierce as well quickly retaliates by taking Anuj to OP.
A full-blown conversation about Revenant Esports, not for this. Blaze knocked out, on the verge of getting confirmed. Fierce still in the back lines. As long as Fierce is alive, the hopes are still there. Fierce is the heavy-hitting player from Revenant Esports.
True.
But Blaze, he needs to be revived back up. He is the supporter for the team. WSP, I highly doubt they're going to let that happen. The only thing that's keeping Blaze from fading away inside of this game is that tree in the front lines. Are Revenant Esports really going to go for the resurrection, though? That's my question. If they want, they definitely can go for the fight and maybe get the fallen man back up, but all WSP needs to do is play defensive, and that's what they're doing.
I highly doubt that's going to be possible. Nope, they're bailing out of there. Don't want to do anything. Don't want to buy anything of what WSB are selling to them. Unfortunately for Blaze, it's just going to bleed out in the open, and that's 2,500 creds going in for WSB in their back pocket. That's what you always love to see. Snade, try and flush. Just a stun grenade though, so only going to blind players out. On the other side, WSB will maintain control over that shoreline, and Revenant will be just going out, away, making sure that they've got 3 people standing on their feet. But just as we were talking about Aiku Soul, they've already made their way towards Novo, so we might potentially see some good aggressive plays over if you're looking at Entity. If they decide to go in for the swim just towards the western part of the bridge, when they'll enter the military base island, Blind will be there with open arms.
Without a doubt, they will be. The position that WSP has, it's quite solid. There's
True.
OG moving towards them, though. You do see 2 players. It's Trigger, and he might just walk in that trap, and that's what he's doing.
He's doing. Yeah, he's gone.
He's going to set his foot inside of that trap, but he pulls back at the nick of time. He just turns away. Maybe he won't be knocked out, but he does get knocked out. Trigger, this is not a good sign for OG, but he's still retrievable. He's still revivable. And if OG want, they can go for the fight and get the fallen man back up. And that's why you see Vizgod just tossing out those smokes, trying to get Trigger in this comfort zone and also trying to get him safe, shrouded. But it's not going to work out. The confirmation flows up anyways.
But look at Ash, the off angle that he's trying to create. It's a risky maneuver, I'll be brutally honest, because his back will be open from so many angles from military base. But now, he'll also be trying to rendezvous with his teammates. Arman needs to be safe. He's got the cover of Raiden. Zeref is watching the 6 as well. I like the split coming in from WSB. Trigger has been lost. That's a massive firepower already taken down. But you still have AKOP who's been feeling himself since the starting. Ash has pulled a 1v4 clutch. I love the way how WSB are playing. They're not pushing this fight anymore forward than it needs to be, or maybe not. I said it way too early. Vizjord moving his vehicle in a way that he will dodge all those bullets. A good way to move backwards. But you were talking about a military base circle. We're going to see some hard shifts down south in towards that island. But over towards the western bridge though, again, God's Reign are the ones who will be keeping everyone else in check, and it's Team Forever who will be welcoming Carnival Gaming, who wanted to go in for a cross. Omega down on his knees.
Carnival Gaming, this time it's Omega, the danger man, out off the bat. So for Team Forever, they've already avoided that big red flag. Omega still, though, the confirmation hasn't flown up. So I guess for Team Forever, as long as they're not going to get the confirmation, there will always be this state of discomfort.
There we go. We'll potentially see that confirmation as well, because look at the position of Uwais. I love the fact how he's not opening himself up for God's Reign as well. Realizes that there could potentially be players out there. Oh my god, that's pretty sad for Omega, I'll be brutally honest. But I like the split. 3 people playing up on top of that cliff and that house, while one playing on the bridge itself. But this is not a good position to be at.
Omega sacrificed himself for the information, but over here on the map, you see Robin up against the foes of Gujarat Tigers. And Gujarat Tigers, MJ was softened up a little bit. Pro 2 trying to create an off angle from the water lines, but I highly doubt anything can be found. Gujarat Tigers, with these three players, they need to try and execute the players of OR Esports, which are in full force right now against them. It will be tough. Even look at Wixki's position. He's got the off angle, so he can definitely have the striking advantage. But Zap is moving up close and personal against Wixki. And as long as Wixki's going to keep his position anonymous, GT should still have the advantage in the fight.
He's been spotted, and if I'm not wrong, Zap was also calling his teammates for some support to try and take Wixki down, but he's got to give up on that space, or maybe not. Maybe not. He just went in for the reposition. He's got an 8 out in hand. Admino is up close and personal.
Oh, exchange.
Yep.
Exchange of utilities, and no one finds any sort of knockouts. Gujarat Tigers, 3 players up against the 4 players of OR Esports, but this net sailed in quite close. Wixki barely surviving on a sliver of HP. Another one tossed up, and it's going to find the knockout. As you mentioned, beautiful stuff from Admino. But then even from the far fray, MJ tried to create an off angle, but just could not find the knockout. Instead, he softened the player up. OR Esports, they pounce on top of the target. They get the confirmation rolling up, and now GT, they're down to a 2-man squad. It's a 2v4 to be executed. And GT, they're being surrounded all across the board. Zap from the outskirts, he catches the man. It's all down to MJ, and MJ's on the run.
He's got no other option apart from just tugging tails and returning back, not retaliating. Robin tries to find a few bullets onto the vehicle, but that's about it. Won't be able to land anything more. Now, we always see OR play on these shorelines as well. But my goodness, this circle is just relentless. MJ now down in the waters. That's what he'll be doing. Apart from that, nothing else. Global Esports will also be making their way, trying to go in for the cross from the eastern bridge, so should not face any major retaliations as no one is watching those lines. Well, I'll be brutally honest. Team Forever's positioning early on looked pretty okay, but now since the circle is about to shift, they are in a pretty precarious spot themselves. They've got to try and make sure that they move on towards that south island, which God's Rain will be stopping. Will not be allowing them to go forward. On the other side, Carnival Gaming out in the waters as well, and Blind are in just such a great position to welcome them, as I was talking previously.
Yeah.
Entity still on that northern island and towards the shorelines. I don't think so if they even have enough time to try and find some good positions, because all of them have been taken away.
And so far, there's all 16 teams alive.
True.
So, for Aiku Soul, maybe a chance to get the chicken dinner secured. But I guess there's a lot more desperate teams than IQ Soul. And it would be better if they get their hands on the chicken dinner. Kemen Esports, this time, they flipped the switch, instead going aggressive against Hydra. But do they have any clue where exactly the players of Hydra are positioned to? Maybe they're walking inside a big trap, and they do so too!
No!
Man in the front knocked out. Spray God finds the opener. And just like that, Kemen Esports, all their strategy, they're going to unfold in front of Hydra. Kemen Esports walking inside an unknown territory, exploring something they should not have explored. Or maybe they should have at least gathered info first and then maybe try and do something else. Kemen Esports, a big blunder.
I almost thought Venom with his movement would be able to dodge those last few shots, but Spray God Spray and adjustment was just a little better. Spush also spotting out a few of those players. Starboy and Spray God, both of them will be retreating backwards on those shorelines. On the other side though, Novo Ripnoi entirely open. MJ is not going to find any problem, but going into the next circle, he definitely will face a lot of problems. Entity as well. They are so far spread out and they're playing for survival. They're not playing to try and find any kind of picks or all 4 of them moving together. Strength in numbers? No, they're spread out so that even if one of the players can try and find the entry in the circle, that's good for them. Team Forever as well, they'll be slowly moving forward, slowly creeping ahead. Orangutan, I would still say that they are in a pretty good spot. But one team that we haven't talked about, iFlix.
Godsreen. I feel like the focus over here has to be on the teams that did not get the chicken dinner.
True that.
And if you want to speak of a team that's not been able to perform at all, that's been struggling throughout the entire day, the true struggles, it's Godsreen and Genix FM, these two teams. They are the real definition of struggle, but hold on! CG in front of the players of Blind Esports. They're like the fishes or the sharks that's swimming in the water.
What?
Then the Mini 14's going to catch Hector. He's still made it towards the ground. Eventually gets knocked out. CG, they set their foot on the land full of foes in the name of Blind. And then one more man to go. Goblins all the way in the back lines. Even he's getting spotted. He's getting chipped away. At CG, they cannot stand a single chance.
No, they're done for. Ninja Boy, in the meantime, was able to steal away that one flush. He's going to be happy, but as soon as he revealed his position, oh my goodness, S-Power, no way, he just fell down to his knock. Carnival Gaming has been picked apart, though. So that's not exactly the type of start you wanted.
Wait, what exactly happened with S-Power?
I mean, S-Power just fell down to his knock. From the cliff, probably.
And then he got confirmed, too. So that's like salt on top of the wounds.
Indeed.
Akusol. Rookie mistakes. Costing them the chicken dinner now. Maybe. Just imagine if S-Power was still alive. Things could have been much more easier for them. Godsreen, even they engaged themselves in a fight against Team Forever. So many fights happening at the same time. And some are down line. Godsreen, they're coming out on top in that fight against Team Forever.
Yep.
Global Esports holding down the bridge lines against OR. And Mavi's just waiting for the players to step in his crosshairs. Patience is going to be key. And that's what Mavi realizes.
We have seen how Global Esports are so very patient. And yes, it's going to pay off slowly and steadily. Just like how it's playing off for Hydra as they were able to get some quick flushes as well against Team Soul. They'll be getting one more. It might potentially be just down to Knuckle to try and save his team. Along with Ronnie, though. Still a couple of players remaining.
Yeah.
Kemin confirming that flush onto MJ. So Gujarat Tigers are out of the race. We were talking about teams struggling, and Gujarat Tigers' struggles for day one are potentially over now.
Pretty much. OR Esports getting picked off slowly and steadily. For Global Esports, these are free points on the board that they're getting and some free moolah.
Yep.
And you know the funny part? There's still 14 teams alive inside of the game. It's crazy. Yeah, a lot of teams, they've taken those individual blows. That's why the man number's quite low. But still, in general, a lot of teams, they have managed to squeeze themselves inside of the military base quite safe. And there's still a couple of more teams moving in through the bridge lines in the military base itself. You can see the bridge towards Fair Pier. There's Team Forever just holding off Entity Gaming. And Entity Gaming, they're going to fall prey to Team Forever slowly and steadily.
I still thought that maybe Godsreen would be able to take those flushes. Team Forever was not in the best of the spots because they were facing the same problem that OR faced right now on the Eastern Bridge. That was just everything happening on the west. But since again looking at the shift of the circle, I was about to mention how good position of Fiflix would be high up on the tower.
Pretty much. And Mavi, here we go. Global Esports, once again, they swing back to life. As it's going to be equal traits on the board. Slug knocked out. Mavi able to return it back with Skips being knocked. Blind Esports now, it's better to just withdraw from this fight and back away. But Hirsch, he's quite adamant. He's quite stubborn. Does not want to do so. Instead, he knows still a clutch is pullable. So you might as well try to go for it. Global Esports. Mavi just driving around inside of the vehicle. Blind Esports. They make the rotation too. Skips is bleeding to his death. Can this revive be possible? It sounds a little bit too much to me personally, considering there's two things that's affecting the man's HP. He's bleeding to his death, and there's also blue zone ticking him away. And yeah, just like that, he will be eliminated too.
Is the stage 5 blue after all, so that was just a lot of damage in the meantime. Troy, yet again, trying to keep the hopes of his team alive. Gen XFM being taken down. Madrak, wait a second. He fell down because of the vehicle. Oh my god, that is so unfortunate. And teams are falling down from the play zone. Hydra as well in the outskirts. They're kind of ready to take on the fight against iFlix. And iFlix seem to be oblivious of the fact that there's Hydra members just up on that cliff.
Hydra, as you mentioned, on top of the cliff. But the problem is the wall is right on the back.
True.
They need to move. They need to leave that comfort zone, and that's where the tables will be flipped against them. iFlix, they're in quite a decent position too, right? But even they need to move out in the open. It's out of the zone. And some are down line. iFlix, they can try and hold the players off of Hydra. These can be 2 free elimination points.
I'll be honest, this seems like a good chicken dinner opportunity for Orangutan. Look at the circle and look at their position. In a 2-1 split, Ash is just out there in the skirts watching the angles of WSB, but Raiden could potentially ruin the game for him.
Imagine they start things off with chicken dinner and end off with a chicken dinner too.
It'll be bonkers.
And not just that, it will be a big leap. Not exactly a leap, a big lead in the overall standings. That's what I mean to say. But hold on, Cox Reed, they finally wake up. They rise up from the ashes, and they just rip through their opponents. They shred them. Hydra, they just walked into a meat grinder.
Blind as well, being just picked apart by God's Reign. This team, and look at Kemen. All2 has been feeling himself at this time. It just seems that these teams have decided, all right, it's been enough. Now we're just going to move forward and grab as many finishes as possible. And they're doing that in such a crazy fashion. But AK trying to welcome the members of Kemen. Not the best position. AK is in, but he'll be getting one knock. All2, the man who was feeling it, has been taken down and picked apart by those bullets.
Oh my god, AKOP. In general, Orangutan, what a beautiful way to convert that elimination point. And look at Ash. He's keeping his position anonymous. No one exactly knows where Ash is. Raiden getting pounced on by the players of Kemen Esports. Phantom's going to find the closure eventually. Kemen Esports, they do prevail in that fight, but there's still 7 teams alive in total. And the next circle shift's going to be right on top of Ash. OG, they need to move out in the open. Is this rotation going to come through? They're trying to make a smoke trail. I'm not sure how safe that's going to be.
It's not going to be safe at all. Not even for Global Esports, as they were taken down. And Revenant, they also need to make their own rotation, but they'll be caught between a couple of teams.
They've got the vehicles though, so that's a good news.
But it's an open area. It could be straight down from multiple directions, just like I was talking about.
Whiffed. Opportunity missed. And now iFlix, they're getting pounced on by the entirety of Revenant Esports. They're out on top like vultures. And yeah, Revenant Esports just a couple of inches away from actually devouring their prey in the front. Moksh, the only man left alive for iFlix, the last glimmer of hope. All Revenant needs to do is play the patience game, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, Crypto could potentially be picked off, but this nade could be
My God.
disastrous.
It's done. iFlix eliminated from the game. Top 6 teams alive, from which Revenant Esports is one of those. This final game, a lot of teams were desperate, including Godsreen and Revenant Esports, and they're actually doing quite a great job in this one.
God.
Orangutan, for them, it's a mode down, and Godsreen, as soon as I say that they were desperate, they needed this, and they're looking good, it all just comes tumbling down.
Orangutan has just been one step ahead of almost all those teams out there, and look at the covers that they've created for themselves. They're dead in the center, and the next zone will be forming onto them. That's almost 100% surety. If not in the center, at least on the edges, they would be in it. And God's Reign, they took the compound that Orangutan left. Here we go, yet again another circle, and it should come down to OG versus Kemen if Kemen win the fight against Hydra Starboy.
Oh, but keep this thing in mind, Starboy's in the back, and he might just have the striking point, the striking advantage that's needed, and he can play the spoiler in the fight itself. Starboy patches himself up, just waiting for the right moment to pounce. And if Starboy does find the opener against Kemen Esports for OG, this will be a chicken dinner gifted to them.
That is
But even
true.
OG, they need to deal with the last man of God's Reign. That's why they cannot play too confidently. They cannot play too freely. Shogun is keeping them in check. But considering the Wall of Death is going to move soon too, so even Shogun needs to move up.
That is indeed true. He should be taken down, but Starboy's position, is it noted, is the question. Phantom, he seems to be totally unaware about that. He's moving out in the open.
That is true. Starboy
Risky.
moving slowly and steadily. As you mentioned, it looks too risky. And Kemen Esports, 2 players alive.
Jeez.
Phantom and Fury, quite low. Oh, now this is starting to get too awkward. It's the waiting game.
So, if in case this zone forms a little bit of the outside, Kemen Esports should have the advantage because they've got the high ground. If it exactly stays on top of both of these teams, I still feel Kemen should be the one who've got to move their angles. But again,
Now,
yes.
keep this thing in mind. Starboy is still in the back. I think
Yes.
so you forgot completely about that. And if Starboy finds even a little glimmer of the players, and if he strikes down even one of the players from Kemen Esports,
Phantom?
that'll be the exact confirmation they need.
Okay.
OG, they're trying their best. Now they're desperate considering the Wall of Death is also closing in. Shogun's still in the back lines. And hold on, even Shogun can actually play the spoiler against OG.
Yes, exactly.
It's vice versa.
No.
But no, he gets spotted and snuffed out instantly. And as I mentioned, Starboy's got the advantage. And he finds the striking point. The right moment to strike. He does strike the player before Kemen Esports. It's way too late in the hood.
Oh,
they
it's
will
OG.
be taken down. Phantom being the last man, he does not stand a chance against 3 players off the Apes, and they eat him alive. It's the Apes once again to close things off. They started the day on a great note, and they're going to end the day on a fantastic note too.
And that is when they did not even have Trigger. They lost him so early on down south on that military base. There's a 3-man squad playing amazing.
Exactly, Orangutan. It's definitely something we did not expect from them to even get a second chicken dinner inside of the day itself. It is quite impressive from the Apes, but I'm not gonna lie, this is something that they desperately needed. This was the chance for redemption. They have grabbed it. Now they're also gonna have a big lead in the overall standings. That means they will have some sort of a cushion tomorrow when they move inside of the battlegrounds, but they should not rely on that cushion. Instead, consistency should be the key for them. Consistency should be the key for the victory.
It's the name of the game after all. But again, I love the fact how even God's Reign tried to get in that top 5. And apart from the fact how they were being eliminated early on in the previous few games, this time around they also have 5 finishes on board. So pretty okay, I would still say.
Look at the players at Kemen Esports. They do realize the fact that today's day was quite dicey for them. They were not able to perform well at all. And Kemen Esports, we consider them some of the big dogs in the tournament too, right? And considering Kemen Esports was not able to perform,
it's heartbreaking.
yeah, it is quite heartbreaking for the players. They are new players inside of the scene. It's a underdog lineup too. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and look at the interview with the winning team from the previous game. Yeah, I mean, well, I guess interview is definitely going to be there later on. But in general, with OG, I like the fact that they're having smiles on their faces. And of course, why not? They've got 2 chicken dinner on the first day itself. A big lead too in the overall standings. So let's move on towards the interview.
I want everyone to just give a huddle. The winners started with a win, finished the day with a 1. They are the true OGs. They are Orangutan. High five, brother. High five, high five, high five. Okay, first I want to start with the huddle, the Orangutan huddle. Come on, people, all of you. Once, together, give it up for OGs. Who?
Wait, we'll do it. Go.
You saw them. पहला मुकाबला OGs जीते, फिर आखिरी मुकाबला OGs जीते. I just want to ask one thing. मुझे experts बता रहे थे league stages में मामला थोड़ा slow था, but वहाँ once you came here to the finals, you went all out, aggressive. What was the plan? Was this the plan to go all out aggressive?
In league stage we were just like practicing for this only. So at the end हमारा workout हो रहा है, जो हम gameplay experiments कर रहे थे, वो सब इधर दिख रहा है.
Basically बोले तो league stages trailer था भाई, असली picture अभी अपन इधर दिखा रहे ले. Okay, one more thing. I was told to ask this thing. अभी देखो आज आप लोग हो टेबल टॉपर्स, कल आपके सर पे बाउंटी नाचने वाली है. Everyone is going to target you. Everyone wants to, finish OG. How are you planning to deal with them?
हमसे मारने के लिए खेल रहे हैं, मतलब अब बहुत एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आ चुके हैं, अब से मारेंगे, जो हुआ देखा जाएगा. एट द एंड गेम मैक्सिमम पॉइंट आने चाहिए, दैट्स आवर गोल.
मामला क्लियर है, जिसको आना है आ जाओ. ओपन इनविटेशन है यहां पर. दे आर प्लेइंग टू एलिमिनेट. लेट्स हेड बैक टू द एक्सपर्ट्स.
Desk is having their own who OG. Makes a lot of sense, right? Because today's day has been the day of the apes. Today's day has been the day of the orangutans, and they have indeed performed out of their minds. In a 4-on-4 fight, they were almost undefeated until we saw Blind Esports collide against them, and that's when Blind Esports sort of broke that entire momentum of those 4v4 fights just going in the favor of OG. But as we move on towards the highlight of the previous game, things have been looking quite dire for a lot of these teams. Now, keep this thing in mind, even God's Reen, they were on the 16th spot of the overall standing.
I personally think they might just take a leap now on the back of this one, because we saw, okay, a decent performance coming in from them. 4th position finish, and also with 5 finish points. I guess it's absolutely fine. Since you were not being able to perform that well, ending things on decent note, it's okay. But for Gen X FM, I still feel they could have grabbed something extra from that one. A 5th place finish, okay-ish, but not a lot of finishes, just 3 for them. So that's still something they really need to kind of step their gears onto.
Exactly. I mean, especially, I had a lot of expectations moving inside today's day from WSB, considering I genuinely thought the momentum from the last 2 weeks from the challenge season will be transferring on forward with the challenge finals. But unfortunately, that was not the case. They were still lacking. But then you talk about Orangutan. For them, I don't exactly know how are they playing so well. It just seems like a whole different team. They're just performing out of their minds. I've been mentioning the same thing over and over again, but I'm really flabbergasted. I'm astonished.
So, during the interview as well, Ash mentioned this one specific point, that they're only playing for finish. They don't care about placement, they don't care about anything. They want to fight and they want to win those fights. It's an evolution that has hit them at this point, and that's exactly what's working out for them. A beautiful match indeed. Even though they lost a member early on, they made sure to get that comeback. And I told you, if the circle forms on them, then you can bet all of your coins on the apes.
Exactly. The apes have indeed astonished every single viewer that is not just sitting in the arena, that is also sitting at their homes. But then astonishments not just happening on the good side of things, even there have been astonishments on the bad side of things too. Some of the usual suspects that we thought might be able to perform inside of the game, they haven't been able to do so. And I'm talking about some of the big names out there. I'm talking about Global Esports. I'm also mentioning God's Reen.
True, yes, having a lot of jitters on first day itself.
Yeah.
I know you wanted to see an interview from Delta, but that's not possible right now. I was also hoping maybe they'd be able to step up in this game, looking at the positions that they had and the way they were taking the entry. Apart from that one last decision, I think so everything was going pretty okay.
Yeah, everything was pretty much going pretty okay. But ladies and gentlemen, before we keep on moving with this post-game segment, considering the previous game was the last game, we also got to give a huge thanks to the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. So thank you to our presenting partner, Samsung Galaxy, for providing gamers with a game-changing combination of speed, power, and mobile AI. It is one of the best phones that I've personally seen. The slick design is, of course, quite incredible, too. Victory can be yours with the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by the new Snapdragon 8 Gen 3.
I mean, what more would you really want from your device? All-day battery life? You've got that with Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, and also some graphic render, that too in real time, so that you get some amazing ray tracing for hyper-realistic gameplay. And also, I mean, the Galaxy AI, you also previously mentioned about that. That's all things that you need in a device, and you've got it all packed in S24 Ultra, so make sure to check that device out.
And how can you forget about the slick design of that
that's
device?
beautiful.
It just feels so good to hold in your hands. It just makes you feel premium, makes you feel rich somehow. But you know what? As we move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Altu from Kevin Esports. 6 finishes wrapped up with a finish contribution of 50%.
I mean, you know, one of the reasons why I think all these players' performances are going bonkers could also potentially be because of the exact same device that they're playing on. Samsung Galaxy
Of course, 120 FPS.
That's
They're
brilliant.
playing on a super smooth device. Imagine 120 FPS, you're playing a mobile game, that might just be super smooth for you, man. But Orangutan, even though they got the chicken dinner, but they only managed to acquire 20 points. But Kemen Esports, this can be something that can bring the life back in their overall standings. Now, I just want to move on forward and look at the overall standings and find exactly where Kemen Esports have found themselves. It's a great way to end things off for Kemen Esports because tomorrow they're going to have the momentum rolling once again.
Now that's the exact point that we were mentioning about Kemen. The more they play it slow, it just seems that they kind of get rusty. But whenever they try to change those gears and step on that gas, they become unstoppable. And that's what's been happening with them. But yes, looking at the global esports banner, the support always comes out from the spectators. And yes, rebuild is what you're talking about because their roster was rebuilt.
Indeed, it was. And Mavi is the man who's sort of holding it together as well. And just look at the overall standings now. OG, of course, at the top with 85 points. Yes, they do have a massive lead. OR just following them right underneath. Team Soul's going to be on the third, Blind Esports on the fourth, but Kemen Esports not that far away. They are in the top 5. As I mentioned, as long as you're in the top 8, you should be okay.
And Entity, Team Forever, they'll also be being on a pretty solid area cushioning, but God's Reign, Gen XFM, Global Esports, and WSB Gaming. These are the teams that really need to change their gears and they need to perform on day number 2. If that does not happen, I don't think so they'd be able to end up in the top 8 position.
Exactly. For WSP, I've been mentioning this, but they have been a really big letdown for me personally. I genuinely thought that WSB Gaming should be able to sort of open things up on a great note, considering they're one of those aggressive teams as well. But, you know, even tomorrow, things will be looking quite interesting, considering now the storyline has shaped up even better. God's Reign still on the 16th spot. And you speak of tomorrow, this is going to be the day 2 schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much rinse and repeat the same schedule.
Rinse and repeat, but maybe the results will change. That's what we would always expect, specifically for the teams who are down in the bottom 8. We will see some changes, but that is all going to be for tomorrow.
Exactly. As I mentioned, make sure to tune in tomorrow inside of the stream too. With that being said, Shaishanu, any final words? Considering today's land, it was incredible. As I mentioned, this is one of the best looking stages that I've casted.
I love it. I love it. And right from the day 1, I've been saying that time and time again. And by that, I mean the day 0. We were here on the Trident, so yeah, we've been having our share of fun.
The tech checks, we're over here for the dry runs, the tech checks. But yeah,
yes, I've been loving it. And yes, why don't you guys quickly come and check it out too? We've got quite a lot of seats available. You can see some of them right now in the camera as well. And all you need to do is just show up at the arena before time. First come, first serve. You get an opportunity, you will be in it. And just as Necro says, come and say hi.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close off the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsors once again. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy Unleash the Beast. With that being said, it's going to be me, Necro, and Shaishanu taking a leave. We're signing off.